the tycoon grandfather. Despite holding the largest fortune in South Korea, when faced with life and death decisions, he always consults a 10-year-old boy. From which new presidential candidate to back, to the prime time to invest in HDPE, the kid nails every single prediction. That genius boy is Dojun. He has the ability to see the future. In his past life, he was just a poor guy. Thanks to his hard work, he was recruited into the Sunyang Group, the largest conglomerate in Korea. It seemed impressive. His dad even threw a party to brag to the whole family. Little did they know Dojun's main job. There was basically being a fixer who cleaned up messes. A guy who handles the dirty work, dealing with trivial matters, and the filth that no one wants to acknowledge. Because of that, he managed to learn countless secrets of the tycoon conglomerates. Then one day, Dojun went from being a despised nobody to suddenly being promoted to chief financial officer. And the first task he was assigned was to take $700 million of the chairman's money and flee the country before an investigation could start. He thought that with absolute trust from the Sunyang family, his life would finally take off. But instead of living large, it was literally his funeral. When he realized this was a plot to eliminate him, but it was already too late. The dry crack of a gunshot rang out. A child jolted awake, eyes wide with terror, drenched in sweat, as if he had just escaped a horrific nightmare. But he had woken up in the body of this boy. He had been Dojun for 3 months, but every night, the memories of his death in his past life haunted him. "Dojun, what's wrong? Are you okay?" His mother's voice was full of warmth and concern. Dojun opened his eyes in shock but remained silent. The woman sitting in front of him right now is the mother of his current body. She was once a movie star, shooting to fame after just a single film. But then she suddenly vanished from the entertainment industry after accepting a proposal from his father, who was originally a devoted fan of hers. Sitting next to him is his older brother in this life. He was grumbling while tapping away on his phone. "I was sleeping so well, why are you suddenly acting up? Did you have a nightmare? You don't look so good," his mother asked caringly. Dojun tried to keep his cool before replying. "No, I just got a little startled. Don't worry, Mom." She smiled with relief. "That's a relief then." "Dojun, sometimes you act so mature, just like a grown-up. It actually makes me a bit worried." Is that so?" He hesitated. Truth is, he understood her concern, because he himself was panicking beyond measure over his current situation. Today is June 26, 1987. Exactly 35 years later. This will be the anniversary of his death in his past life. The memory of that cold gunshot by the quiet lake in Moldova still makes him seethe with anger. How ironic. The one who ordered his hit back then was Jin Dojun, the youngest grandson of the Sunyang Group, the person who would be born 3 days later, according to history, and the very body he is inhabiting right now. But he still couldn't fathom the meaning of being reincarnated into Dojun's body. Throughout his time working like a corporate slave for Sunyang in his previous life, he had never once encountered this family. The reason was simple. At that time, they had been completely wiped from the family records, absolutely forbidden from even stepping foot near the group. All he had ever heard were rumors about that messy marriage scandal from years back. The youngest son defied all odds to marry the woman he loved. Chairman Jin Yangchol was absolutely livid back then, but because of the grandchild on the way, he reluctantly gave the wedding his blessing. Immediately afterward, this family was entirely cut off from the inheritance. However, thinking back, he found himself respecting this couple, while the other siblings were ready to tear each other's throats out like hungry beasts, to fight over every last bit of shares. But his parents in this life chose a peaceful path, staying far away from that ruthless power struggle. What an admirable life it truly was. And now, carrying the memories of his past life, he has been reborn as their son. 3 cars slowly pulled up in front of a massive estate, with countless security guards standing watch. Dojun couldn't help but gasp. Wow, this place is bigger than I ever imagined. This is the residence of Chairman Jin Yangchul, the legendary founder of the Sunyang Group, a massive fortress with 3 main buildings, spanning over 3,600 square meters, featuring a 3-story parking deck and 2 basement levels, all enclosed by 380 meters of reinforced fencing. Seeing his family arrive, the security guards bowed with deep respect. This sight triggered bitter memories from his past life. After being hired, his very first task was to come here and pull weeds. He remembered visiting this place even more often than he visited his own parents. After Chairman Jin passes away, this mansion will go to the eldest son, Jin Youngki. Today, his whole family is here to attend the birthday party of Chairman Jin Yangchol. The front yard was already packed with big shots, laughing and chatting away. But the moment Dojun's family walked in, those brown-nosing guests immediately started whispering and judging them with disdainful looks. Dojun watched in silence. He realized that here, everyone made it crystal clear they looked down on his family. They probably figured there was no point in even faking being nice, he thought to himself. Holding hands, the family cut through the crowd and headed toward the mansion's main entrance. "Father, we're here." His father spoke as he opened the door. Inside the living room, the entire Jin clan had already gathered, cold stares fixed upon them. His aunt and uncle in this life greeted them with pure fakery. "So you finally showed up?" On the other side were his aunt's family and other relatives. To him, all of them showed their true colors, as ambitious vultures, just waiting for the old man to pass away so they could tear into the fat prize known as Sunyang Group. Dojun stood quietly to the side, silently observing the expressions of everyone in the room. The heavy atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the ear-piercing scream of his aunt. "Why are you just showing your faces now? Do you think you're superstars or something? Making everyone wait like this? Spending all that time on makeup and for what?" Dojun narrowed his eyes at the loud-mouthed woman. That face looked incredibly familiar. While he was digging through his memories, his father quickly bowed and said timidly, "I'm sorry, sister. I thought being here exactly on time was enough." The aunt gave a cold snort before finally letting it go. "Whatever, you're late anyway." At that moment, memories of his past life flooded back. Dojun remembered exactly who she was, even at 70 years old. This aunt was still a total player, changing lovers like she changed clothes. She even set a terrible example for the grandkids. Her petty and shrewish personality in her youth hadn't changed a bit compared to when she got old. In his previous life, he had suffered quite a bit because of this woman. As he was thinking, the aunt's eyes suddenly swept toward him. "Oh, so you're just getting here too?" Dojun played dumb and muttered, "Yes." She glared at him. "How can you still be smiling when things are this tense?" Immediately, everyone's annoyed gazes in the room were directed at a mere child. Dojun calmly replied, "I wasn't smiling." The aunt, as if triggered, screamed, "You little punk, how dare you lie to me?" An uncle standing nearby quickly tried to intervene. "Enough already, okay? Everyone is gathered here. Why are you making such a scene?" The aunt still wouldn't let it go. "But that brat!" Suddenly, a low but authoritative voice rang out, cutting through all the bickering. "Who dares to raise their voice in my house?" The entire room fell into a dead silence. Everyone turned around, looking in fear at the tall, majestic man who had just appeared. Every step he took down the stairs felt like he was stepping on the heartbeats of everyone there. Every single person kept their head down, not even daring to breathe loudly. Dojun's entire family also bowed respectfully. That man was Jin Yangchol, the chairman of Sunyang Group, a living legend and the most powerful man in the clan. Their fear didn't just come from his authority, but also from the massive fortune he controlled. Fear of being disinherited, fear of siblings stealing their share, fear of losing their status as part of a chaebol family. Those intertwined fears turned him into a king no one dared to disobey. In his past life, even though Dojun worked himself to the bone like a dog, he never had the chance to be this close to him. "Father, we have arrived," Dojun's parents greeted him timidly. Grandfather glanced over. His cold, sharp gaze terrified Dojun's older brother, who quickly hid behind their mother's back. He said nothing, only staring intently at the young grandson. Dojun thought to himself, "Ah, so this cowardly older brother of mine is the reason Grandfather didn't object to the wedding back then." Just as the thought finished, a chill ran down his spine. Grandfather's piercing gaze had shifted toward him. The old man approached him slowly. The murderous aura was so thick it made Dojun tremble. He felt like crying, but couldn't. He held his breath, waiting to see what Grandfather would do to him. But then something unimaginable happened. Grandfather's terrifying face suddenly softened. Complete 180, he smiled radiantly. His voice became unusually warm. "Oh, my little puppy. It's been so long since I've seen you. Didn't I tell you to come visit your grandpa more often?" Dojun was stunned, completely bewildered by this sudden kindness. Grandfather affectionately patted his head. "I have something for my little puppy. Are you curious to see what it is?" But while Dojun was still frozen, not quite processing it, the other family members looked like they were about to explode with jealousy. The aunts and uncles gnashed their teeth, unable to believe their eyes. Even Dojun's parents were completely stunned. Right now, only one big question filled Dojun's head. What the hell is going on? Why is he only being so welcoming to me? Dojun silently wondered, is this old man possessed or something? Immediately after, attention shifted to the massive 3-tier cake, with the number 66 glowing under the candles. Grandfather blew them out in one breath, and applause instantly broke out like a storm. The crowd competed to clap, everyone trying to clap louder than the person next to them to suck up to him. "Happy birthday, Chairman! Wishing you a very happy birthday." The guests began their brown-nosing. "Happy birthday, Father. I hope you stay healthy and live 100 years. The eldest son and the obnoxious aunt also rushed to butter him up. "Happy birthday, Grandfather!" The grandkids all followed suit. Only Dojun's father sighed quietly, not saying a word. Dojun himself felt exhausted, standing lost in the middle of all those busy sycophants. Just as he was fed up and wondering what to do, he overheard an order. "Tell the sister-in-law to bring more food over." Dojun glanced over and saw his mother struggling with a heavy tray, loaded with what seemed like liquor and glasses. Even though she was being treated like a servant, his mother still wore a gentle, submissive smile. The obnoxious aunt got even more arrogant. "Hey, sister-in-law, put the drinks on ice so they're actually cold." Another aunt joined in to push her around. "Clear away those unused bowls." Dojun's mother was running around like a headless chicken, without a moment's rest. But her sisters-in-law wouldn't let up. "Hey, can't you move any faster? Don't you see everyone's waiting?" After scolding her, they went right back to laughing and feasting together, as if nothing had happened. Witnessing this, Dojun shook with rage. There were clearly at least 10 servers standing around right there, yet his mother still had to wait on them hand and foot. He was furious, but he was powerless to do anything. Memories of the morning came flooding back. The way his mother gently buttoned his shirt, her warm hand lightly touching his cheek as she praised him. "My son looks so handsome." Though he wasn't fully used to living in this body yet, it was that warm, motherly love that helped Dojun adjust so quickly. Just as he was lost in those warm memories, the shrill voices of his aunts shattered the atmosphere. "What are you doing, sister-in-law? Since the food is out, hurry up and get in there to wash the dishes." Even Dojun's mother was taken aback, but as someone with no voice in the family, she just nodded and obeyed. Dojun clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. "Fine, just wait. There will definitely come a time when I make everyone treat my mother with the respect she deserves." He turned his head and looked elsewhere. Over there, the crowd was chatting and laughing boisterously, crowding around Grandfather, who stood in the center with a wine glass in hand. The reason things had gotten this bad was all because of Grandfather's coldness toward his parents. Dojun thought to himself. The image of Grandfather leading him to see the gift earlier flashed through his mind. "Well, I prepared this gift just as I promised. Do you like it?" Grandfather had asked. At that moment, Dojun was speechless with surprise. Before him was a wooden horse, an incredibly intricate and expensive toy. He wondered, a horse? Did this kid really once ask Grandfather for a horse? The most striking thing was that the same tyrannical and ruthless Grandfather was now smiling kindly at him. This unexpectedly caring attitude made Dojun suspicious. Did his conscience suddenly decide to wake up after cutting off his own father? Or maybe, despite being forced to accept this marriage, is he low-key forgiving Dad by being nice to me? This guess seems to make sense. Either way, since I've reincarnated into this kid's body, Dojun decided to test just how close he could get to this big boss. Thought turned into action. He pretended to call out, "Grandpa!" Grandfather replied with a very friendly, Dojun continued, "I like real horses more than plastic ones." Grandfather's eyes widened. "What?" "I like real cars more than these toy cars here. I also like real ships, the ones that can float on water. Not just those. Little boats you only drop in the bathtub." As soon as Dojun finished, Grandfather's gaze instantly shifted. It was no longer just sharp like a bullet, but like a cannon ready to blast right through the person in front of him. Dojun felt a sudden chill. Maybe he had pushed it a bit too far. Grandfather asked in a low, gravelly voice, "Dojun, do you actually know what real things are?" Knowing he couldn't afford to hesitate, Dojun decided to answer, with the playful vibe of a 5-year-old, but still loaded with hidden meaning. "Yes, like the things you create. You make real cars, ships and TVs, and I like all of those." Grandfather listened intently, then leaned down close, looking straight into his little grandson's eyes, as if studying whether this kid had massive balls to dare say such things. Under that intense stare, Dojun thought to himself, "Welp, I'm cooked." He wondered how the chairman would take his words. Would he pass this test? Suddenly, Grandfather's tone shifted. He gave some advice. "Dojun, if you want real things like you said, you'll have to endure a lot of pain. You might even face terrifying things that could even get you killed. But if you're happy with fakes, you won't have to suffer like that." Dojun scoffed inwardly. "In my past life, didn't you work me like a dog, and then kill me in the end anyway?" Did he think that threat would scare me? Not a chance, old man. Seeing that the boy didn't flinch at all, Grandfather set a condition. "How about this? If you want those real things, then over the next year, You must get straight A's in every single subject. If you pull it off, I'll give them to you for your next birthday. Hearing the condition, Dojin chuckled. Was this old man seriously looking down on him? Even if he only graduated from a rural college in his past life, it was still a prestigious school with a solid reputation. He was no pushover. Moreover, to climb the ranks at Sunyang Group, he had grinded so hard that he hadn't dared to get a full night's sleep. And yet now, the challenge set for him was just to get perfect scores in elementary school? What's wrong? No confidence? Grandfather asked, narrowing his eyes. Dojin laughed internally. Ha, this is going to be a piece of cake. He replied politely. Yes, Grandfather, I just need to get perfect scores, right? Yes, exactly. I'll be waiting for your results. After sealing the deal with Grandfather, Dojin returned to this party, calculating in his head. I will definitely change everything, one by one, starting with the smallest details. As he was deep in thought, a man walked up, interrupting his flow. Come with me. The chairman told me to take you kids to the playroom. Upon seeing the man's face, Dojin felt like he'd seen a ghost. Memories of his past life rushed back like a slow-motion movie. On that fateful day, it was this exact voice, this exact face that had uttered those cold words. Of course, I don't even trust my own wife. You're the only one I trust, Hyonu. This was the man who had ordered his death in his previous life. Dojin stood frozen, staring at the back of the manager. Damn it, calm down, stay focused. He tried to reassure himself. Right now, I'm not Hyonu, I am Jin. Dojin, you cannot afford to snap. He followed the other children silently to the toy room. Whoa, a rocking horse! His cousin Sangjun shouted with joy. Get out of the way, I'm playing first. Saying that, he shoved the kids around him aside and rushed to seize the rocking horse. He hopped on, laughing smugly, as if the horse were his own personal property. Ha ha, giddy up, horse, run faster! The kid's arrogant attitude made Dojun's blood boil. He clenched his fists tightly. Just as he was about to step forward, his older brother noticed and quickly grabbed his hand to hold him back. Dojun looked at his brother confused. Perhaps his brother and his entire family were already all too used, sucking it up in the face of this bullying. But not Dojun. He cracked a mysterious smile, brushed his brother's hand off, and walked forward with confidence. Standing before his disrespectful cousin, Dojun quickly calculated his next move. First, he had to teach him a lesson to shut down that trashy attitude. Second, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He needed to make a strong impression on Grandfather. Right then and there, he acted. He said coldly, Hey, this horse is mine. Kangjun stopped laughing and challenged him. What did you just say? I said this is my stuff. Get off now, Dojin growled. Yeah? But his cousin kept his playful, mocking tone. So what if it is? I'll play if I want to. I'll do whatever I feel like, ha-ha. The other cousins around them joined in, jeering, ha-ha! Look at this kid actually claiming it's his. Without another word, Dojin gritted his teeth, put all his strength into a devastating kick against the horse. The rocking horse snapped in half and collapsed, crushing Kangjun's leg underneath. Everything happened so fast that everyone was left in shock. Kangjun screamed in agony, Ah, my leg! It hurts so bad. The kids who were just mocking him a moment ago now turned pale as ghosts. Only Dojin remained calm, his expression chillingly indifferent. Huffing and puffing. His leg is pinned, he thought, sizing up the situation, while the other kids scrambled to call the adults. Kangjun remained sprawled on the floor, throwing a fit and wailing piteously. Dojun stepped closer, leaning down to look him straight in the eye. A warning, don't you ever touch my stuff again. Got it? The boy was fuming with rage, but he was in too much pain to sit up and fight back. Kangjun's mom. A woman's blood-curdling scream rang out. Hearing his mother, Kangjun wailed even louder, Mommy! Mommy! His mother, Dojun's aunt, rushed in. Seeing her son injured, she shrieked at the top of her lungs, demanding to know what happened. The pack of haughty aunts also crowded into the room. Kangjun and his mother held each other, making a scene in the corner. Dojun saw his own mother enter last. Oh, Mom. You must be so surprised, right? He even took a moment to give her a playful wink to signal his victory. But before he could celebrate, a thunderous slap landed on Dojun's face, leaving him dazed and dizzy. Have you lost your mind? Kangjun's mother hissed. Before he could even react, she swung her hand for another slap. Dojun stood stunned, taking both hits full on. His cheek burned and swelled up like a peach. The aunt, in a fit of pure rage, raised her hand to strike yet again. How dare you touch my son? Just then, Dojun's mother rushed over. She didn't fight back, but simply pulled Dojun into a tight embrace. Using her own body to shield her son, the aunt screamed, Get out of the way! But Dojun's mother refused to let go, her voice trembling. I'm so sorry, please forgive him. Do-jun stood frozen in his mother's arms. His gentle mother held him tight. Fearing he would be hit again, that act of submissiveness made Do-jun's heart ache. The aunt gnashed her teeth and spat out a curse. She lunged forward, ready to strike both of them in a frenzy. Fortunately, a powerful shout rang out like a clap of thunder. "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Everyone in the room bolted upright and turned toward the door. Grandfather stood there, imposing as a mountain. His cold, sharp gaze swept over everyone. The aunt finally pulled her hand back. Playing the victim, she stammered, "Father." Grandfather coldly cut her off, not even bothering to hear out her excuse. "The house is full of guests outside, and you dare to make such a scene? Kang-jun's mother, take the boy to the hospital immediately." Faced with his firm authority, the petty aunts, though disgruntled, finally scattered, carrying out their precious nephew. The room suddenly became quiet, leaving only grandfather and the mother and son. Do-jun looked up, awaiting the verdict from the head of the clan. "Do-jun, stay here," he ordered. His sharp gaze flicked toward the anxious mother. She hesitated, afraid to leave her son alone. With her notoriously strict father-in-law, understanding her heart, Do-jun gave a reassuring smile. "Mom, go on ahead. I'll be out in a bit." Only then did the mother reluctantly stand up, bowed to grandfather, and quietly retreated, without daring to utter a single word. As soon as the door closed, grandfather's voice rang out. "Did you cause this?" "Yes, sir," Do-jun replied curtly. "Why did you do something so dangerous? And against your own cousin, no less?" Do-jun remained calm, answering clearly, "Because that horse is mine. It was the gift you gave me, grandfather." The answer made grandfather raise an eyebrow in surprise. Do-jun continued. His voice was young but filled with resolve. "But Kang-jun stole it, so I broke it. If it's broken, no one can play with it anymore." "You did that so no one could snatch your things again?" grandfather pressed. "Yes, sir," Do-jun replied intentionally. He wanted to gamble, to see how the king of Sunyang would react. He looked straight into the old man's eyes. Suddenly, grandfather burst out laughing. The laughter grew louder and more hearty. Do-jun secretly smirked. He had won. He knew Chairman Jin very well. Young Chul has no use for weak grandchildren. What he likes is the predator instinct, the necessary ruthlessness of a king, determined to let no one seize even a single inch of his territory. This is the essential quality for survival. In a dog-eat-dog world, where the big fish eat the small, finishing his laughter, grandfather wiped his face and spoke sternly. "Even if you didn't mean to hurt anyone, your actions still injured your brother. You must be punished." Do-jun bowed his head obediently. He turned and ordered, "Follow me." Do-jun walked behind him submissively. He bowed his head, faking remorse, but inside he was stoked. As the door to the room his grandfather led him to opened, Do-jun almost couldn't hold back a gasp of surprise. In front of him was a massive hall, overwhelming with its long conference table, and many high-profile figures sitting formally. Do-jun let out a breath, unable to believe his eyes. Even though Sunyang Group's headquarters is on the 27th floor, this place, right here in the villa, is the inner sanctum. The place where every shot is called for the empire. Only the company directors, the key heirs, and the most powerful VIP are allowed to step foot in here. Grandfather walked in majestically, sitting down in the chairman's chair at the head of the table. In an instant, Do-jun recalled his past life, more than 15 years working like a dog for Sunyang, entering and leaving this villa countless times, but never once allowed to cross the threshold of this room. Yet in this life, on this very day, he had done it. But amidst the solemn meeting, Do-jun was punished by kneeling in a corner by the bookshelf. However, this punishment became a golden opportunity for him to scope things out. Do-jun glanced over, seeing his eldest uncle and his son sitting in the front row. He realized that position should have belonged to his father, but now it was Jin Song-jun, the eldest uncle's son, sitting pretty right there, even though he was only 20 years old. But it seems like that kid has already been low-key set as the heir. The meeting kicked off, and the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Grandfather spoke up, breaking the silence. "Everyone tell me, how should we handle this situation?" The director cautiously replied, "Chairman, you know that old man is a master of playing it humble, even though his term is winding down. But it won't be easy to knock him off his perch, sir." "Are you saying this family doesn't give a damn about anything?" Grandfather shot back with biting sarcasm. "Doesn't give a damn? Meaning they're a real powerhouse, huh?" The director stammered nervously. Grandfather immediately doubled down. "That faction has been considered rock solid for a long time. I heard the government is planning to call in the military. Am I right?" "Yes, sir, that's spot on." At the mention of the military, Grandfather went quiet, lost in calculation. The whole room started buzzing with hushed whispers. Sitting in the corner, June pieced together the clues. End of term, suppression, and military. He quickly caught on that this wasn't just a simple business deal anymore, but a matter of the country's ultimate fate. Another person in the room spoke up, sounding totally stressed. We've got to come up with a plan B. Right now, all across the nation, there are massive crowds protesting in the streets. If the military steps in to shut it down, the pushback is going to skyrocket. Unlike his nervous minions, Grandfather stayed chill and sharp with his analysis. The protesters are staring down the barrel of a gun, and they're still acting like they aren't shook? The public's rage is burning red hot. Only if we knew how to put it out would they feel fear. At this point, bringing in the troops is just throwing gas on the fire. Even the current administration can't seem to wrap their heads around this simple logic. The sound of him slamming the table rocked the whole room, making the already heavy vibe even more suffocating. Jin Young Chul glared with veins popping in his neck as he screamed at everyone sitting around him. And then what? Are you telling me I should just cover my own ass when the government goes belly up? Do your tiny brains really think the next president is going to be from the opposition? The director trembled, stammering out his reply. Yes, sir. There is a chance that might be the case. As soon as he finished speaking, Grandfather delivered another earth-shattering slam onto the table. The group of directors went dead silent. Not a single soul dared to make a peep. Still fuming, Grandfather continued to bellow, There is a chance? It's either a yes or a no. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to sit here listening to your half-baked guesses and useless wishy-washy answers? The entire room bowed in unison. We are deeply sorry, Chairman. Grandfather brushed them off, his voice still full of hostility. I only need one answer. Which side do we pick? The vice chairman was suddenly put on the spot. The vice chairman jumped, completely flustered. Yes, sir, Chairman. Grandfather pointed directly at his face. You speak first. Who is it? The vice chairman stuttered. I think that... Then he went silent, sweating bullets. Both he and the older brother's son, sitting next to him, kept their heads hung low. From a corner, Do-jun narrowed his eyes, observing everything. He immediately recognized this vice chairman, the man who had framed him in his past life, and the very same one who ordered his hit. Only now did the man regain some composure. Standing up, he spoke with a serious tone. Not just the current administration, but even the successor is facing an uphill battle. Protests have been erupting nationwide for 7 years. I believe the situation ahead will only get slightly more critical. Seeing someone finally speak up, the crowd around him immediately hopped on the bandwagon like a bunch of followers. I'm on the same page. I think so too. Those who didn't dare to follow the lead chose to stay silent with their heads down. Do-jun internally shook his head in disappointment. He knew full well that in just 3 days, the president would announce his resignation. The Blue House definitely had a plan for something this big. Was the mighty Sunyang group really this clueless? Do-jun realized this was the true face of the group back in 1986. Instead of mapping out business strategies to deal with the changing times, they were only obsessed with placing their bets to see which side they should join. What a narrow-minded way of thinking and a total lack of vision. Do-jun had expected these genius minds to have much more high-level insights. Who would have thought? At this point, Grandfather lost his patience and waved them off. Enough! Get out of here. Go and dig up some real intel for me immediately. The group looked like they'd just been pardoned. Bowing quickly before retreating, Do-jun let out a frustrated sigh. A high-level meeting turned out to be nothing but a tragicomedy of picking sides. But once the room was empty, Grandfather sat back down leisurely and spoke in a deep voice. Come here. Do-jun tried to stand up, but his legs were numb from kneeling so long. Damn it! My legs are dead, I can't even stand, he groaned inwardly. Yet he forced himself to walk with steady steps. Suddenly, Grandfather began to praise Do-jun. Well done, kid. You had to kneel for so long. Yet I didn't see you flinch or complain once. Even. Adults find it uncomfortable and have to shift around constantly. But you kept your back straight as an arrow. In reality, it was because Do-jun was so engrossed in eavesdropping that he lost track of time, unexpectedly scoring major points with his grandfather. But there's one thing I want to ask. Grandfather narrowed his eyes. Why has your personality been so different lately? Do-jun froze for a few seconds. He quickly got into character, answering with a look of resentment. It's because I can't take it anymore. What? Grandfather frowned. My parents are always playing nice and staying patient, getting the short end of the stick from everyone. So I felt like I had to do the same. But now I'm so fed up that I just can't stand it anymore. While he was talking, Do-jun calculated that he needed to lay it on thick here. If he could just squeeze out a few tears now, it would be a total masterpiece. But before he could start crying, Do-jun was stunned. Grandfather walked over and unexpectedly pulled him into a hug. What the hell? Do-jun was baffled. This reaction was completely off the script. Was this cold-blooded tycoon actually feeling pity for his poor little grandson? Thinking of this, Do-jun decided to deliver the final blow. He decided to give his grandfather one more shock. He looked up and said, "Grandpa, you should just be friends with all three of them." Surprised, grandfather gently pushed Do-jun back and looked him straight in the eye. "What did you just say? What do you mean by being friends with all three?" "I mean those people you mentioned earlier, the presidential candidates." Grandfather stared intently at his grandson, waiting for an explanation. Do-jun feigned innocence and continued, "The president is the most powerful person in our country, right? Since we don't know who's going to win, we should just make friends with all of them. Every single one of them has enough power to become the president. There's no harm in being friends with them all." Hearing that, grandfather stood frozen like a statue. "Right, Grandpa?" Do-jun asked again. This time, grandfather burst into a hearty laugh, grinning from ear to ear. "You're absolutely right. The more friends, the better, right?" He laughed out loud with pure delight, his eyes gleaming with total satisfaction. Do-jun breathed a silent sigh of relief. "All right, the plan worked. That's enough for today." He told him to head out and instructed him to tell Sung-jun to come and see him. Do-jun quickly complied and turned to leave. Watching the small silhouette of his grandson disappear behind the door, grandfather fell into deep calculation. Do-jun flashed a triumphant smirk. He had successfully played the slickest old fox in the entire Republic of Korea. Immediately after, grandfather picked up the phone, calling a mysterious figure. His voice turned cold and razor-sharp. "From now on, keep a close eye on all three of them." The person on the other end hesitated. "You mean all three candidates, sir?" "That's right, including the VIP. And don't forget to let them know that Sun-yang wants to help them resolve the current political mess." After the subordinate noted the orders, grandfather hung up. He leaned back in his chair, feeling smugly satisfied. He never imagined his 10-year-old grandson could pull off such a brilliant move. Right at that moment, a knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. Sung-jun stepped in tentatively and asked timidly, "Did you call for me, Chairman?" Grandfather replied in a surprisingly gentle tone, "I've always been your grandfather, haven't I?" Sung-jun let out a sigh of relief. "Oh yes, Grandpa." Grandfather slowly followed up. "You were just listening today. But surely you formed your own thoughts on the matter?" With a somewhat naive confidence, Sung-jun was quick to answer. "Well, protests are reaching a fever pitch right now. But I think if the president has already deployed both the police and the military, then the situation will definitely be suppressed soon. So you're saying you want me to support strengthening the current administration?" Sung-jun began to stammer, "Yes, because he is both a friend of the incumbent president and the chosen successor, so there's a high chance he'll be elected as the next president." Grandfather gave an unreadable smile and replied, "Then I'll take your advice," and side with him. Sung-jun couldn't believe his ears and asked in shock, "Really? Is that for real?" Seeing his grandfather staring at him in silence, fear washed over him again, leaving him speechless. Sung-jun stood frozen at the door, hesitating, not knowing what to do next. Witnessing this scene, grandfather was secretly disappointed. I only asked for his opinion, yet he's already this terrified. The image of his youngest grandson, with all his courage, suddenly flashed through his mind, leaving him even more frustrated. "All right, you can go now." He waved his hand. Sung-jun didn't have a clue what just happened, getting grilled with random questions only to be kicked out. He bowed and walked away dejectedly with a gloomy face. Meanwhile, Do-jun was hiding in a corner of the hallway, witnessing everything with a satisfied smirk. Exhausted, grandfather leaned back in his chairman's chair, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Why does it have to be the youngest grandson? That kind of sharpness should have belonged to the eldest grandson. In the car taking the family home, a quiet atmosphere filled the air. Do-jun's mother whispered to her husband, "What did father say to you in private?" The husband replied while driving, "He told me I need to focus more on the kid's education." The answer left his wife utterly shocked. The father glanced at Do-jun through the rearview mirror, his voice dropping low. "Do-jun, yes, Dad? I'm not going to scold you for what happened at grandfather's house, since you've already been punished by kneeling." "I'm sorry, Dad," Do-jun mumbled. The father maintained his calm tone. "It's okay. It's good that you admit your mistake. Earlier, grandfather told me he's going to hire a private tutor for both of you." At the mention of the word tutor, the older brother reacted like he'd been struck by lightning and yelled, "What? A tutor?" The father gently reassured him, "If Sang-jun doesn't like it, you don't have to do it." Then he turned to the youngest son. "How about you, Do-jun?" Do-jun thought to himself, "I'm already way past these school books. I could probably teach the tutor a thing or two. but he knew he couldn't go against grandfather's wishes right now. "I'll do it," Do-jun answered firmly. The father said with concern, "If you don't want to, it's really okay." "No, I actually want to study, Dad," he stated decisively. "All right then. If you're up for it, I'll let grandfather know." After saying that, the father looked out the window thoughtfully, lost in his own world. Just then, the older brother sang. Jun nudged Do-jun's arm and whispered praise. "You did a great job today." While Do-jun was still confused, his brother continued, "You totally made that kid, Kang-jun, cry his eyes out today." "Nice one." After saying that, Sang-jun also smirked and looked out the window. Do-jun looked at his brother and shook his head in disbelief. This kid seems to be holding on to a lot of grudges. June 29th, 1987. Over the radio, the president's powerful voice rang out. "Dear comrades and my fellow citizens, as our nation faces threats from deep-seated disagreements and division," Do-jun sat in the car, leisurely sipping a banana milk carton, listening to the historic speech. This was the famous June 29th declaration, paving the way for the direct elections coming up this September. From this moment on, the power race of a new era had officially begun. The young boy sipped his milk while calculating, wondering how Chairman Jin would handle this political chessboard. The car pulled up in front of the house. Do-jun stepped out, hands in his pockets, walking in casually. As soon as he passed the gate, a maid rushed out and whispered breathlessly, "Do-jun, your grandfather is here!" Do-jun froze in surprise. He didn't expect the old man to show up so soon. Just then, from inside the house, his grandfather's earth-shattering roar erupted. "What on earth are you talking about?" Before Do-jun could grasp what was happening, he heard his mother's trembling but firm voice responding, "I have never had any ambition for company shares, and neither does Do-jun's father. We will continue to stand by that in the future." "What?" his grandfather growled. Terrified, Do-jun's mother kept her head down, not daring to look him in the eye. But she summoned all her courage to continue. "I understand you want to raise Do-jun well, to take over the company one day, but he's only 10 years old. I want him to have the right to decide his own life when he grows up." Grandfather's rage flared up violently. "Do you even realize what holding Sunyang shares means? It means I have finally accepted your family as my official heirs, and you dare throw away this final chance?" The mother collapsed to her knees, sobbing and pleading. "I'm sorry, Father. My husband and I, we just want to live a peaceful life and let our children do the things that they truly want to do." The blood rushed to his head, leaving grandfather choked up and unable to say a word. Right as the tension hit its breaking point, Do-jun walked in and called out, "Grandfather!" The boy marched in confidently and calmly stood right in front of the old man. Grandfather's attitude flipped in a heartbeat. "Oh, there's my special little pup." He happily hoisted Do-jun into the air and asked warmly, "Are you back from school already?" Do-jun was surprised to be lifted up like that, thinking to himself, the old man still got some serious strength. From up high, he looked down at his mother kneeling on the floor. She had always been gentle and submissive, never daring to say a word against her father-in-law. Yet today, for the sake of his future, she had found the courage to fight back. Do-jun felt a wave of inexplicable emotion wash over him. "Grandfather, are you angry?" Do-jun asked with an innocent face. "No, why would I be angry at you?" Grandfather denied, though his voice still had a bit of an edge to it. "It's just that your voice was so loud. I just thought," Do-jun mumbled. Seeing this, his mother quickly jumped in to explain. "He's not angry, Do-jun. Grandfather was just having a discussion with me." Do-jun thought to himself, "Do these people really think I'm just some clueless kid?" But on the outside, he kept playing the part perfectly. "Please don't fight over me anymore. I'm not going to grow up and just do what Mom wants." His sudden words left both grandfather and his mother stunned. A hush fell over the room. After hearing that, grandfather immediately looked visibly annoyed. But Do-jun secretly smirked, feeling satisfied. Well, now a man who's not afraid of anything, like he is, actually gets salty over a comment like that. Seizing the moment, Do-jun made a bold declaration. "I'm going to grow up and become the chairman of a massive conglomerate." "Just like you, grandfather." Grandfather froze in place for several seconds. Then, all of a sudden, he burst into a loud laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The hearty laughter echoed throughout the room. His smile was so wide it practically reached his ears. "Ha ha! As expected of my own flesh and blood. The old saying never fails. The grandson still inherits the full spirit of the lineage." Only the mother of Do-jun was shell-shocked to hear her son say that. At this moment, grandfather turned to look at her, his gaze having softened slightly. "Well, what do you think, daughter-in-law? There's no point in denying it now. Do-jun said it himself, he wants to be a businessman." The mother's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Then her nose began to sting and her eyes welled up with tears. She bowed her head slightly, her voice shaking with emotion. "Father, let me go refill a hot cup of tea for you." With that, she hurried toward the kitchen to hide her feelings. "Yes, fine. Do-jun, come into the room." Grandfather gestured. "I have something important to discuss with my grandson." Do-jun watched his mother's retreating back and pondered. Why did Mom suddenly get so emotional? She looked like she was about to cry. Could it be because he called her daughter-in-law? Perhaps this was one of those rare times. Grandfather actually acknowledged her status, instead of using those distant titles. While his mother was busy in the kitchen, the two of them entered Do-jun's private room. As soon as the door closed, Grandfather got straight to the point. "Do-jun, do you remember what I told you a few days ago?" "Huh? About what, Grandfather?" The boy feigned ignorance. "The thing about the three friends. The three powerful friends, remember?" Grandfather smiled meaningfully. "Ah, I remember now," Do-jun replied, but internally he was scoffing. "How could I possibly forget? The reason he came here today was exactly for this." Grandfather lowered his voice, saying that to gain favor, he had sent gifts, essentially slush funds, to them, just as his grandson had suggested. Do-jun analyzed the situation silently. He didn't expect the man to act this fast, to think he'd move based on just a few casual words, to think he'd dip into his slush funds to make an investment. His decisiveness is actually terrifying. Grandfather continued thoughtfully, "But the situation today has changed. Those three no longer want to live in peace. They've started bickering. Number 2 and number 3 have joined forces, teaming up to take down number 1, that's why. I'm now forced to choose just one, side to back." Do-jun politely interrupted, steering the conversation his way with a naive metaphor. "But Grandfather, the three people you mentioned all want to be president, right? It's like picking a class president in my grade." "Exactly, they are fighting to be the class president." The boy blinked and asked, "So if number 2 and number 3 team up and win, will they take turns being president and vice president?" Grandfather shook his head. "No, my boy. A country can't have two kings. There can only be one class president." Do-jun pretended to think hard, then blurted out, "If there's no vice president position, why would number 3 still bother helping number 2? That's so weird, because between the two of them, only one person gets to be the boss." The child's words made Grandfather freeze. He pressed further. "Are you saying they shouldn't cooperate?" Do-jun replied nonchalantly. "If there's nothing in it for them, why on earth would number 3 help number 2? Even the kids ranked 10th or 20th in class wouldn't work for free, let alone someone who wants to be number 1. There's no way number 3 is helping out, period, unless there's a massive payoff." Chairman Jin stood there stunned, like he'd just been struck by a bolt of lightning. He muttered, "So an alliance between number 2 and number 3 is impossible." Do-jun, with the memories of his past life, knew all too well that the alliance was just for show. Those two weren't actually in the same boat at all. But he didn't need to spill the beans about the future. He only needed to plant a seed of doubt in his grandfather's mind from the simplest perspective. That was enough. With the old man's own prowess, Chairman Jin will figure it all out on his own. Chairman Jin began crunching the numbers in his head. Even the Sunyang executives and seasoned political advisors didn't suspect a thing about this handshake. Only this child, Do-jun, was the only one who saw how absurd it was. He might not understand politics, but he saw straight through the core of human greed and ambition. Looking at the young grandson before him, Grandfather couldn't hide his admiration. He reached out to pat Do-jun's head, praising him to the skies. "How is my grandson so incredibly bright? What exactly is going on inside that little head?" Do-jun responded with the perfectly innocent, "Who, me?" smile. As expected, Grandfather had completely bought into his judgment. Scene change, a luxury car, cruised smoothly down the highway. Do-jun sat alone in the back seat, staring blankly out of the window. He recalled the conversation with his parents yesterday. They were absolutely stunned when he insisted on going to Gimjae City. When his mom asked why, Do-jun made up an excuse. That sounded like a typical model student. "The textbook says it's the only place in our country where the horizon meets the land, so I want to see it for myself." The reason seemed plausible for a studious kid, but in reality, Do-jun's goal carried a profound sadness. He didn't go there to look at the horizon. He went to confirm something that was eating at his heart. At this point in time, how was his past life self? Hyun-woo and that poor family of his doing? Do-jun stopped in front of the familiar gate, his heart surging with emotion. This is it. I finally found my home. But at that very moment, hesitation began to creep into his mind. If I run into my parents, what on earth do I say? What if I accidentally blur out Mom and Dad? While Do-jun was lost in his anxious thoughts, He caught a glimpse of a cherished sight through the window pane. His father and mother were hanging up laundry together. Happy smiles lit up their faces. That simple scene made Do-jun's nose tingle. Tears welled up, ready to spill over. Involuntarily, he whispered, "Dad, Mom." So both Dad and Mom were still here, safe and sound. Suddenly, the iron gate let out a dry, rusty screech. The door swung open. His mother from his previous life stepped out. She saw a strange young boy standing there hesitantly. She asked kindly, "Hey, kiddo, what's the matter?" Do-jun had to bite his lip to stifle a sob. The mother he missed day and night was standing right in front of him. But she looked at him like he was a total stranger. Just then, the father also walked out and asked his wife anxiously, "Is everything okay, honey?" His mother turned back and said, "There's a little boy crying in front of our house." The father, with his usual gentle and honest demeanor, leaned down to ask Do-jun, "Is that so? Did you lose your way home, little one?" Do-jun quickly wiped his tears and replied, "No, sir. I'm looking for a friend's house." "A friend?" The father was surprised. "Yes, Hyun-woo." Hearing that name, the couple looked at each other confused. "Hyun-woo? I don't think there's any kid named Hyun-woo in this neighborhood." The father wondered aloud. The mother thought for a moment and then said, "Maybe I should ask Hyun-ji if she has a friend named Hyun-woo at school." Do-jun froze, his heart pounding in shock. "Hyun-ji? No way!" He hurriedly pressed, "Ma'am, sir." "Who is Hyun-ji?" The mother replied naturally, "Hyun-ji is our daughter." A cold shiver ran down Do-jun's spine. In his previous life's memories, his family never had anyone named Hyun-ji, and even more terrifyingly, his parents had absolutely no idea that Hyun-woo even existed. Could it be that the person named Hyun-woo had been completely wiped from this world? Scene change. Back to the imposing office of Chairman Jin Young-keol. On the desk lay the latest newspaper reporting on the new president of the Republic of Korea. Chairman Jin sat in deep thought, his eyes glued to this massive headline. Sure enough, his grandson Do-jun had hit the bullseye. A few months ago, when the current government threw in the towel, a string of chaebol groups rushed to suck up to the two Kims, Kim Young-sam and Kim Dae-jung. Nobody doubted their chances of winning. But luckily, he had listened to Do-jun and gave the biggest gift to the ruling party, while only sending the two Kims some chump change, just for show. Chairman Jin broke into a smug grin. Who would have thought a child's vision could help the conglomerate protect its status in such a spectacular fashion? In his private room, Do-jun was also placing the exact same newspaper on his desk. Up until now, the flow of history was playing out exactly as he remembered it. However, the appearance of the girl named Hyun-ji replacing Hyun-woo had sounded an alarm bell. It meant that the future was no longer set in stone. It could shift without any warning. Perhaps the butterfly effect had already begun. From the moment Chairman Jin started believing in his words, Do-jun calculated grimly. A changing future meant his weapon of foresight would slowly lose its edge. He had to move fast. Between now and when he turned 20, he had to amass a massive war chest to take over the Sun Yang group. Because in 15 years, Chairman Jin Young-chul would fall gravely ill, left to wait for death in a hospital bed. Before that time came, Do-jun had to grab as many shares as possible to pass on to his father. This would be the spark to ignite the war between his father and the eldest uncle, Jin Young-ki. And most importantly of all, the horrific traffic accident scheduled for the year he turned 20. He had to prevent Jin's death. Do-jun, in his past life, back when he was Hyun-woo, the Jin family's fixer, remembered that his current family members had all perished in that accident. Ironically, though, since the family had been shunned and forgotten back then, he never bothered to look into the details. Now that oversight filled him with immense regret. The immediate game plan was to somehow dodge that fated death. He wondered if he intervened to help Jin Young-keol live just a bit longer, whether the future would shift for the better. He was deep in thought while getting dressed. A knock on the door snapped him out of it. It was Do-jun's mother in this life. She smiled warmly. "It's time to go, sweetie." Do-jun flashed a well-behaved smile. "Yes, mother." He realized that no matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't solve all the mysteries just yet, except for the fact that every day he was living under heavy surveillance at the Sunyang Group's skyscraper. His grandfather's face was glowing with the usual affection. "Oh, is Grandpa's puppy here?" Do-jun immediately rushed toward Young-chul, hugging him tight and pretending to cheer with joy. "Grandpa!" But deep down he was cursing. Practicing. This fake good boy act never gets any easier. But what choice did he have? To survive, he had to play the part with this old, sly fox. Grandfather waved him over, his tone unusually cheerful. "Come here, boy, have a seat." Do-jun obediently sat in the opposite chair. He glanced around. It was just the two of them in the vast, luxurious room. No secretaries, no handlers. He must want to talk in private, Do-jun thought, and it made sense. Grandpa had been restless all morning, but as soon as the election results came in, he was over the moon. Because the political gamble had been a massive win, a gentle, kind smile appeared on Grandfather's face, a rare sight for the Iron Chairman. Do-jun played dumb and asked, "Grandpa, why are you so happy today?" Grandfather snapped out of it. Seeming to emerge from his triumphant train of thought, the president's voice was still ringing in his head from their phone call. "I will never forget Chairman Jin's favor. Thank you so much." Grandfather looked at his little grandson with a satisfied grin. "Just seeing you visit makes me happy. I'll treat you to some delicious food, and any toys you want." Do-jun blinked, feigning surprise. "Wait, you already know my test scores?" Seeing the blank look on Grandfather's face, Do-jun knew full well that he had completely forgotten the promise of a gift for high grades. His mind had been totally consumed by the political deal that Do-jun had suggested, the very thing that would keep Sun-young strong for the next 5 years. Even so, he kept playing the role of the golden child. "Yes, I got a perfect score in every subject." "What?" Grandfather asked, taken aback. "Really? A straight-A student?" "Yes, in my whole class." "I'm the only one who aced everything," Do-jun replied proudly. This time, Grandfather burst out laughing, but then looked regretful. "Man, what should we do? It's already so late." "I won't have time to go buy that horse. I promised you." Do-jun smirked to himself. Who cares about some basic horse? He had to use this horse to score something much bigger. He acted understanding. "It's okay, Grandpa. I don't even know how to ride yet anyway. I'll learn during the winter break and then you can buy it for me then." "But Grandpa, if it wasn't about the horse, why did you call me here?" Grandfather looked at Do-jun with eyes sparkling with satisfaction, because thanks to Do-jun, his company was about to become much more powerful, and you're going to make a killing. Seizing the moment, Do-jun made his move. "So you can buy me something even pricier than a horse, right?" Grandfather stroked his chin in thought. "Of course, it has to be something bigger and better than a horse. Let's see, I was going to give you a real horse. But what should I change it to now?" Do-jun quickly put on a worried face to lead the conversation. "Grandpa, if I have a horse, it would have to stay at your ranch on Jeju Island." "Right? But that's too far. I can't fly to Jeju Island every single day. Just to go riding?" Grandfather nodded. "Yeah, you've got a point. So what should we do?" Right then, a knock sounded at the door. A team of servers pushed in carts overflowing with food toward the banquet table, laying out all sorts of exquisite delicacies, enough to feed an entire village. Classic ultra-rich style. "All right, let's eat while we think." Grandfather waved his hand. Do-jun politely replied, "Thank you, Grandpa." As they began their meal, an idea suddenly struck Grandfather. "How about I buy you your own ranch? That way you can go riding every day." "How's that sound, Do-jun?" "Really, Grandpa?" he asked innocently, but inside he was screaming, "Bingo! This is exactly what I've been waiting for." Grandfather confirmed, "I'll give you a proper ranch in writing, official black and white. You can go there whenever you like." Do-jun acted out pure ecstasy. He cheered, "Wow! Thank you so much, Grandpa." Then he ran over and jumped into his grandfather's arms. He knew well that for people this rich, spending a little on land was nothing when they were in a good mood. But for him, this was the most crucial moment to lay the foundation for his future. Do-jun looked up and asked, "But where is that ranch, Grandpa?" Grandfather replied, "Not far north of Seoul. There's an area called Bundang. There's already a stock farm there. I'll buy out that whole area for you." Do-jun froze. No, that wasn't the location he wanted. He needed somewhere else. A place with infinite future potential. Seeing his grandson's slumped face, Grandfather asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Do-jun hesitated, offering his prepared excuse. "I do, but our house is in Gangnam. Going all the way north is too far." Grandfather burst out laughing and shook his head. "Man, you sure are being picky, aren't you? But south of Seoul, around Gangnam, there aren't any ranches." Do-jun chimed in quickly, his eyes lighting up with meaning. "If you build it, it'll be there, Grandpa." Grandfather, a seasoned veteran who spent his whole life in the business world, was caught off guard by that innocent, yet incredibly bold statement. "What, build it from scratch?" He threw his head back and let out a long, hearty laugh. His laughter echoed throughout the entire room. Do-jun stared blankly at the old man, cracking up, thinking, what on earth? Why is he suddenly laughing like crazy? Did I say something wrong, or did he catch on to something? Grandfather slowly began to speak. Out of the 48 subsidiaries currently under Sun-yang Group, today, only 18 were built by my own hands. The rest are all businesses I acquired and merged. Hearing this, Jun didn't quite grasp the deep underlying message at first. Grandfather continued his lecture. Most of the companies I started myself were during the group's early startup phase. My point is, only when you lay the very first bricks yourself will you truly form a bond with the company like it's your own flesh and blood. That's where the burning desire comes from, to nurture it and make it grow. Jun was stunned. Could this old fox have interpreted his naive, if you build it, it'll be there? Go, you build it, and it's yours, through such a deep philosophical lens? Surprisingly, Grandfather seemed extremely impressed. He placed a hand on Jun's shoulder with great care and trust. I'm very pleased with your mindset of building things into existence. Very well. These are your first steps, Jun. I will personally back you up. Jun played along on the outside, but his brain was still lagging, trying to process the situation. Is it possible? Is he actually going to handhold me through the business world? Just like that? He thought to himself. Is anyone out there? Grandfather suddenly called out in an authoritative voice. Immediately, he ordered the staff to bring in a map of the Seoul and Gyeonggi areas. Inside, Jun was secretly hyped. Bringing out a map meant he was about to be rewarded with some prime real estate, right? Under the magnificent, expensive chandelier, the grandfather and grandson waited. A few minutes later, the map was spread wide across the dining table. Grandfather wanted to test just how sharp his grandson's instincts for people and opportunities really were. He handed Jun a brush and gave him the assignment. Go ahead and mark where you want to build your ranch. Jun held the brush, his mind racing at 100 miles an hour. Truthfully, he wanted to build dozens of ranches all over the country. If he could, secure areas where land prices were about to skyrocket. Within a year or two, he would hold a massive advantage in the future war for Sunyang shares. Seeing his grandson hesitate, Grandfather chimed in, choose carefully. You can't pick the expensive center of Seoul, and you should also avoid the urban areas in southern Gyeonggi province. After a moment of cold calculation, Jun decisively marked a spot on the map and called it. Right here. Grandfather narrowed his eyes at the location and asked, this place is pretty far from your house, though. Jun kept up the innocent kid act. Oh, really? Despite his doubts, Grandfather turned and gave an order to his subordinate. Go check out the current status of this plot of land. I want a full report on everything going on there. The employee quickly bowed in acknowledgement, folded the map, and left the room. Watching the man walk away, Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The old man hadn't grilled him about why he had chosen that particular plot of land. Silence returned to the room. The grandfather and grandson continued their meal. Jun tried his best to act like a polite, well-behaved kid to win him over. Grandfather sipped his premium tea and asked, how's school going for you? Have you made many friends? Though the yes sirs flowed smoothly from his mouth, in reality, Jun didn't have a single friend. With the soul of a 40-year-old man, how could he possibly hang out with a bunch of little rugrats with runny noses? Just then, a knock came at the door. The subordinate from earlier returned with the map in hand. What's the verdict? Grandfather asked as soon as the man bowed. The subordinate reported respectfully, Chairman, this area is part of the Southern Greenbelt. Development in the Greenbelt is currently strictly restricted. It's just countryside filled with cucumbers and melons. The transportation infrastructure is terrible. It's a nightmare to get in or out. Furthermore, the residents there are mostly low income. Experts estimate that the development potential of this area is extremely low, sir. Grandfather went into a pensive mood after hearing the report. He muttered, well, we can still build a ranch there. That's what he said, but his eyes flickered with deep, calculated schemes. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the wooden table. The steady, heavy thumping put so much pressure on the room that Jun, sitting right beside him, began to break into a cold sweat. Finally, the tapping stopped. He had likely finished his cost-benefit analysis. He turned and gave a sharp order to his subordinate. Find out exactly how much land we can buy up over there. Buy up every plot that's 165,000 square meters, about 50,000 pyong, or larger for me. The subordinate quickly took the order and withdrew. Hearing that number, Jun rejoiced internally. Right now, only one word was echoing in his head, jackpot. But when it was just the two of them again, Grandfather turned to his grandson and spoke gently. Grandson, that land you chose, it's still just an underdeveloped piece of land, with hardly any value. If it were me, I would never buy it. Jun feigned curiosity. Why is that, Grandpa? Because it will take a very long time for this land, a very long time to increase in value. Who knows, it might only go up after I'm long gone. So for me, there's no profit in buying it. But you are different. Yes, why am I different? Grandfather explained patiently. because in 20 or 30 years, this land could become an extremely expensive and valuable place. You still have plenty of time to wait and witness that transformation. So just think of it as a little nest egg. Consider it a gift from me. Do-jun nodded vigorously like a woodpecker. Yes, Grandpa, I'll take your words to heart. While his mouth uttered sweet, filial words, Do-jun was inwardly gloating with triumph. Hold this land for 20 or 30 years? No way. He thought to himself, in just 2 years, this place will be developed into the new Bundong district. By then, I'll be sitting on over 165,000 square meters of prime real estate, right in the heart of the new city. At the thought of that future, Do-jun couldn't hide his excitement, eating while savoring a victory that was already in the bag. Inside Chairman Jin's office, tense atmosphere took hold. Sitting regally in his expensive executive chair, Jin looked down at his 2 children standing timidly before him. So you're saying you want me to help with the Jongno election? He asked, his tone dripping with scrutiny. His daughter, Seo-yoon, spoke up quickly. Even though it's his first time running, if my husband secures a high-ranking position, it will be a huge plus for you and the group, father. However, her expectations were met with a look of pure contempt from the chairman. He declared coldly, the congressman currently holding the Jongno seat is already under my thumb. If I snap my fingers, he'd come running even in the middle of the night. So just be happy with the Suwon seat. There are plenty of power plants and contractors, therefore. Sun-young doesn't need to spend a single cent on bribes, and you'd still easily win the election. Seo-yoon heard this and had the guts to talk back. Are you being stingy about investing in my husband, father? The chairman's anger flared up. Insolent! I've already paved the way for him to become the director of the prosecutor's office. It was your husband who was the one saying he didn't want to be a congressman. In the first place, his son-in-law Choi could only hang his head and mumble, I'm sorry, father. Seeing her husband getting scolded, Seo-yoon quickly defended him with a sharp tone. Is my husband not worthy? His family background is second to none in Korea, father. Even without the Sun-yang Group label, he is more than capable of winning the election. He would always be the top priority for any political party. Hearing this, the chairman let out a sarcastic laugh. The laughter was like a knife cutting through his son-in-law's pride. The top clan of lawyers in Korea, that's rich? I was the one who used money and power to appoint Choi's father as the chief prosecutor. Even your current position as head of inspections was entirely set up by me. Do you all even know why? Seo-yoon fell silent, not daring to utter a single word. Jin continued, his words hitting like a slap in the face. I want your family to be loyal dogs, monitoring and protecting the Sun-yang Group. Got it? His face showed utter disdain for his son-in-law. Choi's face turned pale, bowing his head even lower. His hands were clenched into fists, but he didn't dare make a sound. He knew very well that with one phone call from his father-in-law, his entire clan would be kicked out of the legal industry instantly. Do I make myself clear, Choi? The chairman lowered his voice. Stop chasing pipe dreams. Just stay in your lane and eat what you're fed. Remember to pass my words on to your family. If you dare to get greedy again, you'll end up losing everything. Choi replied tremulously, Yes, father, I understand. Having finished with his son-in-law, Jin turned to his favorite daughter, Seo-yoon. You don't want to just be the owner of a shopping mall, as I have arranged, do you? Seo-yoon flinched, her face turning pale with shock. Could it be that father has already figured it out? Her ambition. I know you intended to push your husband into politics to gain power, then come back to take down your brothers and seize. Sun-yang, you're far too terrified by your father's intuition. She quickly bowed her head. Father, please forgive me just this once. Just be content with what you have. If the shopping mall's revenue drops, even by a fraction, I will replace you immediately. Seo-yoon and her husband walked out dejectedly, carrying their utter humiliation with them. In a corner of the meeting room, Do-jun sat quietly, pretending he hadn't heard a thing, happily sipping from a milk carton. But in his mind, he was analyzing the situation. Seo-yoon and her husband's ambitions have been crushed again. They must be shaking in their boots, fearing they'll lose their inheritance. Well, I'll just leave this couple be for now. I'll deal with them later. As soon as the door closed, Chairman Jin's attitude did a complete 180. He turned to look at his young grandson, his voice suddenly becoming surprisingly gentle. My dear Do-jun, have you been bored sitting here all this time? Do-jun looked up with clear eyes, feigning innocence. No, Grandpa, I was just reading my book. Is that so? That's a great habit. Remember, always bring a book with you wherever you go. His grandfather nodded in satisfaction, then handed him a thick envelope. Take this, my boy. Do-jun looked puzzled. What is this, Grandpa? His grandfather smiled kindly. Inside were the land deeds for the area Do-jun wanted. The total area is 265,000 square meters. Do-jun was slightly confused for a moment. Initially, he had only asked for 165,000 square meters. Why were there an extra 100,000 square meters now? He quickly asked his grandfather for clarification. His grandfather burst out laughing. "Look at you! You remembered the exact number?" Do-jun felt a secret sense of pride. He had carefully calculated his response to score points. In business, mastering the numbers is of paramount importance. As expected, his grandfather was very pleased. That area's land is so fragmented with countless owners. Nobody would sell just 165,000 square meters, so I bought an extra 100,000 square meters to round it up. Consider it a gift. Do-jun was secretly thrilled. Amazing. Out of nowhere, he had another 100,000 square meters of land. He quickly crunched the numbers. With the current pace of urban planning, in just about 2 to 3 years, the compensation for these 265,000 square meters would skyrocket to about 16 billion won. His grandfather asked, "Do you like it?" Do-jun didn't need to think twice. He immediately replied, "Yes, I love it." And why wouldn't he? Right now, an apartment at the Unma complex only costs around 75 million won. With the massive windfall coming his way, he could easily snatch up 200 units. Thinking of his bright future, Do-jun rushed over to hug his grandfather, playing the charmer. "Thank you so much, Grandpa." In his grandfather's arms, Do-jun flashed a sly grin. He thought to himself, since he just gifted me a fortune of 16 billion won, I might as well play the part of the adorable grandson to the fullest, right? 1988 was indeed a special milestone. The Constitution of the Republic of Korea officially took effect, ushering in an era where the president was elected directly by the people. In that same year, the president issued the July 7th Declaration, outlining policies for inter-Korean cooperation and promoting North Korea-U.S. relations. After 38 long years, the local autonomy system was reactivated, leading to the return of state audits after a 16-year absence. Even though the exchange rate hit 601 to the USD and the economy entered the three lows era, low interest rates, low oil prices, and a low dollar, people still flooded into Seoul in droves, causing property prices in the capital to go through the roof in a desperate attempt to curb the real estate fever. The government announced a plan to build 2,000 homes. Despite massive projects in Sanbon, Yeongdong, and Pyeongchon being loudly publicized, the thirst for housing showed no signs of cooling down. Then 1989 finally arrived. The locations for the new urban areas were finally determined. Seongnam City, Bundang District, and Ilsan District. In the chairman's office, Jin Yang-cheol held the announcement of the first new urban development plan in his hands. He burst into a delighted laugh mixed with sheer amazement. The chairman turned to Secretary Lee. "Do you know where the land I gave to Do-jun is located?" "Yes, I do, sir," Secretary Lee replied. Chairman Jin pointed to the development site on the map, his voice full of excitement. "Look at this! Isn't this exactly the place that was just chosen as the new urban area?" Secretary Lee was stunned. Could it be? That's right. The land the boy chose has increased in value hundreds of times over in just 1 year. The chairman laughed out loud, unable to hide his admiration. But do you know what the most interesting part is? Initially, I brushed it off and had no intention of buying land there. But it was that boy who insisted on choosing this area, no matter what. After speaking, he laughed so hard his voice filled the room, clearly impressed. After a moment, he spoke seriously with instructions. If later on Do-jun grows up to be a talented man, keep an eye on him and take care of him. Because if I split the Sunyang group into 3 or 4 parts for my children, they will just tear each other apart and snatch everything. I have to stop that from happening. And perhaps Do-jun will be the wild card. Secretary Lee bowed respectfully. "I will keep your words in mind, Chairman." Jin looked at the map again, his triumphant laughter still echoing. That night, in his private room, Do-jun held his savings book in his hand, unable to stop grinning from ear to ear. He stared at the current balance, 14 billion won. Do-jun did some quick math in his head. First, I'll sell 189,000 square meters of land. I'll keep 66,000 square meters and wait for the price to rise further before deciding. That means the total assets I have right now are estimated to be around 20 billion won. Remembering his grandfather's words that he had full authority over the funds. With the money he had earned, Do-jun was over the moon. He even thought to himself that at this rate, the value of that land in 35 years could reach 100 billion won. While he was lost in his dreams of wealth, a knock on the door rang out, pulling him back to reality. Do-jun's parents walked in looking quite serious. Do-jun, your father and I would like to have a word with you. Do-jun quickly hid his excitement and politely replied, "Yes, mother." The two sat across from their son. His mother asked gently but seriously, "What do you plan to do with all that money?" Do-jun answered calmly, using the most credible shield to deflect the question. "Grandpa told me that I should put it in a savings account first." His parents looked at each other and smiled in relief. Do-jun understood that they were just worried, seeing a child holding such a massive amount of cash. "Don't you want to buy anything for yourself?" His mother followed up. "No, not really. Everything I need you've already bought for me," he answered obediently. But then a thought crossed his mind, and Do-jun blurted out a question of his own. "Was there something you both wanted to buy with this money?" This left his parents stunned, as if they'd been hit by a bolt of lightning. They looked at their son, their eyes full of visible awkwardness. Suddenly his father stood up abruptly, his face darkening. Without saying a word, he turned and walked straight out. Do-jun watched his father's retreating back in confusion, not understanding what he had said wrong to cause such a harsh reaction. In the room, only the sound of his mother's sigh remained. She took Do-jun's small hand in hers. "Your father was just very surprised. We'll talk about this later, okay?" Do-jun could only mumble, "Yes, mother." She also stood up and quietly left the room. Outside in the yard, the wife found her husband standing pensively in the dark. "He's just a child. He's innocent and only meant well." "Don't take it too hard," she comforted him softly. The husband remained silent for a long time before speaking, his voice rasping. "It's not that I'm mad at him. I'm just ashamed of myself." When Do-jun asked that, my heart skipped a beat. For a split second, I thought, this is my chance. As a father, the fact that I actually coveted my own son's savings, I feel absolutely pathetic. Hearing this, his wife gave a gentle smile and took her husband's hand. "It's only because it's such a huge amount of money, honey." To be honest, I felt the same way. I kept thinking that with that kind of cash, our whole family could move abroad and escape this struggle. The husband looked at his wife, and they both shared a relieved laugh. They leaned on each other, sharing the burden that poor parents feel when faced with the temptation of wealth. Do-jun, hiding behind the door, had heard the entire conversation. He thought to himself, so that's what it was. The love and dignity they held for their children was truly immense. A while later, Do-jun walked up to his father, who was reading the paper on the sofa. "I'm sorry, Dad," he mumbled. The father looked up in surprise. "Why are you sorry? I'm not mad at you. I was just a little caught off guard. Anyway, what do you want to be when you grow up?" Do-jun looked his father straight in the eye and answered firmly, "I want to do what I want." "What you want, like what?" "Specifically, what is it?" the father asked, curiously. "I want to be the owner of a conglomerate, even more powerful than Grandpa's." Hearing Do-jun's answer, Yoon-ki couldn't help but crack up. A snort escaped him, and it quickly turned into a full-blown belly laugh, as if he had just heard the funniest story in the entire world. Do-jun watched his father calmly. He understood why he was laughing. Sunyang was already the #1 empire in Korea, an unsurpassable peak. The fact that a little kid was claiming he'd build something even grander than Sunyang sounded like nothing more than a fairy tale. When the laughter finally died down, Yoon-ki looked at his son. His eyes still lingered with a trace of joy. "Do-jun's dream is really massive, isn't it?" Do-jun immediately seized the opportunity. "That's why I really need your help, Dad." The smile on Yoon-ki's lips slowly faded, replaced instead by a pensive look. He sighed. "I don't think I can help you with anything. I've told you before, I don't have the slightest interest in the business of the family clan. Even though I supposedly went abroad to study business, my heart actually belongs to cinema." "Yes, I know that." Do-jun quickly interrupted with sparkling eyes. "But you studied business in the UK, so you must have some very talented classmates, right?" Yoon-ki stood frozen. He looked at his 10-year-old son in front of him in disbelief. It felt like the person he was talking to wasn't a child, but a partner headhunting for talent. At the same time, at Sunyang Group headquarters, a tense atmosphere filled the office. The vice chairman, Do-jun's eldest uncle. "What? That kid received 14 billion in land compensation? And if he sells the rest, he'll pocket another 10 billion? The uncle roared, his face flushed as his blood boiled. The uncle's son, who was lounging on the sofa, heard this and blurted out, "Wow, I'm so jealous of Do-jun. With that kind of money. If he puts it in the bank for interest, he'd make 2 billion won every year. Doing the math, every month. He could straight up buy 20 apartments in Gangnam. Damn." The uncle slammed the table with a thunderous bang and turned to bark straight at his son's face. "That's not the point, you idiot!" The son flinched, pulling his neck back in silence. The uncle's teeth ground together, his voice hissing out every word. Your grandfather isn't someone who easily throws money out the window. Yet, he took the initiative to build a farm for that kid, even transferred all ownership to his name, and spent a fortune to handle everything smoothly. That's the core issue. He's playing favorites. Hearing this, the son began to break out in a cold sweat, vaguely, realizing the severity of the situation. The uncle still hadn't cooled off. He continued to nag, "Look at yourself. Has he ever given you a piece of land, or even a single savings book? No, because he doesn't think you're worthy. Yet here you are, calculating a few bucks of interest. How petty is that? Absolutely pathetic." After shouting, the uncle leaned back in his chair, exhausted. His eyes were filled with calculating looks. A moment later, he gave orders to his subordinates. From now on, keep a close eye on every move of Yoonki's family. A few days later at Dojun's house, Yoonki brought home a strange man and introduced him to his son. "Dojun, this is my old classmate from back in the UK. The man smiled. He had a confident and free-spirited aura. "Hello there, my name is Oh Se-hyun." After the greetings, Oh Se-hyun asked to speak privately with Dojun. Though a bit surprised, Yoonki respected his friend's wish and left the two of them alone. Dojun observed him quietly, still unable to believe that his father knew such a high-profile figure, such a notorious investment shark of the future. "Yes? I heard from your dad that you want to be a businessman?" "That's right," Dojun replied with full confidence. Oh Se-hyun raised an eyebrow. "Like your grandfather?" "No," Dojun answered calmly. "I want to run a conglomerate, even bigger than my grandfather's." Oh Se-hyun burst out laughing with delight. "In this country of South Korea, Sunyang is already #1, yet you want something bigger? Well, you certainly have massive ambition." "That's not ambition, it's a dream," Dojun corrected him. His attitude remained unusually composed. "Ambition like your grandfather's, and a romantic dream like your dad's?" Oh Se-hyun nodded in appraisal. Dojun stopped beating around the bush and asked back, "You're also the CEO of a big company, right?" "Yeah, a very big company," Oh Se-hyun replied. "But I'm a bit different from your grandfather. My job is to help the rich get even richer. So you must meet a lot of wealthy people, right? Can you help my money grow even more?" Dojun cut straight to the chase. "Look, kid," Oh Se-hyun was surprised by the child's boldness. "Hey, kid, I'm only here talking to you as a favor to your father. You can't exactly be my client." "Why not?" "Because my clients are all ultra-rich. A child's pocket money is not part of my investment portfolio." Dojun looked Oh Se-hyun straight in the eye. His voice turned serious, without a trace of childishness left. "Hasn't my father told you yet? About the money I have?" Oh Se-hyun froze. "I have 14 billion won in cash sitting in my account. If I sell the remaining land, I'll have about 10 billion more. That's 24 billion won in total. With this amount, am I qualified to be your client now?" The room fell into dead silence. Oh Se-hyun was stunned, the smile on his lips stiffening. He was a financial expert. He understood the value of money perfectly. But the figure of 24 billion, one coming from the mouth of a 10-year-old, was beyond any imagination. In his previous life, it wasn't rare for chaebol heirs to hold massive assets. But that was the future. Right now in the 80s, a child holding that much liquid cash was one of a kind. 24 billion won at this time would be worth hundreds of billions, even trillions. 30 years later, time ticked away, every heavy second putting invisible pressure on Oh Se-hyun. He muttered to himself, seemingly still unable to digest the information he had just received. Seeing this, Dojun added a firm confirmation. "Yes, you didn't mishear me. Within this year, I'll have over 10 billion more." Only then did Oh Se-hyun snap out of it. He took a deep breath and looked at Dojun with a completely different gaze, the kind of look reserved for an equal partner. "All right, with that kind of money, we can talk." Dojun handed a notebook over to Oh Se-hyun. "This is my personal investment plan." Oh Se-hyun hesitated for a beat out of surprise. He took the notebook and flipped through the pages. The first page had his eyes glued to the paper, shaking him with astonishment. He turned to the second page, the third, the fourth, then the fifth. Beads of sweat began to pour from his forehead. Every number, every line of text Dojun wrote was so sharp. It felt like Oh Se-hyun was being checkmated, leaving him speechless and dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Dojun maintained an innocent face, casually sipping on a carton of banana milk, thinking to himself, "I wonder how Representative Oh Se-hyun will react after seeing this plan." He just calmly watched every shifting expression on the man's face. Oh Se-hyun closed the notebook with great respect, then looked up and asked Dojun, "How could you possibly know these things at your age?" Dojun smiled. "I'm actually quite smart." Unlike this childish exterior, but Oh Se-hyun was still skeptical and shook his head vigorously. "No way, not to this extent. I don't believe the content in this notebook was written by a 12-year-old kid. Maybe someone else drafted it for you?" Even a business major from a prestigious S-tier university might not be able to come up with these strategies. Dojun flashed a knowing smile and gave a sharp retort. An S-tier university student isn't the grandson of a conglomerate chairman, and they don't dare to dream as big as I do. For the past 3 years, I've gone to my grandfather's house every week. I even follow him everywhere during summer break, trying to listen and understand everything he says. Only then did everything click for Oh Se-hyun. The boy is trying to grasp Chairman Jin's entire mindset. What is it? For sure, this plan is heavily influenced by the chairman. If he's just mirroring the vision of that old fox. Jin Yangchul then. Thinking this, he pressed for an answer. You were influenced by Chairman Jin, weren't you? Hearing that question, Dojun knew he had made the right move. Even for a genius, grand-scale plan like this couldn't possibly come from a 12-year-old. In times like these, his grandfather's shield was the perfect excuse. He wore a mysterious smile. Having achieved his goal, he played dumb and confirmed, I'm always by my grandfather's side, so he tells me a lot of important things. After the talk, Oh Se-hyun prepared to leave. At the door, Dojun's father noticed his friend's pensive look and asked, What's up? You look pretty serious. Oh Se-hyun shot back with a question. Why didn't you tell me about the 14 billion? The father froze for a moment, then remembered. Huh? Oh, that? I was afraid you'd have a bias about the boy's money matters, so I didn't feel right mentioning it. The father laughed it off. Is it really that big of a deal? Even though Dojun is really good at school. Oh Se-hyun cut him off. No, it's not about school. The two men looked at each other for a moment. Nothing more was said. Suddenly, Oh Se-hyun turned away and muttered, Forget it, I need to think this over some more. I'm out. After saying that, the expert walked straight out the gate, leaving the father standing there totally clueless, wondering if Dojun really is a genius like he says. Meanwhile, Dojun was standing by the window looking down. When he saw his father look up at him, he quickly faked a silly smile and waved goodbye, looking at that goofy grin. Where on earth is this kid a genius? A few days later, one evening at Dojun's house, Oh Se-hyun sat opposite the boy. To confirm one last time, so you're saying, because I'm the first one to catch the insider info from my grandfather, I want you to execute this investment plan, right? Dojun gave a firm nod. Both fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Oh Se-hyun nodded. Makes sense. If this investment plan is based on the vision of Sunyang Group's chairman, then obviously its value far exceeds any ordinary plan. With that, the man stood up. Well then, these basic investment guides can go in the trash. They're no longer needed, Dojun thought to himself. To get this seasoned pro to listen to a kid, borrowing my grandfather's clout was definitely the move. Oh Se-hyun continued. By the end of this year, we can set up an investment firm in the U.S. You will hold 100% of the shares. The capital will stay in the U.S. until you want to withdraw it. Of course, you'll have to cover the company's operating costs out of your own funds. Dojun smiled with satisfaction. Just do it your way, that's fine with me. Oh, and there's one more thing I need a hand with. Oh Se-hyun felt a chill down his spine. Again? This time? How much more is this kid going to blow my mind? He looked at Dojun's gentle, harmless smile, feeling completely unsettled. Once they were done, Oh Se-hyun hurried to leave. As he walked down the stairs, he let out a long sigh. Dojun's father saw this and quickly asked, Why the heavy sigh? Did Dojun get into trouble again? Oh Se-hyun patted his friend's shoulder and exclaimed, I'm so damn jealous. You've raised one hell of a son. The father was still totally lost. Where did that come from? Oh Se-hyun leaned back on the sofa and explained, I just talked with him. Dojun agreed to invest the money. But he's only putting up 10 billion? The father asked in surprise. 10 billion? Wasn't it the full 14 billion? Then what does he plan to do with the other 4 billion? Oh Se-hyun sighed softly, then turned to the man, sitting across from him, Dojun's father. You said you wanted to start a film production company, right? Right? If that company is born, you would definitely be the #1 candidate for the CEO position. Dojun's father's eyes widened in surprise, but before he could ask anything, Oh Se-hyun smiled calmly and continued. Right now, the average production cost for a Korean film is only about 150 million won. With this capital of 4 billion won, you could produce at least 10 movies. Hearing that massive figure, Dojun's father began to feel lightheaded. Oh Se-hyun coolly explained further that this was all Dojun's calculation. If they brought in more outside investment, the number of films produced would multiply even further. His father would have total freedom to pursue his artistic vision. Concluding the story, Oh Se-hyun was full of praise. The boy is truly thoughtful. He knew that if he just gave you cash, you would refuse it, out of pride. That's why he thought of starting a film company. Now, even if you don't want to, you're pretty much forced to take over this company. The more he heard, the lower Dojun's father bowed his head, feeling both embarrassed and moved by his son's subtle and deep filial devotion. The two men sat across from each other, each lost in their own thoughts. At Chairman Jin's lavish mansion, the atmosphere had a completely different tone. Chairman Jin was intently reviewing a dossier, asking his secretary in a cold voice, "Who is this person?" "Sir, that is Oh Se-hyun, the representative of PowerShare Korea," the secretary replied respectfully. The chairman glanced at the resume. "Is this guy Hyunki's friend?" "Yes. He and your second son were classmates while studying abroad in the UK." After a brief pause, the secretary cautiously remarked, "But young Master Dojun is truly brilliant, isn't he?" Instead of just letting his money sit in a bank for low interest, like most other children, he thought to entrust the capital to an investment firm. Professional. Chairman Jin set the folder down on the table. "Go meet this guy and check him out. Who knows, he might just be a vulture trying to fleece Dojun for his money." The secretary quickly obeyed and withdrew. Left alone, Chairman Jin began to reflect on his youngest grandson. He thought the boy would just stay in his lane, but unexpectedly, he dared to dive into venture capital. But instead of worrying, he felt a surge of excitement. That ambition, never being satisfied with measly bank interest, was truly just like his own. August 1989. World history witnessed massive upheavals. Roughly 2 million people from the 3 Soviet Baltic states joined hands to form a human chain over 600 kilometers long, linking 3 capitals to demand independence and democracy. This event was known as the Baltic Way. Autumn of the same year, while the people of South Korea were joyfully celebrating a warm Chuseok. Together, across the globe, the Hungarian government opened its borders. A massive wave of people began to flee to the west in droves, signaling the domino effect collapse of the Eastern Bloc. While the whole world held its breath, watching those political shifts unfold, in New York, the global financial hub, Dojun was quietly building his own empire. He established the headquarters of his investment firm, holding a 98% stake. The remaining 2% belonged to Oh Se-hyun and his associates. November 3, 1989. Dojun and Oh Se-hyun arrived in the U.S., standing before a skyscraper, towering over the heart of Manhattan. Dojun stood frozen with emotion. He whispered, "This is my company." Oh Se-hyun stood beside him and shrugged. "This building looks a bit run down, doesn't it? I didn't want to waste money on appearances, so I just looked for a cheap rental space." But in Dojun's eyes at that moment, this place didn't look run down at all. It was radiating the brilliant aura of the future. Even in a high-end place like Manhattan, this building is just mid at best. But to him, it's the launch pad for a grand dream. A company named Fantasy Investment Miracle Funding. Oh Se-hyun once hated on this name, saying it sounded way too childish and delusional, but Dojun insisted on keeping it. He told himself he would use this exact spot to create some straight-up impossible miracles. The two of them stepped inside. While Se-hyun was still busy checking out the facilities, Dojun walked into the massive main office. He couldn't believe this was actually for real. "I'm going to raise a monster right here. A monster powerful enough to swallow the entire giant Sunyang group whole." While he was lost in thought, some noise broke out. A group of foreigners approached enthusiastically, shaking hands and greeting Se-hyun after a long time. After the small talk, Se-hyun suddenly shifted to a serious tone and directed everyone's attention toward Dojun. "Everyone, please meet our boss. This is Jin Dojun, the CEO of Fantasy Investment." Dojun was a bit stunned, while the staff stared wide-eyed at this young Asian kid. "These are the partners who will be working closely with you. I've already given them a brief intro about you," Se-hyun whispered to Dojun. The staff quickly straightened their clothes and bowed to greet him. In response to their shock, Dojun gave a calm smile and with full confidence introduced himself in a flow of fluent English. His accent was surprisingly perfect. The whole room went dead silent. Everyone's jaws dropped. "You know English too, Dojun?" Se-hyun asked, stuttering. "Yes, I just self-taught a bit sometimes," Dojun replied humbly. Se-hyun was sweating bullets, self-taught sometimes. This level is basically like a native speaker. But they had no clue that in his past life, Ayeon-yu, who is now Dojun, came from a bottom-tier university, so he had to grind 100 times harder than anyone else. Just to survive and climb the ranks in Sunyang Group, he had to hustle and study languages day and night. With his grit, his English was even better than those from prestigious Ivy League schools. That very expertise had now become his most lethal weapon. Dojun suddenly spoke up. "It might be a bit sudden to talk business the very first time we meet, but everyone, please help me do a deep dive into this company." "Manager." Oh Se-hyun's eyes widened in shock. Having no clue what this young boss was plotting, The whole office was in a stir. No one could guess what the kid's target was. Seeing this, Oh Se-hyun had to ask him straight out, even though his head was starting to spin. Which company exactly do you want to investigate, Do-jun? When Do-jun blurted out the name Ma'an Computer, which later became Dell, the employees nearby almost tripped over themselves. Everyone stood there frozen, unable to believe their ears. A computer company? But Do-jun kept that mysterious smile and confidently declared, "Yes, that will be the first place our company pours investment capital into." He began to speak eloquently, like a true expert. 12 years old Michael Dell already knew how to exploit middleman fees in stamp collection auctions and found a way to connect sellers and buyers directly, cutting out the middleman. From there, he started his business, diversifying and achieving massive success thanks to a direct marketing strategy focused on the future. He founded Ma'an Computer and turned it into a global computer empire. Listening to Do-jun's presentation, the entire company was left clueless for a moment. Even Oh Se-hyun, seasoned investor, was sweating bullets. "Do-jun, how do you know so much about Ma'an Computer?" Do-jun smiled, responding with an oddly mature tone. At 12 years old, he made $2,000 from selling stamps. By high school, he made a killing selling newspapers. That's just the DNA of Michael Dell. Oh Se-hyun was still skeptical. "Are you really going to invest a fortune just because you heard a few stories about his childhood startup days?" He didn't have a rich grandpa backing him like you do, but he was making his own bank back when he was your age. Isn't a genius like that worth a bet? Do-jun calmly shot back. The sharp, old soul response left Oh Se-hyun totally speechless. The whole office started buzzing with gossip. Finally, having no other choice, Oh Se-hyun gave the order to have the staff immediately gather all intel on Michael, Computer, and Michael Dell. The staff instantly scattered to get to work. While Do-jun smiled with satisfaction at the busy scene. A few days later, on the way to the meeting, Do-jun was still surprised to hear that Michael Dell wanted to meet at a burger joint. "Oh," Se-hyun sounded pessimistic. "The chances of us getting to invest in Michael Computer are slim to none." "Yeah, I know. Because they just scored a $30 million investment from someone else, right?" Do-jun replied nonchalantly. Oh Se-hyun was startled. "Wait, you knew about that too? If this were last year, they would have rolled out the red carpet for us. In investing, timing is everything." Do-jun muttered to himself, crunching numbers on entry and exit points, then turned to say, "We're a step too late, Uncle." Oh Se-hyun nodded in agreement. "The fact that Dell is meeting us at a fast food place proves this meeting isn't exactly high priority for him. I really had to hustle just to get him to squeeze us into his schedule." Do-jun sighed softly, a hint of disappointment on his face. "Do-jun, let's head in." Oh Se-hyun urged him, stepping into the loud and crowded fast food joint. The two of them scanned the room. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Mr. O!" Looking toward where the voice came from, they saw a young man sitting there and waving his hand. Do-jun observed him with surprise. This was indeed Michael Dell, the person who at 27 would become the youngest billionaire on the Fortune 500 list of the world's richest, and by the age of 34, would break into the top 5 richest people in America, with a net worth of $21.4 billion. After the initial greetings, Dell pointed at Do-jun and asked, "Who's this kid?" Oh Se-hyun quickly made up a story. "He's a die-hard fan of yours." Hearing that, Dell burst into a hearty laugh. The three of them sat at the table. Dell didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Make it quick. I have to head back to the office in 15 minutes. Today, Oh Se-hyun hurriedly pitched Fantasy's investment interest, but before he could even mention the amount or benefits, Dell flatly rejected them. "I don't need any more investors. We have enough capital right now." Do-jun, sitting nearby, knew Dell was feeling cocky because he'd just bagged $30 million without missing a beat. The boy unexpectedly spoke up, laying out a plan to use $15 million to become a major shareholder of Ma'an Computer. Hearing the little kid talk a blue streak about such massive figures, Dell was stunned and turned to Oh Se-hyun. "Wait! Is this kid your son?" Oh Se-hyun shrugged and replied coolly, "Nope, he's actually my boss." At that moment, a million questions flashed through Dell's mind. He let out a snort of laughter, then laughed even louder. He slammed the table with delight and turned to Do-jun. Dell said, "All right, kid. I'm going to ask you 2 questions. First question, who told you I made money selling stamps?" Though surprised, Do-jun remained poised and fired back a sharp response. "Since this is a $45 million deal, did you really think I'd just show up with the cash without doing a deep dive into you first?" Dell nodded in satisfaction and followed up with a second question. "You want to be a major shareholder, right? But like I said, I'm not taking any more investments. So what's your move?" I currently hold more than half of the voting rights on the board of directors. At that company, my word is law. Do-jun looked Dell straight in the eye and calmly delivered the knockout blow. I expect that in about 6 months, your company will go public with an IPO. Do-jun's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Dell completely speechless. The boy smirked to himself. He must be in total shock, wondering how on earth I knew that secret. Do-jun stared directly at his opponent and made his offer loud and clear. I will use cash to buy up all of your company's outstanding shares on the stock market. With $15 million, I assume that's enough to make me a major shareholder, right? Oh, and one more thing. Within this year, I can mobilize another $10 million in cash. The more Michael Dell heard, the more he felt a chill down his spine. His mind couldn't seem to keep up with the logic of this small Asian boy. Before his opponent could recover from the shock, Do-jun doubled down. As a major shareholder and investor, I demand a seat on the board and the right to be directly involved in the business strategy. This is a non-negotiable condition. The two older men in the room sat frozen, hanging on every word from a mere child. However, Do-jun smirked. If you accept this investment, I will proxy all voting rights back to you until the day I resell those shares, and I commit to giving you the right of first refusal at the exact market value at the time of sale. Hearing this, Oh Se-hyun panicked and cut in. He apologized to Dell, then pulled Do-jun aside and whispered, "Are you crazy? You can't make a deal like that!" Usually, the buyback price needs to be higher than market value to cover the risk and protect the business rights. Why on earth would you sell it at market price? Seeing Oh Se-hyun's reaction, Dell burst out laughing and slapped the table hard. So it's true, huh? This kid really is your boss. I was a bit skeptical earlier, haha. Dell turned to Do-jun with a look of pure intrigue. What's your name, young man? Do-jun smiled and reached out his hand. My English name is Jinhwa Go. Dell nodded, committing the name to memory. Then he slammed his hand on the table decisively. All right, Jinhwa Go, let's get down to the brass tacks. Do-jun flashed a subtle smile. He knew he had won this game of chess. Only Oh Se-hyun remained bewildered, still not understanding why Do-jun was being so foolishly generous. On the first-class flight back to Korea, Oh Se-hyun still couldn't let it go. I'm going to be swamped until this investment deal is finalized. But there's one thing. They definitely won't take the full $15 million. What do you plan to do with the leftover cash? Do-jun leisurely flipped through his newspaper and replied curtly, You and the analysis team just brainstorm and report the potential spots to me. I'll be the one to make the final call. Oh. Se-hyun looked at the boy and shook his head in admiration. You really blow me away, especially that negotiation with Dell. I still can't wrap my head around it. I tried putting myself in the shoes of a child prodigy to explain it, but the pieces still don't fit. Do-jun suddenly turned with a cryptic smile and pointed to his temple. Actually, I'm from 35 years in the future, but I've been reincarnated. So inside this small head are the memories and mindset of a 40-year-old man who's a business shark. Oh. Se-hyun froze for a few seconds. He squinted, staring intensely at Do-jun, as if trying to read his very soul. Then he suddenly let out a sharp breath and grit his teeth. Cut the crap, you little rascal. You've been watching way too many sci-fi movies. I'm not in the mood for these lame jokes. Do-jun burst out laughing. Ha ha. I'm asking you again, don't you find it funny? Oh, Se-hyun pondered for a moment and muttered. It's strange, though. If that crazy theory were actually true, meaning you have the knowledge of a seasoned 40-year-old entrepreneur, then everything you've done becomes perfectly logical. No one would dare doubt your abilities anymore. Hearing that, Do-jun just gave a dismissive laugh to brush it off. The plane continued to tear through the wind, soaring into the sky. Seoul, at the Sunyong Group headquarters, the close secretary was cautiously reporting the results of the New York investigation. Chairman, according to the report, they only went for sightseeing and shopping. Chairman Jin Yong-chun flipped through the documents and snorted, That old fox Oh Se-hyun went with them. That means a business trip, not sightseeing. The secretary quickly bowed, promising a deeper investigation. But then he hesitated, stammering as if he wanted to speak but held back. Chairman Jin gave him a sharp look. Why are you acting so timid? Spit it out. Only then did the secretary gather the courage to report. Sir, Yoon-ki is currently setting up a film production company. The paperwork is almost finished. Word is he plans to start shooting 2 movies at the same time next year. Chairman Jin listened, anger boiling in his chest. He grit his teeth, emphasizing every word. It's all thanks to Do-jun's money. Isn't it? Yes, the boy gave his father 4 billion won. 4 billion? Chairman Jin's hand tightened into a fist, trembling with rage. But then he took a deep breath. his gaze turning cold and ruthless. Fine. Do-jun needs to taste failure for once, to open his eyes. If you want to be recognized by others, you shouldn't use money to buy people's favor, especially using sentiment for business. The secretary was surprised. You mean Do-jun? Exactly. Chairman Jin affirmed. Even if Yoon-ki is his biological father, Do-jun must learn this painful lesson himself. Never throw money out the window if you don't see the potential for profit. Consider that 4 billion won a cheap tuition fee to help the boy become more decisive and shake off that soft-hearted streak of wanting to prove himself to the family. The secretary tentatively asked, but Chairman, what if Yoon-ki's films actually turn out to be a hit? Chairman Jin let out a weary sigh and waved his hand dismissively. Yoon-ki is just a freeloader, sitting around chasing pipe dreams. Has he ever run a business in his life? If producing movies was that easy of a payday, there wouldn't be so many people going broke over cinema. The secretary fell silent, not daring to utter another word of dissent. But in his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, if even just one of those movies is a success, then we'll have to seriously reevaluate the brilliant investment skills and the sharp eye for talent of the young master, Do-jun. At Do-jun's house, Oh Se-hyun was reporting the progress to his kid boss. We're pouring $9 million into Dell. I've also shortlisted a few potential candidates to invest the remaining $6 million. With that, he pushed a stack of documents toward Do-jun. While scanning the list, Do-jun's eyes suddenly lit up when he spotted a name that was incredibly familiar. He blurted out with excitement, Microsoft! Oh Se-hyun quickly tried to interject. Sounds totally random, right? To be honest, I don't know much about this company myself. Rumor has it that investing there is quite the gamble. While his uncle was being cautious, Do-jun, someone from the future, knew exactly what a massive empire Bill Gates's Microsoft was destined to become. The word dangerous simply wasn't in his dictionary when it came to this name. What's the reason behind that? Do-jun asked, fishing for more information. Oh Se-hyun explained. They keep rolling out computer operating systems. But the market response has been pretty underwhelming. According to my sources, they plan to release a third version next year. But with this streak of failures, it's hard to see a future for them. Not to mention, IBM is also gearing up to develop its own OS, and is already splitting away from Microsoft. Hearing this, Do-jun had to rack his brain to remember. Wait, is next year when they launch Windows 3.0? Was it 3.0 or 3.1? Hey, it should be fine. At most, it's only a year or two difference anyway. He turned and asked, So, what do you think, Uncle? Oh Se-hyun confessed honestly. To be real, I'm actually a bit intrigued by Microsoft too. Do-jun smiled, realizing his uncle also had a bit of a wild streak and wanted to test his luck in a new field. He closed the deal. Then let's go with that. I believe we'll get lucky. His uncle laughed and replied, All right then. Suddenly, Do-jun changed the subject. Oh, Uncle, could you help me sell the land in Bundong? Oh Se-hyun's eyes widened. Huh? Why sell it now? We should hold on to it until prices peak before selling. Do-jun smiled and replied, I can't just ignore the company in New York. If we dump all $15 million into those two companies, we'll need more cash for operations, liquidity, and to invest elsewhere. Understanding the boy's point, Oh Se-hyun nodded. Fair enough. But let's only use half of the money from the sale. We need to keep the other half as a reserve. After seeing Oh Se-hyun out, as soon as the door closed, Do-jun slumped into his chair, feeling drained. He sank back into his thoughts. I'm just utilizing scattered pieces of knowledge from the future. Not like I'm an actual expert. In my past life, I was just an ordinary office worker. I never played the stock market, and I never even set foot on Wall Street. All the capital I have is information, scavenged from old news reports. I might not know the exact golden window to go all in, or which specific company is a gold mine. But there's one industry I'm dead certain will become an unbeatable legend 35 years from now. The movies. Out of thousands of Hollywood films, I know every single high-grossing blockbuster like the back of my hand. Investing in movies is a sure bet. Thinking of this, Do-jun broke into a calculating grin. Movies will be the key that turns me into the Midas of Hollywood. A few days later, Oh Se-hyun brought more documents to Do-jun's house. I don't know why you'd want to look at this, but I've brought it for you. He placed a file regarding the current state of film production and investment on the table. Do-jun immediately dove into the research. Oh Se-hyun asked curiously, Are you planning to show this to your father? Since these films can be imported back home. Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Do-jun replied absent-mindedly, his eyes still glued to the pages. Suddenly he froze. He cursed under his breath in regret. A future blockbuster title. had already been confirmed to have a distributor already. What a waste. If Dad's company could have distributed this locally, it would have definitely caused a huge sensation, paving the way for his own movies to hit theaters more easily. Feeling dejected, his gaze suddenly landed on another name. Do-jun hurriedly pressed for more info. Uncle, is this movie still filming? Which one? Do-jun held out the folder. Oh Se-hyun glanced at it and shrugged. That one's just a small-scale production waiting to start. The director and the lead are both total rookies. Total newbies. Actually, wait, the actor is a kid. Right around your age? He shook his head, advising, better to just skip this one. Why? Do-jun asked. The studio approved a $14 million budget, but the costs suddenly skyrocketed, so the project got dumped onto Fox. It's currently under review again. I'm no movie expert, but if it's this messy from the start, how could it possibly be a success? However, contrary to his uncle's pessimism, Do-jun was firm. Uncle, I want to invest in this movie, as much as possible. This time, Oh Se-hyun frowned, his voice turning sharp. Do-jun stocks. And movies are two entirely different. Ball games. When stocks drop, you can see the damage and cut your losses. But with movies, if you don't break even, you're wiped out. Immediately, there's no turning back. He sternly concluded, this time I'm against it. This isn't investing, it's straight-up gambling. Do-jun hurriedly pleaded, even though it was clear he was the one holding the purse strings. Just this once, Uncle? After this? I promise I won't bring up film investments ever again. No means no. Oh Se-hyun remained firm, shaking his head. When Oh Se-hyun shouted, the booming sound made even Do-jun jump. This time his face hardened, his furrowed brows showing extreme irritation. Do-jun understood that Oh Se-hyun's harsh reaction was expected. But he also knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fantasy investment. Absolutely could not miss. This golden chance to make its mark on the Hollywood film investment map. The profit from this deal wouldn't just be double or triple, it would be tenfold. He calmly looked his partner in the eye and said firmly, if we lose, it's my money anyway. You promised my parents that you'd let me do what I want. Oh Se-hyun's jaw dropped, stunned by the child's stubbornness. As mad as he was, there was nothing else he could do. Do-jun added one final punchline, besides. Even if I burn through every last cent of the company's capital, it doesn't really matter. My grandfather is the richest man in Korea, after all. Right, Uncle? That cocky but factual statement left Oh Se-hyun speechless. He had to take several deep breaths to suppress the fury bubbling inside. Finally, he let out a long sigh and gave in. Fine, have it your way, I give up. Do-jun gave a smug smile and added one more instruction. Uncle, make sure the Korean distribution rights go to my father's company. No problem. We're probably the only company crazy enough to invest in this nonsense project anyway. Oh Se-hyun replied sarcastically. Anything else? Are you all done? No sooner had he finished speaking, Oh Se-hyun hurriedly grabbed his briefcase and stood up to leave. He curtly said he would handle everything quickly and report back later. Do-jun's mother came out from the kitchen and warmly invited him to stay for dinner. But since Oh Se-hyun was ticked off, he flatly refused. Ma'am, I'm really not in the mood to eat right now. Please excuse me, I'll be heading out. Do-jun's mother watched him leave in a daze, having no clue what was going on. She turned to her son and asked, Are you okay, Do-jun? What happened? I'm fine, Mom. Don't worry about it. Do-jun smiled to reassure her. In his head, he thought, just you wait. Once the box office results come out at the end of the year, Uncle's anger will vanish as fast as spring snow. Holding the script in his hand, Do-jun wore the mysterious smile of someone who already knew he had won. On the cover, the movie title was printed in bold, proud letters. Home Alone. Time passed, and everything unfolded exactly as Do-jun had planned. After Microsoft released Windows 3.0 and entered the personal computer market, tech stocks began to skyrocket. Main computer stock hit record highs, one after another, bringing massive profits to fantasy investment. Thanks to the huge win in tech, Oh Se-hyun's anger naturally evaporated. In its place was a beaming smile every time he met Do-jun. He even generously comforted Do-jun, saying the projected $8 million loss, about 5.6 billion won, from investing in Home Alone, was no big deal at all. We'll make it back in a few years, he said, waving his hands around, acting all magnanimous. But Do-jun, with the soul of a seasoned 40-year-old man, just chuckled to himself. He knew for sure that before long, Oh Se-hyun would have to eat those unnecessary words of comfort. And sure enough, that day came sooner than expected. Reality hit Oh Se-hyun like a ton of bricks. He rushed to see Do-jun, his face so ecstatic he looked like he couldn't believe his own eyes. Do you have any idea? Just by itself, The net profit from that movie has already hit 33 billion won, 6 times the initial capital. And that's just the US revenue. If it goes global, this number is going to be absolutely insane. Compared to every other elementary student on Earth, you're officially the richest kid on the planet. Do-jun replied nonchalantly. But uncle, I'm already in middle school. Oh, Se-hyun froze in his tracks. He had completely lost track of how fast time flies. He gasped, "You're starting middle school this March? If you're stuck in school all day, who's gonna make bank for me?" Right then, Do-jun's father entered the room looking totally miserable. Oh, Se-hyun quickly checked in on him. "What's up? Still the same old problem? Still can't find a theater to show your movie?" The father let out a long, heavy sigh, his voice filled with agony. "Don't even get me started. Theaters clearly have open slots, but they're all turning me down. They said they have to save the screens for that Home Alone movie that's blowing up this Christmas and Lunar New Year." Oh, Se-hyun suppressed a laugh and feigned surprise. "Oh, really? Is it so hot that theaters are fighting over it?" "Yeah. Word is it's a family comedy. That's smashing every box office record." Do-jun's father spoke gloomily, not even daring to look them in the eye. "They said my movie doesn't stand a chance until Home Alone finishes its run." But Oh Se-hyun and Do-jun traded a sly, knowing glance. Both knew exactly who the real owner of that blockbuster was. Do-jun spoke up with the suggestion. "Why don't you offer them a deal, Dad? Tell them that whichever theater agrees to show your movie, you'll throw in the exclusive rights to screen Home Alone for that theater. The Lunar New Year is the prime time to make bank, you know?" Do-jun's father froze for a second before snapping out of it. He looked at his son like he was a literal gold mine. "Yes, why didn't I think of that?" He grabbed the folder in a rush, bolting out the door while calling back, "Wait until I handle this. We'll talk more about this later, Do-jun." His father's silhouette vanished behind the door in a flash. The moment passed, leaving the uncle and nephew staring at each other with sheepish grins. Oh Se-hyun suddenly remembered something crucial, which he had completely blanked on in all the excitement. How did this kid know for sure that they would land such a fat contract from the very start? Following the successful deal, Do-jun, with the unfair advantage of memories from the future, decided to go big. He said to his close uncle, "Uncle, can you help me put together a list of movies that will start filming this year? This time I'm planning to pour in about $200 million. Hearing that massive figure, Oh Se-hyun jumped and tried to talk him out of it. He felt that going this big once was more than enough, and way too risky. But Do-jun remained deadpan and asked back, "Hey, uncle, let me ask you something. What's the average return on investment that the staff at Fantasy in New York pulls in?" Oh Se-hyun did some quick math and replied, "About 600% a year. And that's actually the lowest return among the deals that you've decided to invest in." After saying that, the uncle suddenly froze, realizing he had just played himself. It was clear he had been completely outsmarted by this kid. Do-jun just gave a gentle smile at his uncle, who stood there like a statue, having no more arguments left. Oh Se-hyun finally nodded in defeat. "All right, I get it. I'll make the list and get back to you later." After Oh Se-hyun left, Do-jun tiredly leaned back on his comfy bed. Even though his body was resting, his brain was still running at full throttle. Now that he was in middle school, he had to focus on his studies to keep his top-tier grades and not let Chairman Jin down. Perhaps for the next 3 years, Do-jun would have a bit more free time, since the investment work was as simple as picking out blockbuster movies that were guaranteed to be hits. While he was lost in thought, a knock came at the door. His mother peeked her head in and asked gently, "Are you done talking with your uncle?" Do-jun sat up politely. "Yes, Mom." Seeing her son was free, his mother tried to tempt him. "How about the two of us go out for a bite?" Do-jun happily nodded and agreed immediately. The next day, Do-jun was sitting at home when he heard heavy footsteps thumping down the stairs. It turned out to be his naive, honest father rushing off somewhere. Seeing this, Do-jun politely asked, "Where are you going, Dad?" His father, slipping on his shoes, replied with a voice full of excitement mixed with nerves, "Today is the premiere of my movie. I'm running to the theater to check the situation, and I'll be right back." Looking at his father's flustered state, Do-jun couldn't help but chuckle, finding him quite adorable and funny. After his father left, the little old man middle schooler sat with his legs crossed, reading the Korea Economic Daily, acting like he was studying current affairs, looking for any hot news, or if any new beauty queen had just been crowned to invest in. Suddenly, something caught Do-jun's eye, a piece of world-shaking news. The boy had to set the newspaper down on the table, rereading every word just to be sure. Every single newspaper was simultaneously attacking Ajin Motors. Do-jun frowned, scouring his memory. Clearly, in his past life, This didn't happen in 1991. According to his memories, Ajin Motors only truly collapsed after the 1997 foreign exchange crisis and wasn't acquired by the Dae-Young Group until 1998. He began to feel the tension rise. Could his intervention have changed the course of history? Or was this just a smear campaign from a rival business? Or perhaps a move in the government's corporate restructuring process? At this point, Do-jun rushed to find his mother. Seeing her son so frantic, she asked caringly, "What's wrong, honey?" She assumed her son was just being needy for some money or something, but instead, Do-jun asked urgently, "Mom, when are we going to Grandpa's house?" "Tomorrow, sweetie," his mother replied. Do-jun shook his head vigorously. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to go there this very day. Seeing her son's persistence, his mother finally gave in, telling him to go after finishing breakfast. But she didn't forget to give him a serious warning. "When you get there, make sure you don't piss off your grandfather. If he loses his temper, this family won't have a red cent left to our name." Only then did Do-jun realize and asked, "Wait, Mom, aren't you going to the movie theater? Today is the day Dad's movie premieres." The gentle mother sighed and confessed, "I'm afraid it'll be too sad if no one shows up to watch it. I'm so nervous that I don't dare go." Do-jun knew he couldn't reassure his mother just by saying "don't worry," because she was totally clueless about the potential of his father's movie. In fact, she might have completely forgotten or thought from the start that the movie wasn't even worth anything. Do-jun only played the role of the one providing the opportunity. As for how the lives of those two would change, he would let them experience it for themselves. He believed that observing from a distance, without meddling too deeply in their private lives, was also quite a refined pleasure. At Chairman Jin's mansion, the help informed him that the chairman was busy with VIPs, so Do-jun had to wait in the living room. He noticed 2 pairs of unfamiliar shoes on the doorstep. He didn't know who they belonged to, but Do-jun kept staring at them. Do-jun reasoned as he walked toward the sofa. The smear campaign against Ajin was released right before the holiday, and this closed-door meeting started at the crack of dawn. These scattered events made it impossible for him to find any real clues. He waited, his heart racing with anxiety. He wondered what those old foxes were scheming behind those closed doors. Meanwhile, in Chairman Jin's study, Yang Cheol looked at his eldest son and asked sharply, "Do you have enough confidence to take over Ajin Motors?" Hearing his father's question, the eldest uncle mustered all his courage and shouted as if reporting for duty, "Yes, just as you said, Chairman. This is the best opportunity for us to climb to the number 2 spot in the industry. I will definitely acquire Ajin, and I'm determined to seize the number 1 position." Chairman Jin nodded in satisfaction. "I am entrusting this mission to you from now on. Discuss it thoroughly with the department heads. You must acquire Ajin within this year. If you succeed, I will hand over all management rights of the automotive division to you, my eldest son." The uncle and the secretary were both beyond stunned upon hearing this. But just a second later, the eldest uncle flashed a smug grin, fantasizing about the mountains of cash and power about to fall into his lap. Standing by and watching, the secretary also began crunching numbers for his own agenda. Since giving the auto business to Jin Young-ki is basically like implicitly handing the entire Sunyang Group over to him, Secretary Lee thought to himself, glancing anxiously at the chairman. Has the chairman already locked in his successor? Their train of thought was cut short by the commanding voice of Chairman Jin Yang Cheol. He turned to ask his eldest son, "What, you don't want it? Or do you lack the confidence to pull it off?" Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki hurried to bow his head, his voice trembling with emotion. "No, not at all, sir." "Thank you so much, Father." Chairman Jin looked at his eldest son with an unreadable gaze and waved his hand for him to leave. "Remember, the business world is a battlefield. Try not to make any stupid mistakes. No need to come early tomorrow. Just show up for the New Year's ceremony. Time is money right now, so get to work." Jin Young-ki nodded frantically like a chicken pecking for grain, hurriedly bowed and withdrew. He walked away with a pep in his step, secretly rejoicing, so much so that Secretary Lee and Chairman Jin watched him for quite a while. Once his back disappeared behind the door, Secretary Lee leaned in and whispered, "The vice chairman sure got a massive New Year's bonus today." Chairman Jin frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, didn't you just implicitly announce your plan to pick the successor?" Secretary Lee replied. However, the smile on Chairman Jin's face suddenly became unusually cunning. He smirked. "Did I ever say a single word about handing over the whole group? Handing Sunyang to him? No way. I only promised him the automotive division." Secretary Lee stood there dazed. He hadn't expected that this old chairman would still be such a tough nut to crack. Chairman Jin leisurely picked up his teacup and calmly explained, "If he controls more than half, of the auto shares owned by the subsidiaries. Then I can still protect the management rights of the entire group. That is my real power play. And of course, the auto division is still a pretty fat bonus. Secretary Lee sighed in admiration. Doing it this way, the vice chairman will be devastated when he finds out the truth later. The old fox Jin Yang Chio laughed triumphantly. Devastated, on the contrary, it will only trigger his greed more, and he'll find every way to fight for it. Because young Ki will have the same naive thoughts as you do. Secretary Lee could only remain silent after hearing that. The older the ginger, the more pungent it gets. Chairman Jin's brilliant mind was always several steps ahead of everyone else. That afternoon, after all the guests had left, Do-jun stepped into the study. Seeing his grandfather still buried in work, he asked caringly, "Even on New Year's, you're still working, Grandpa?" Chairman Jin looked up, and his expression softened slightly at the sight of his favorite grandson. "It can't be helped. I have too much on my plate. But I'm wrapping it up now." Do-jun walked in, his eyes quickly scanning the luxurious study. His gaze landed on the newspaper on the desk. It was the same one he had read this morning. Just as I thought, Do-jun reflected. Today's meeting was definitely about the Ajin Motors issue. He feigned innocence and spoke in a syrupy voice. "You seem very happy today." "I just saw my eldest uncle leaving with a big smirk on his face." Chairman Jin just hummed non-committally. "It's probably just because it's New Year's, so he's just in a good mood." He then quickly folded the documents on the desk, as if afraid his curious young grandson might snoop. But how could he fool Do-jun, who possessed the soul of a seasoned 40-year-old man? He continued to probe. "Grandpa, I have a question." "And what would that be?" Chairman Jin maintained his calm and steady demeanor. At that moment, Do-jun stared intently at the folder regarding the automotive industry that had just been closed. Bold suspicion flashed through his mind. Could it be that grandfather is the one pulling the strings behind this whole scandal? Seeing his grandson spacing out, Chairman Jin had to speak up. "Do-jun, why the sudden silence?" Do-jun snapped out of it and quickly covered his tracks. "Oh, I just thought it was weird, because the media is reporting so much on one thing today." "Is it about Ajin Motors, Grandpa?" Chairman Jin nodded in confirmation. "Why do you find that weird?" he asked back. Do-jun replied with a perfectly innocent look. "Well, usually. Whenever the papers write something about Sun Yang, you get furious and demand to find the writer. But today you're so chill about it." Chairman Jin let out a satisfied laugh. "Spot on, you really have a sharp memory." He began to enthusiastically lecture his grandson. "Listen, Do-jun, you have to remember this. A news agency is basically a place that sells words for profit." "Sells words?" Do-jun feigned a look of confusion. "Exactly, take articles." That seemed totally unrelated to money at first glance. For instance, an article complaining about traffic in Seoul is actually meant to sway public opinion for infrastructure projects, to benefit construction firms. Do-jun stood still, hanging on his every word. Chairman Jin pointed at the newspaper. "So tell me, who stands to gain from these articles? Slamming Ajin Motors?" Do-jun answered instantly without skipping a beat. "The competitors who want to see Ajin Motors go belly up, sir." "Ha ha ha, very clever." Chairman Jin laughed heartily, beckoned Do-jun to come closer, and patted his head in praise. But inside, Do-jun's heart was racing. Damn it, so it was him all along. He did this. Incredible. The first person who dared to make a move against Ajin Motors. It was actually grandfather. He began to feel anxious. According to the memories of his past life, it was De Young Group that successfully acquired Ajin Motors, not Sun Yang. Could it be that in his previous life, grandfather failed in this deal, allowing De Young to swoop in and steal the win? The next day, the Lunar New Year atmosphere filled the Jin family mansion. From early morning, the sound of chopping and the clinking of dishes echoed from the kitchen. The chefs were busy preparing, and the servants moved swiftly, bringing steaming hot dishes to the banquet table. An 8-meter-long table was spread with all sorts of delicacies, so luxurious it was overwhelming. The entire Jin family gathered together. Chairman Jin, Young Kiol, sat at the head of the table, enjoying his meal in silence, exuding absolute authority. Around him, the other members ate with their heads down. No one dared to make a loud noise. His only daughter and her husband chewed timidly, followed by the eldest son, Jin Young-ki, and his wife, then the second son, Jin Dong-ki, and his wife. At the far end of the table, the youngest son, Yoon-ki's family, also sat upright, not daring to utter a single word. The atmosphere at this chaebol family dinner table, though overflowing with fine food, was unusually suffocating and tense. Do-jun's parents, who held the most humble status within the clan, sat huddled and full of reservation. In contrast, Do-jun, the favorite grandson with plenty of cash, leisurely enjoyed his meal, not at all intimidated by anyone. Suddenly, the eldest uncle, seemingly remembering a bit of brotherly bond with Do-jun's father, politely asked about the performance of the movie that premiered yesterday. It had been a long time since anyone in the house had asked Do-jun's father anything. He was slightly flustered and stammered, unable to answer immediately. At the mention of his useless youngest son, the chairman only frowned and remained silent without a word. Regaining his composure, Do-jun's father held his head high and replied firmly, "It's doing quite well, brother. Just looking at that theater alone, nearly half the tickets have already been sold." So, hearing that, the eldest uncle put on a fake smile and said, "Oh, wow. My brother is so talented. Your very first movie. And it's already such a massive hit?" Do-jun's father smiled humbly. "Today is only the opening day. We'll have to wait until it leaves the theaters to know the final results." Sitting next to him, Do-jun was thrilled to see his father finally speak up and respond with such confidence. He felt like he was on cloud nine. He couldn't help but smirk while eating. Just then, the chubby and bossy second aunt barked out an order. "Sister-in-law!" She thrust an empty bowl toward Do-jun's mother. She snapped, "Go to the kitchen and get me more soup." The gentle mother could only nod submissively, "Yes," and prepared to stand up and do as she was told. Watching this, Do-jun's blood began to boil. This old woman never changes her spots. She always takes every chance to push his mother around. Do-jun's father was also fuming, but he was forced to swallow his anger in helplessness. Suddenly, the chairman's authoritative voice rang out, cutting through the suffocating atmosphere. "My second daughter, serve me a bowl of soup." Do-jun's mother turned around in shock. Both Do-jun and his father were also stunned, not understanding what was happening. The second aunt, thinking she had misheard, stood frozen in place. Seeing this, the chairman grew annoyed. He thrust the bowl in front of her and barked, "Are you going deaf at your age? I said serve me some soup." The second aunt jumped and quickly replied, "Yes, yes, father." She scrambled to take the bowl from him. She didn't dare hesitate for a second because she was afraid of upsetting her walking ATM. The other two aunts at the table breathed a sigh of relief as if they had just dodged a bullet. Do-jun's parents were still in shock, just sitting there staring at the chairman. As for him, the most powerful man in the house, he calmly continued his meal as if nothing had happened. Do-jun thought to himself, grandfather has publicly shown his stance, protected and validated his parents' status in front of the entire family. From now on, no one in this house will dare to bully or look down on his parents ever again. He flashed a calculating smile. I should probably be touched to tears right now, but unfortunately my mind is currently busy, plotting how to stab him in the back. After the meal, Do-jun crept toward his grandfather's study. He peeked inside to scan the room, then quickly slipped through the door. His target was the crucial report his grandfather had left on the desk yesterday. To block the old man's plans, he had to know every single move in that document. Finally, Do-jun found the stack of documents on the desk. He hurriedly flipped through the pages to examine them. Soaked in his reading, he forgot to stay, on guard, sitting flat on the floor, rifling through the papers. The more Do-jun read, the more he felt something was off. This wasn't a strategic report for an Ajin Motors takeover at all. Simply put, it was a detailed proposal on the urgent need for restructuring in the automotive industry, complete with specific policies and plans for government support. The document argued that if DeYoung Motors were to acquire Ajin, it would lead to a dangerous monopoly in the market. Therefore, the conclusion was that DeYoung Motors was the most suitable candidate to take over Ajin. Reading this, Do-jun clenched his fists in anger. So that's how it is. He drafted policies that benefit himself, then fed them to the government, and the government just followed the script he wrote. In other words, Sunyang Group and the government are working hand in glove. Frustrated, Do-jun bit his finger slightly. I can't find any loopholes to exploit in this mess. What should I do now? If I give up, Ajin Motors will fall right into Sunyang's hands, and my entire plan will go up in smoke. Lost in thought, Do-jun was completely unaware of the footsteps approaching from behind. "What are you doing there?" a familiar voice rang out. Do-jun froze in his tracks. His whole body went stiff, his face locked in shock at being caught red-handed. He slowly raised his head, still clinging to a tiny sliver of hope. But unfortunately, standing tall before him was none other than grandfather, the powerful and ruthless chairman. His face was flushed red with anger. Looking down from above, he saw Do-jun sitting on the floor, looking as if he were kneeling for forgiveness. From his vulnerable position, Do-jun looked his grandfather straight in the eye, trying to keep his cool while searching for an excuse. "I'm sorry, grandfather. I just wanted to find some documents for reference." Tension filled the room. But then, out of nowhere, the chairman's angry expression softened. In its place was a slight smile. He asked, "So have you found the answer you were looking for?" Do-jun was stoked on the inside, but he played it off by scratching his head innocently. "I only skimmed through it, so I don't quite get it yet." The chairman regained his stern, lecturing tone. "It's a shame you couldn't solve your query. Your eagerness to learn is great. But from now on, if I'm not here, you are forbidden from entering this room without permission. Got it?" Having been let off the hook, a relieved Do-jun quickly tidied up the documents on the desk. He apologized repeatedly and scrambled out the door. While the immediate crisis was averted, worries about the future still loomed. He had expected that report to contain the plan for acquiring Ajin Motors, but reality didn't go his way. Walking away, Do-jun pondered deeply. He had to find another path to flip the script. As he was about to exit the door, Do-jun suddenly stopped. He turned his head back toward grandfather. Chairman Jin remained there wearing a gentle smile, as if he had never plotted anything ruthless. Do-jun bowed deeply and respectfully, but a spark of realization flashed in his mind. The one I need to block isn't grandfather, but the government. He had to find a way to make the government lose interest and stop paying attention to the proposal for restructuring the auto industry by Sunyang Group. Do-jun started digging through his past life memories, connecting the sequence of major events about to happen at this moment, and then he smiled. The next day, in the chairman's office, a heavy atmosphere filled the room. Chairman Jin leaned back in his chair, listening to the secretary's report with a serious face. "Sir, according to my investigation, the rumors are all true. Chairman Chung, Tae-soo of Hanbo Group, has been secretly buying land, and the politicians involved have also received massive bribes." The secretary hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I'm afraid this will cause a huge stir, and won't settle down anytime soon. It's best to limit contact with the Blue House, for now. The acquisition of Ajin Motors shares might also have to be put on ice, sir." While listening to the report, Chairman Jin tapped his fingers steadily on the desk. Every single tap felt like a hammer hitting the secretary's mind, making him break out in a cold sweat. "What a bunch of dead weight!" the chairman barked. "I warned them not to invest in land under this administration." He then gave a decisive order. "Withdraw from that venture immediately." His eyes accidentally fell on the proposal folder for the auto industry takeover with government backing, lying on the desk. Now it looked like a total eyesore. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the file and chucked it straight into the trash. Meanwhile, at Do-jun's place, the boy was chilling and drinking milk. Do-jun gave himself the mental pat on the back. "Good thing I remembered this Hanbo scandal. The act of anonymously leaking info to the press has finally paid off." Putting the empty milk carton on the table, Do-jun smirked triumphantly. With a scandal of this magnitude, the government will be scrambling to handle the crisis for a long time. They won't have the headspace to care about the proposal from Sunyang anymore. Ajin Motors, I finally get to keep it. The next day, at Oh Se-hyun's office. "Uncle, it's time you came to work for me for good." Do-jun opened the conversation. Oh Se-hyun stared wide-eyed at the kid in front of him, clueless about what he was talking about. Do-jun maintained the aura of a true boss and continued, "Stop working for power shares. Go all in on fantasy investment. After all, you hold a 2% stake. My company is killing it, so we can easily afford to pay you a 6-figure salary." Oh Se-hyun chuckled and pushed back. "And what if I don't want to?" Do-jun asked blankly. "Why not? Why would you turn down such a sweet deal?" "Look," Oh Se-hyun replied seriously, "you hold 98% of the shares, and you're the one making all the big investment calls. You hit a home run every single time. So what role is there left for someone like me?" Oh Se-hyun gave Do-jun a knowing look. Do-jun silently realized the problem. It's a matter of professional pride. Time to throw some bait to keep the talent. The quick-witted boy made a new offer. "I'm going to open a branch in Korea. I'm planning to allocate some capital to run the office here. Besides, my grandfather has a slush fund that needs managing." This sentence caught Oh Se-hyun off guard. Do-jun knew well that during the background check on Oh Se-hyun, grandfather had recognized this man's talent and recently secretly entrusted some major business to him. Oh Se-hyun was speechless, wondering, could Chairman Jin actually tell these dirty secrets to a kid? Or did the boy dig this up from his grandfather himself? Before the other could regain his composure, Do-jun dropped the clincher. "I'll only be divesting from Martin Computer. The proceeds from that, combined with grandfather's slush fund, will all be under your full management." Oh Se-hyun gasped in horror. "Wait, what? You're planning to pull out of Martin Computer?" "Yes, I plan to liquidate everything early next year," Do-jun replied nonchalantly. This time, Oh-se-hyun couldn't keep his cool anymore. He jumped up and yelled at Do-jun. Are you out of your mind, Martin? Computer is our cash cow. Why on earth would you pull out now? Since the IPO, their stock hasn't dipped once. That's a blue-chip diamond right there. Are you trying to just throw money away? June remained unfazed, acting as if it were no big deal. We can discuss that later. What do you think about my proposal, Uncle? Don't get it twisted. I'm not giving you orders. I'm sincerely asking for your help. Oh-se-hyun felt his blood boil more and more, listening to this brat's cocky tone. He snapped his head toward the window, refusing to answer while cursing under his breath. What an annoying little punk. Despite his irritation, he still had to swallow his anger and reply, Fine, I'll put my requirements together and get back to you later. We'll talk in detail then. Hearing this, Do-jun was overjoyed, thinking, Perfect. The conditions didn't matter, because he intended to agree to all of them anyway. Right now, what he needed most was a partner like Oh-se-hyun, an adult who didn't treat him like a child, one who was brilliant and seasoned. More importantly, he was a total shark in the business world, someone who wouldn't be bullied or pushed around. Until he came of age, the only person who could represent him was Oh-se-hyun. Suddenly, Oh-se-hyun turned back and asked, Do-jun, let me ask you something. Where do you plan to reinvest the profits from Martin? Computer next? I'm planning to invest in the Japanese market. Do-jun replied curtly. As soon as he heard the word Japan, Oh-se-hyun's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He stomped his foot in fierce opposition, nearly shouting, No way! You've read the news. If the economic bubble bursts, Japan is at the highest risk for a total meltdown. Do-jun, still, acting like a trust fund kid with money to burn, replied calmly. Uncle, the most dangerous place is where the best opportunities are hidden. And don't you know that better than anyone? Oh-se-hyun was fuming, but he was powerless against the kid. He tried to reason with him. That's just empty talk from people who got lucky. Out of 100 people who dive into a death trap, maybe only one actually seizes an opportunity. The other 99 go completely broke. Do-jun smiled confidently and countered, Don't you think I'll be the one out of those 100 people? The boy's arrogance and over-the-top confidence left Oh-se-hyun speechless. He just stood there, stunned and totally done, unable to say another word. Seeing Do-jun's mysterious smirk remain, he couldn't help but blurt out, Stop smiling like that, it's creeping me out. Meanwhile, at the Sun-young family estate, the atmosphere was nowhere near as bright as the weather outside. The eldest uncle, Jin-young-ki, was questioning his son. How did your meeting with grandfather go? He told me to stay in Europe until I'm 30, the son replied. Hearing this, the uncle flew into a rage. And then what? Did you actually catch an attitude with him? The son grimaced in annoyance. Dad, who do you take me for? I'm not stupid. Of course I put on a smile and promised him I'd do my absolute best. At that, the uncle's voice softened. Very well. He turned to look at his 3 children and gave them a stern warning. You guys are all grown up now, so take my words to heart. Grandfather is definitely having someone watch your every move. If you make even the slightest wrong move, it won't just be you guys. I'll be dragged down with you. The 2 younger siblings sat there, letting it go in one ear and out the other. Their faces were long from having to endure the old man's preaching. The uncle turned toward his daughter. Ye-jun, you're graduating from college next month. I'll find a suitable match for you to marry soon, and after that you can study abroad or do whatever you want. Before he could even finish his sentence, the daughter cut him off. Oh my God, Dad! What era is this? Who forces marriage? Right after graduation? Just wait a few more years, please. The uncle barked back. You disrespectful brat, you'd better listen to me. Getting chewed out, the daughter had to reel in her stubborn attitude. She sat still, acting scared because she didn't want her allowance cut off. The uncle pointed at his 3 children, stressing every word. You need to remember, the lavish life you're living right now is all thanks to being the grandchildren of Chairman Jin-young-cheol. If grandfather cuts you off, your current luxury lifestyle will be cut by more than half. The eldest son, sensing the tension, asked, Why are you suddenly bringing this up, Dad? The uncle looked at his 3 kids, his chest tight with anger. Are you guys blind? Haven't you noticed since last year? Grandfather's attitude has started to shift. Right now, he's doting on the youngest uncle's family, especially that Do-jun kid. The eldest son argued back. It's true that grandfather likes Do-jun lately, but he never even considered the youngest uncle his real son. He's not the type to start caring about that whole family, just because he has a soft spot for Do-jun. The other 2 siblings didn't know whose side to take, so they just sat in silence with gloomy faces. The uncle let out a long, heavy sigh. Listen to me very carefully. Even though he's incredibly busy with a million things, grandfather still makes time to watch the movies, produced by the youngest uncle. The whole family was stunned after hearing this news. Their faces were frozen like statues. The uncle continued, "Think about grandfather's age. He doesn't have much time left. From now until then, don't cause any more trouble. Once the Sunyang Group is officially in my hands, I'll let you live however you want, got it?" Hearing the vision of a free and luxurious life in the future, the kid's eyes lit up as they nodded eagerly. After finishing his lecture, the uncle irritably dismissed them all. The three who were off the hook quickly dipped before they could get chewed out again. Left alone in the room, the uncle began to feel a headache coming on. He blamed himself. "I should have swallowed Hajinomoto whole last year." Ever since that failure, every major and minor matter in the group was being handled, without him even knowing. The lingering issues he had struggled to solve at the subsidiary were ultimately settled smoothly under the direct orders of his father. Rumors had begun to swirl within the group about a change in the line of succession. Some branch managers even had the nerve to ignore him and report directly to his father instead. Father is clearly changing. He slammed his hand on the desk in anger. He thought of June and realized that his father didn't have his guard up against that kid at all. To think a single grandson could shake the entire family's order. Could father be thinking that, if his own children aren't fit to run the group, it's better to just push them aside? The more he thought about it, the more the uncle felt a mix of rage and pure dread. Fantasy Investment, based in New York, had just finished allocating 10% of its capital to establish a Korean branch. Hyun officially took over as the managing director and legal representative for both the U.S. and Korean headquarters. The bond between him and June, the young major shareholder, grew tighter by the day. Hyun maintained the same level of respect for June as always, but now he no longer fiercely opposed the boy's ideas anymore. June was secretly pleased to realize that this seasoned financial expert had actually started to listen. Whenever there was a conflicting opinion, instead of dismissing it, immediately Hyun would provide logical analysis based on real-world data to discuss things through. Today was another mental tug-of-war between the two. Hyun was facing a tough decision. "Think this over carefully," Hyun advised sincerely. "Do you really want to dump all your Martin computer shares? Why not keep even a tiny slice?" June calmly took a sip of tea and replied curtly, "Uncle, a 100x profit is more than enough. You have to know when to quit. There's no reason to get greedy now." Seeing the boy's resolve, Hyun had no choice but to nod in agreement. As he was about to leave, his eyes accidentally caught a file sitting on June's desk. He picked it up and skimmed through it, unable to hide his surprise. "You're looking into this company too? This is a real tough nut to crack. Their revenue last year hit 100 billion won, which is nearly 800 billion won at the current exchange rate. At that scale, they're already ranked among the top 5 big players." June nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, you can't sleep on a powerhouse like that." Hyun analyzed further, his eyes lighting up. "This company has a rock-solid foundation and network within the IT industry. And as you know, as IT booms, they'll only get stronger. Its future is literally limitless." June smiled, looking back at the file. The cover was printed with the name SoftBank. A thought flashed through June's mind. "Actually, I've had my eye on this company for a long time, but out of respect for him, I asked him to put together a list of recommendations. I didn't expect our mindsets to be so perfectly in sync." He probed, "What do you mean by tough nut to crack?" Hyun frowned with concern. "I'm afraid they don't need any more investors. Besides, the founder of this company is a real heavy hitter. He's a third-generation Zainichi Korean in Japan." June obviously knew this person well. That's Masayoshi's son, a living legend in the world of venture capital. The man who would go on to write the golden history of the global tech industry. "Do they have plans to go public yet?" June asked. "Based on the info I have, not yet." Hyun shook his head. June secretly rejoiced. Perfect. So the opportunity is still wide open. Memories of his past life came rushing back. Even though he only vaguely remembered a few news snippets, one thing was etched into his mind. After SoftBank went public, their stock value skyrocketed like crazy, surpassing 100 times its original price. June calmly said, "My grandfather once taught me, everything in this world has a price. What matters is how each person values it. As long as their expectations are met, they'll sell instantly." Hyun listened intently, waiting for his young boss's next move. "So how much do you plan to offer them?" he asked. June cleverly passed the buck back to him. "What do you think, sir?" Caught off guard by the counter question, Hyun thought for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. 5 times their current valuation. At this rate, after they IPO, we could make about a 30% profit, just from the spread of the first wave. Do-jun shook his head with a slight smile. If it's only 5 times, I'm afraid, they won't even give our proposal a second look. Oh, Se-hyun scratched his head, looking confused. But that's already incredibly high, for sure. Most other investors wouldn't dare suggest more than that. Any higher and the risk becomes too massive. It wouldn't be worth the investment. At that moment, Do-jun finally revealed the confidence of someone who holds the future. Then we just need to offer more than all of them combined. Seeing the boy being so cryptic, Oh Se-hyun grew impatient. Exactly how much do you want to pay? Do-jun looked him straight in the eye and said clearly, I predict their stock value will increase 100-fold. So I'm considering paying them 50 times the current price, right now.
What?
Oh Se-hyun looked like he'd been hit by a bolt from the blue. His jaw dropped and he was completely speechless. The figure of 50 times sounded like a crazy joke from a madman, but Do-jun remained perfectly calm, as if he were just talking about the weather. Don't be so shocked. Look at Micron. Technology, they've already grown 100-fold. Is it so hard to believe that SoftBank, a future giant, could achieve those same numbers? This time, Oh Se-hyun was truly panicking. He tried to stop him, but what if it flops? SoftBank isn't a manufacturing company like Micron Technology. They are just a distribution and investment firm. 100 times, that sounds absurd. If we're wrong, we could lose everything. This is too risky. It's no different from gambling. Do-jun smiled. Recalling the image of the powerful future billionaire, he spoke with a cryptic tone. You can't force an opponent to the negotiation table unless you're holding cards. With enough weight, if you're going to play the game, you have to be able to see the win or loss through to the end. Right? No one plays a hand alone. Hearing such profound philosophy, coming from a child not even 12 years old, Oh Se-hyun couldn't believe his ears. How could this kid think so thoroughly and on such a high level? Could this be the power of the chaebol blood running through his veins? Trust in the innate business intuition of the Jin family made Oh Se-hyun decide to let go of his skepticism. He stood up and let out a long breath. All right. Since you seem to be protected by the god of wealth himself, I'll bet on you this round. Just do as you wish. He walked toward the door, but then suddenly stopped. He turned around and said seriously, By the way, Do-jun. Yes? I'm a gambling addict. It will drive a person to absolute ruin. Etch this into your heart. Do-jun was slightly taken aback. In this life, he had nothing to do with high-stakes gambling, but understanding his uncle's good intentions, he gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry, sir. This will be my last risky gamble. Until I become an adult? Oh Se-hyun smiled with satisfaction upon hearing that, then turned and walked away, leaving Do-jun behind with his calculations for a future empire. The next morning at Do-jun's private residence, Oh Se-hyun walked in with a thick stack of files in his hands. He said with a smile, I've finalized the contract to purchase 5 million shares, at 35 times the original valuation. Now everything depends on your luck. Oh Se-hyun appeared relaxed, and Do-jun responded with a reassuring smile of his own. Rest assured, sir, everything will work out just fine. Noticing Do-jun sipping on a glass of milk, Oh Se-hyun didn't forget to probe a bit further. So have you decided to sell off all your shares in Micron Technology? Do-jun gave a slight smile and nodded. We've already pocketed 100-fold profit. There's nothing left to regret. Once we've settled the Micron Technology shares and invested in SoftBank, you can have full authority to manage the remaining capital. I'll be starting high school next year, and I want to spend the next 3 years focusing entirely on my studies. Oh Se-hyun was amazed that a student could talk about walking away from money so effortlessly. He burst out laughing. It's the first time I've ever heard a kid say they'll study hard and actually sound believable. With you always being at the top of your class, you're surely aiming for Seoul University, probably economics or business administration, right? Contrary to his expectations, Do-jun replied, Actually, no, I plan on entering the law department. Oh Se-hyun was stunned. Law? Do-jun explained, Well, I'm already surrounded by the most elite businessmen in Korea, like my grandfather and you, who studied business in the UK. If I study business too, what would make me stand out? So what do you think you'll gain from law? Are you planning to become a prosecutor? Oh Se-hyun asked, still curious. Of course not. Do-jun replied nonchalantly, leaving Oh Se-hyun even more puzzled. I just want to prove myself. Prove what? He pressed. Do-jun explained calmly, to show everyone that a third-generation chaebol is capable of more than just making money. While big families often have someone get into S University, No one has ever been talented enough to set foot in the law department. Hearing this iron will, Oh Se-hyun couldn't help but shiver in awe. Among all the Chaebol descendants, none had ever been brilliant enough to pass the law department at S. University. The chairman, after hearing his precious grandson's words, was so stunned he nearly fell over. He suddenly remembered the boasting of the chairman of the Seol-hyun Group and the Federation of Korean Industries meeting. The fact that his eldest grandson got into S University had become a hot topic. Even though everyone knew there were some shady tricks involved, he still wouldn't stop flexing about it, which annoyed quite a few people. Rumor has it that besides his private secretary, he even deployed 10 journalists from the press and the Ministry of Economy to S University. They scouted for information and found the department with the lowest competition rate, exactly 6 hours before the deadline to apply successfully. As a result, that kid got into the Department of Oriental Philosophy or Oriental History or something like that. If it were a fair entrance exam, he wouldn't have had a chance in hell of getting into S University. But even as a group chairman, he was still just an ordinary man. So he spent the entire following year continuing to brag about that achievement. What a hollow flex. However, if Jun actually passed the law department at S University, it would be a whole different ballgame. Because the law department is a place that doesn't tolerate any foul play. Every achievement is a mark of absolute recognition. Thinking of this, the chairman hurriedly asked, "For real? Was it for my sake that you applied to S University's law department?" Do-jun gave a saintly smile and replied, "Of course, grandfather. Otherwise, why would I want to study law when I have zero intention of becoming a prosecutor?" The chairman looked at his grandson, deeply moved. He wore a look of pure satisfaction. "In the end, though many have helped increase my wealth, no one has ever made me feel as happy as I do right now. My youngest grandson has touched my heart so deeply." The chairman said with a choked voice, "Fine, just get into S University. Whatever admission gift you want, I will give it to you." Do-jun laughed and said yes to please his grandfather, but deep down he told himself, "You better remember those words. Because what I truly want isn't just some imported car. I want to seize the throne of Sunyang Group." July 1994. SoftBank's stock hit a peak of 18,900 yen per share. Immediately after listing, the company raised an impressive amount of capital, reaching 200 billion yen. With global ambitions, Chairman Sun Young-hwa announced he would actively pursue strategic M&A deals. Meanwhile, Do-jun's initial investment assets of merely $230 million skyrocketed to $850 million within just 1 year, yielding him a net profit of $620 million. However, before the economic bubble burst, he managed to withdraw his capital and halt all investment activities. Alongside these multi-million-dollar deals, Do-jun poured his heart and soul into his studies. Throughout 3 years of high school, he occasionally funded Hollywood film projects, but overall those were just side hobbies. If anyone thought investing in James Cameron's Titanic, James Cameron, was a reckless gamble, he was more than happy to accept that. As for his family, the older brother Sang-jun had finished high school, but because he didn't get the expected scores to enter a top-tier university, he decided to study abroad in the States. Though a leopard never changes its spots, the fact that he received little attention from the family was actually an advantage. It allowed Sang-jun to pursue his passion for music without any strings attached. He soon set off for the land of the free. Now, within the 3rd generation of Sunyang Group, all eyes were on Do-jun, the 12th grade student, who was expected to be the first to get into the prestigious law department of Seoul National University. This scrutiny came from both curiosity and wariness. Only his parents and his grandfather placed their full trust and expectations in him. A day before the university entrance results were announced, the chairman was beaming during a phone call, flexing, "My youngest grandson ranked 39th in the entire country. Not just in his school, but nationwide. Ha ha! If you only count the humanities track, he's in the top 10. Out of a perfect score of 400, the boy got 367. Only 6 points shy of the national number 1. Basically the same thing, wouldn't you say?" The chairman couldn't stop bragging. After hanging up, he toyed with the result sheet in his hands and muttered to someone else, "Only passing the SNU law department is worthy of the title hard-working. I wonder if SNU is even good enough to train my grandson. It really should have been Harvard or Oxford." I committed to covering tuition for those who didn't get enough scholarships. But with these grades, he'll definitely win a full ride. He feigned a sigh. What a tough problem to have. After another call, the chairman looked over his contacts again. He picked up the phone and told his secretary to get the PR department in here immediately. That afternoon at the mansion, he handed the results to the PR manager who had just arrived. After skimming it, the manager respectfully congratulated him. My congratulations, Chairman! The chairman cut him off coldly. No need for congratulations. Just leak this to the public right away and arrange for reporters to take photos of due June tomorrow. The PR manager stood there dazed, not quite getting the point. The chairman continued, Aren't you sharp enough to see it? What will people think? They gossip that the chairman's grandchildren only rely on money and connections to get into prestigious schools, but with this score, can money and connections even buy that? Make sure those rumors vanish after tomorrow's article. The PR manager quickly replied, Understood. I see exactly what you mean, Chairman. The chairman smiled contentedly while admiring the results, completely satisfied with his grandson's achievement. The next day, reporters swarmed the place as if Do-jun were a superstar. He calmly answered the interviews. For the past year, I have been tutored by the best teachers for every single subject. He nonchalantly revealed that the cost of this education was equivalent to 15 years of a reporter's salary, leaving everyone stunned. His parents, standing nearby, felt embarrassed for their son's over-the-top wealth flex. Do-jun didn't even realize his words were causing such a backlash that made everyone go silent. He asked back, What's wrong? Did you guys expect the grandson of Korea's richest man to study only from textbooks? A reporter replied, No, that's not it. The crowd began to buzz. But who's the valedictorian this year? Someone else confirmed. It's a student from Jeju Island. Do-jun continued, You reporters should go to Jeju Island to get the news and write about me there. Bye now, I'm done here. The reporters obediently replied, Yes, sir. Do-jun finished by saying, It's obvious you're all here just to hype me up. My grandfather has studied a lot of books. He will surely be delighted if he reads the article, praising how deeply his grandson learned from the reference materials. Do-jun's interview had just ended, leaving the reporters in a state of confusion. Only his father, Jin Jun-ki, standing quietly to the side, let out a soft chuckle. It was the 1997 New Year's Eve gala at Sunyang Group. Amidst the boisterous noise of the celebration party and the elite crowd, Do-jun was quietly sipping a glass of fine wine. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached. Well, well, little bro. I heard you've been making some major waves lately. It was Sung-jun, his older brother. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm, even though he put on a friendly front. I saw your interview. Congrats. Sung-jun reached out for a handshake. Do-jun appeared delighted and returned the handshake with a cheerful face. Thanks, Sung-jun. Welcome back to the country. As soon as their hands touched, Sung-jun leaned in close to his brother's ear, his voice dropping to a calculating whisper. The future prosecutor general. I'll be handing over your legal inheritance later, so you'd better watch your step and play nice. Maintaining his innocent act, Do-jun replied in a bright tone, A prosecutor general should obviously support the man who's about to become the chairman of Sunyang. That's you. As for me, I'm going to be an M&A lawyer. Sung-jun was stunned, momentarily caught off guard. M&A? Who said that? Grandpa did, Do-jun answered nonchalantly. He didn't say it explicitly, but he mentioned that if I'm studying law, being a lawyer is better than being a prosecutor. Do-jun pretended to take a sip of water while silently judging. This guy is such a loser. If there were no audience, he probably would have burst out laughing. Sung-jun seemed to regain his excitement and asked rapidly, For real? Did Grandpa actually say that? You want to be a lawyer too? Do-jun didn't rush to answer. He ran the numbers quickly in his head. This guy was the most stable among the siblings. He's smart enough to be recognized by Chairman Jin, and even aced the civil service exam. Could he end up becoming a rival later on? Even so, the fact that Chairman Jin indirectly advised him to go into law to support the group gave him some peace of mind. Perhaps the chairman wants to turn him into a right-hand man. Do-jun feigned hesitation. I'm not quite sure yet. I'm not really interested in being a judge. I'm leaning more towards being a prosecutor or a lawyer. I'll think it over carefully during my studies. He knew he could totally give the answer Sung-jun wanted to hear, but everything needs to happen in due time. Sung-jun acted magnanimous. Right, there's plenty of time. Take your time. You just graduated high school, no need to rush into a decision. If you don't want to grind for some low-level positions, just let me know. I'll help you find a cushy spot within the group. Ha. Do-jun politely thanked him to play along, but internally he noted, he's improved quite a bit. Staying so calm and collected after his time abroad is definitely some significant growth. Sung-jun continued to put on a fake caring act. We brothers need to make sure our bookworm little brother has some fun, right? After this party, just follow me. I'll show you just how beautiful and exciting this world can be. After that brief display of fake brotherhood, Sung-jun left. Do-jun watched his back and muttered to himself, Go ahead, enjoy the world while you can. Because soon enough, everything you have will be nothing but a distant memory of this life. Right then, a sycophantic voice piped up, "Oh, look at this boy! How on earth did you get such high scores?" As Do-jun turned around, his aunt quickly chimed in, "I wish my kids were even half as smart as you." His uncle immediately joined the conversation. "Finally, someone on my wife's side is a junior to me. If you don't understand anything while studying, feel free to ask me." "Do-jun, I'll do my best to help you out." The aunt looked visibly annoyed. "A junior? Since when did you graduate from S University? You haven't even had the chance to see the gates of S University." The husband quickly snapped back, "I didn't say we were alumni from the same university. I meant we're juniors at the Judicial Research and Training Institute." The aunt's attitude immediately did a total 180. "Oh, that's wonderful. Do-jun, you should hire your uncle as your tutor later. He lost the election. Now he just sits at home all day long." At this moment, Do-jun suddenly remembered. This uncle had failed in the National Assembly election last April. He didn't know his place and stubbornly ignored Grandpa's advice, filing his candidacy in the Seoul district. The aunt had even secretly taken money from the department store to invest in her husband's campaign. The result was still a total bust. Looking at the couple bickering with grumpy faces, Do-jun guessed the cause was their recent money troubles. Do-jun curled his lips slightly as he spoke. "Next time, do you still plan to run for office in Seoul, Uncle?" The uncle, suddenly full of life, declared firmly, "Absolutely. How can I stop after only 2 terms? I will finish this term and then climb straight to higher positions." Inside, Do-jun was laughing mockingly, but on the outside, he kept the innocent smile of a child. "I know you're very happy about my achievement, Uncle." The man continued with a suggestive tone. "There's a by-election coming up soon." "I understand, Uncle." Do-jun's interruption left the uncle slightly stunned. "You have to win the upcoming by-election, and I'll have someone support your campaign funds." The couple was overjoyed, and the aunt quickly started buttering him up. "What a smart boy. Always one step ahead." Seeing how pleased they were, Do-jun decided to throw out one more piece of bait. "If it's inconvenient for you, I will personally support your campaign funds. After all, you are my senior uncle." The uncle asked in confusion, "You? But where's the money coming from?" Do-jun asked back, "Don't you remember, Uncle? I still have a pretty large sum of money from selling the farm in Bundong, sitting untouched in the bank." Only then did the uncle suddenly snap to his senses about that money. Do-jun secretly calculated that he had to get his uncle into the National Assembly. Only from there could he help him, gather a faction of assemblymen to his side. Overjoyed, the uncle tightly gripped Do-jun's hand to express his deep gratitude. Later that night, after the party, the luxury car carrying Do-jun rolled through the darkness. He probed his cousin about where they were headed, but he only gave a vague reply, "Just follow me. I promised your old man that I'd take you out for a few drinks tonight." The car pulled into a massive, secluded estate, where the parking lot was packed with high-end rides. Seeing Do-jun's bewildered look, his cousin laughed. "Your first time here? This is just where my friends and the other cousins hang out. My dad rarely comes around. Whenever you want some peace and quiet, just come here. Absolutely no one will bother you." In reality, Do-jun recognized it instantly. This was the private villa of Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki. In his past life, he never had the chance to even set foot in this place. A servant ran out to greet them respectfully. The cousin asked immediately, "Is she waiting inside?" The servant stammered, "Well," Yoon-hee-young said, "she suddenly had an outdoor shoot today, so she couldn't make it, sir." "Yoon-ha-young, huh?" he muttered. The actress starring in that weekend drama that's currently shattering rating records, no less. Suddenly, Do-jun heard the sound of a sharp slap. The cousin had just landed a brutal blow to the servant's face, roaring, "I told you today was an important day, didn't I?" Then, without restraint, he began punching and kicking relentlessly, cursing out the stupid servant. Even as the man collapsed in pain, he didn't stop, continuing to stomp on him like a wild animal. "I gave you fair warning. Even if you had to drag her by the hair or kidnap her, you should have brought that bitch here." This scene made Do-jun's blood boil. He remembered himself, how he had been treated just as cruelly in his past life. "Does my family pay you just to pull this stupid shit?" "Is that it, you damn loser? Find a way to fix this now!" he screamed, watching his cousin ruthlessly abuse the servant. Do-jun decided to speak up to shut down his cousin's rage. The moment he spoke, the violence came to a halt. "Hyung," Do-jun said in an annoyed tone, "didn't we come here today to celebrate my success? Man, I'm totally killed the vibe now. I want to go home right now." The cousin looked at him with a flicker of guilt. The two brothers stood facing each other in silence. Only the muffled sobs of the beaten servant broke the stillness. After a moment, the cousin spoke up. "I forgot how you are, Do-jun. Besides, today you're the main character." He turned to the servant. You're lucky Do-jun is here or you'd be dead. Get lost! The terrified servant scurried toward the car. He was about to drive off when he froze as Do-jun called out sweetly, Wait, I'm only staying for a bit and then leaving. Do-jun continued, Can you please give me a ride back? The terrified servant nodded frantically. When the cousin asked in surprise why he wouldn't stay until morning, Do-jun simply replied, No, I'll head back now. I think I met too many people at the party, so I'm a bit tired. Since his cousin didn't object, saying, Sure, whatever you want, Do-jun felt a surge of satisfaction. A golden opportunity had presented itself. Why on earth should he waste time staying here? He glanced at the servant waiting in the car and flashed a satisfied smile. This was the moment to pull Jin Young-ki's loyal henchman over to his side. Inside the house, the table was littered with various fine liquors. The cousin warmly invited Do-jun to take a seat on the living room sofa. He casually picked up a bottle and said mockingly, Drink up, let's start slow. Have you ever tried beer before? As he spoke, he poured a bit into Do-jun's glass. Do-jun nonchalantly took the glass, raised it, and downed it in one go, as if he were just drinking barley water. Perhaps he was used to similar drinks. After finishing his drink, Do-jun picked up another bottle on the table. The cousin gave an impressed look. Wow, you've got a hell of a tolerance. And you even know proper drinking etiquette, too. As Do-jun poured the drinks, he asked a question that left his cousin stunned. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. In your opinion, if I become a prosecutor or a lawyer, which one would be more of a win for you? The cousin clearly didn't grasp the true intent of the question. But Do-jun knew for a fact that no matter how he calculated it, the guy would only see him as a kid trying too hard to act grown-up. He raised his glass and drained it too. That stuff Do-jun called a barley smoothie. Grandfather has Hakju by his side. He began with a fake, serious tone. And my father has close associates like Lee. Hakju. He put the empty glass down and continued, But they are just outsiders. We might be cousins, but we must stay united. Do-jun played dumb with a blank stare. United? The cousin responded with a friendly but awkward smile. Exactly. Then he went back to pouring beer. While Do-jun acted puzzled about his real motives, the cousin added, When living in Europe, no matter how much loyalty a subordinate shows, the truth is still the truth. He flashed a smile full of hidden malice. Everyone has their own game. At this moment, Do-jun found it absolutely hilarious. This guy was trying to act like he wasn't paranoid, yet he was blaming his circumstances for his own inability to trust anyone. The cousin continued, Just look at it this way. The gap between the one giving money and the one taking it is huge. It's nearly impossible to bridge. But family is different. Family isn't a transaction. It's about sharing the highs and the lows. Holding the glass in his hand, Do-jun thought those words were utterly ridiculous. If it were the Jin Do-jun from his past life, maybe you'll believe all this, but you don't. You know damn well. It was this cousin who threw his own younger brother Jin Ye-jun into prison just to hog all the assets. The cousin continues his act. Don't you know I'm just doing what's best for you? Actually, from the very start, I didn't give a damn about passing the exam, or anything else for that matter. Why don't you care? Do-jun asked as the cousin kept up his fake, sincere face. That's right. No matter what you do, I will always have your back. I'll help you become the number 2 of the group. Hearing this, Do-jun just gave a cold, cynical smirk. Out of all the cousins, I only trust you. The others are just a bunch of nobodies, even if they grow up. They aren't capable of running the company. I need someone smart like you by my side. Do-jun silently wondered if he saw him as a rival, or if he wanted him to be his right-hand man. Just then, a voice called out, Hey, Appa! Do-jun sat still, maintaining a perfectly innocent face. 2 women dressed provocatively walked in to say hello. The cousin replied, Oh, you're here? Do-jun recognized them as familiar faces, often appearing in movies and TV shows. The 2 fake girls spoke up when they saw him. Oh my, is this my first time meeting you? Suddenly, Do-jun stood up abruptly. Everyone looked at him in surprise. He replied, I mentioned earlier that I'm a bit tired, so if you'll excuse me, I'll head out first. The cousin acted understanding. Sure, I'll call you later then. The guy watched pensively as Do-jun left. As soon as he was out of the room, Do-jun hurriedly loosened his tie, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had been holding it in for too long. It's my first time drinking in this body, so I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Luckily, getting some fresh air made it better. The driver was still waiting in the car. As Do-jun walked up, he saw the man dozing off. There was still a visible scratch on his cheek from the previous beating. Do-jun felt a bit of empathy. Earning a living really isn't easy at all. He walked around to the other side, opened the door, and got in the car. The driver woke up with a start, hurriedly apologizing for falling asleep. Do-jun quickly replied, apologizing for making him wait so long. No, don't say that. Please just sit in this back to be comfortable. I'm no young master or high official. Why would I sit in the back? It's embarrassing. Just drive. Dojun was firm. The driver was surprised, but quickly answered yes and focused on driving. The car slowly rolled away from the house. The late night was silent. The car sped down the highway, like an arrow piercing through the darkness. The driver politely offered to turn on the radio. Dojun gently declined. He spoke up with an unexpectedly cold tone. Why do you call me young master? It's actually pretty cringe. The driver was stunned, clueless on how to respond to such an abrupt question. Dojun didn't wait. He continued probing. You work for the strategy department, right? This assertion made the driver jump out of his skin. He explained in a calm tone, as if talking about the weather. I talk to my grandfather frequently. I know for a fact. The planning division is split into 2 tracks. One is for the elites, graduates from prestigious universities, specializing in strategy for the entire group. The other group, those from humbler backgrounds, are only tasked with cleaning up the messes caused by the family's heirs. Hearing this, sweat began to pour down the driver's forehead. His hands were shaking so hard he almost lost control of the steering wheel. You're definitely in that second group, Dojun added suggestively. Exactly like Hyun-Yu in his past life. A direct hit to his past and social status, causing veins to pop on both his fists. Resentment etched deeply on his face. Sensing the suppressed humiliation, Dojun suddenly changed his tone, offering a touch of fake comfort. Actually, you're luckier than those elite students. The driver was completely bewildered by this cryptic praise. Just look at the chairman's age. Dojun continued as if giving a macroeconomics lecture. He's nearly 80, he doesn't have much time left when he passes away. 3 uncles and an aunt will tear Sun-Yang apart. And for sure, the vice chairman will use every dirty trick to seize it all. The driver couldn't fathom why a child was sharing these inside secrets with him. Dojun concluded nonchalantly. By then, the secrets you hold about this family will be priceless assets that can be sold for an insane price. That kind of money the elite grads in the business department would have to work a lifetime just to dream of having. Out of nowhere, the driver snapped and yelled at the boy. Who the hell are you exactly? What are you trying to imply? That lack of honorifics instantly ignited Dojun's fury. Don't use that tone with me. It's annoying, just drive carefully. The driver's face turned pale instantly. He fell silent, completely submissive. I'm a bit tired, I want to take a nap. In a moment, Dojun ordered, wake me up when we get home. Despite his resentment at being ordered around by a kid, the driver was forced to comply. The car sped up again, taking the young master back to the mansion. 1997, Hanbo Group. The steel icon of the West Coast in Dangjin County collapsed spectacularly. Once an empire ranked 9th in credit management and 14th in assets, owning 22 subsidiaries nationwide, Hanbo now turned to ashes. Over 70 financial institutions, including specialized banks, also got swept into the dangerous vortex. This season, the predators are heavily wounded. The battle for the prey has officially begun. Inside the chairman's office, a suffocating atmosphere fills the room. The chairman pensively repeats a number, 237 trillion won, then looks around the frozen meeting room. Is this figure accurate? The pin-drop silence makes him furious. Does no one dare to answer me? The vice chairman speaks up hurriedly. It is accurate, sir. The chairman continues. If Hanbo is worth that much, Daeyong Group will surely bid at the 237 trillion won level. Moreover, Daeyong already has steel-making technology, making their advantage even greater. So how much should Sun-Yang pay? Again, a terrifying silence. The chairman singles out department head Jin Dong-chung. What do you think? Jin Dong-chung replies quickly. 1.8 trillion won, sir. Why? The chairman growls. Because that's the absolute maximum Sun-Yang Group can balance at this point in time, he explains. So we're just going to lose to Daeyong? The whole room hurriedly tries to talk him down. We shouldn't borrow more to invest right now. The 1.8 trillion mark is reasonable. Don't let the showdown with Daeyong make Sun-Yang lose its way. The chairman slams the table. In a public auction, it's obviously a war of money. Jin Dong-chung argues back. We have to show them that by acquiring Hanbo, Sun-Yang will create the strongest synergy effect. Daeyong already has the tech, so their synergy effect will be significantly lower. The vice chairman frowns but remains silent. The chairman gives a decisive command. Then we must draft a report, showcasing Sun-Yang's total synergy when taking over Hanbo. It must be so perfect that it makes the evaluation committee emotional. Just as department head Jin said, he gives everyone a weeks to prepare. Then he asked again in a challenging voice, does anyone else have a different opinion? Is 1.8 trillion really the only price? In the middle of the meeting room, where the tension was high, a bold voice suddenly rang out, breaking the heavy silence. 2.5 trillion won. This shock caused the father and son, specifically the vice chairman, to freeze up completely. The entire room fell silent. Not a single person dared to speak. Chairman Jin turned his sharp, cold gaze toward the one who just proposed the price. What's your rationale? That person was the CEO of the construction company, under Sun Yang. He hurriedly replied, regarding the bonds, there is no significant difference between Dae-young and Sun Yang. Therefore, it doesn't matter which group Hanbo goes to. We need to spend more aggressively than necessary to avoid any rumors about unfairness in this deal. Hearing this, the vice chairman and his son began to show clear signs of dissatisfaction. The chairman continued to grill him about the funding for the extra amount. That was still lacking. The director explained, Sun Yang Construction. Sun Yang currently owns a plot of land with high potential for an apartment project. We can mortgage this lot to secure about 700 million won. The chairman frowned. Then where does the other 700 million come from? We can't just randomly sell the units already built on that land. The construction company will take care of it neatly. You don't need to worry about that, Chairman, the director asserted. Inside, the chairman felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. This is exactly the answer I wanted to hear. This solution not only fixes the immediate problem, but also streamlines the process. If any legal risks arise, the responsibility will fall entirely on Director Hong, completely keeping him out of it. He wouldn't even have to lie about being in the dark, because it would be the truth. Even so, the chairman still poked and prodded on purpose. Director, Hong seems very confident about that 700 million won. That's not a small amount of money. You can't just pick it up off the street. Director Hong immediately panicked and waved his hands. Chairman, what are you saying, sir? On the other side, the vice chairman was also secretly calculating his own interests. The next day at the chairman's private residence, the secretary reported that, as expected, Dae-young had put in a bid of 2.3 trillion won. Chairman Jin smiled smugly. Classic Dae-young. Chairman Ju never liked playing petty tricks. The secretary hesitated. But do you really intend to spend 2.5 trillion won? You don't want to? The chairman asked back. If we do that, the entire group's liquid capital will be tight for a long time, the secretary warned. Chairman Jin turned to Do-jun, who was smiling meaningfully. Do-jun, what do you think? Is there really no other way, besides using cash, to solve this problem? He paused in silence, waiting for a precise response from his grandson. Do-yun gave a knowing smile. This grandpa's dark motives are as clear as day, yet he still loves to play games. Even so, he still pretended to be polite. Could you give me a hint, Grandpa? Chairman Jin offered a metaphor, even if it's just selling a tree branch. You should sell it to someone who intends to plant and grow it. Who would want to sell it to someone who only wants to use that branch for firewood? Hearing that, Do-jun had an epiphany. The secretary also quickly caught on and rushed to ask the chairman, meaning, you mean Dae-young just wants to seize the assets and flip them for a profit? What? Dae-young's business is none of our concern in this deal. The chairman brushed it off. You just need to think from the perspective of the person planting it and the person selling the branch. The secretary breathed a sigh of relief. Chairman Jin turned back. Do-jun, was that hint enough? Yes, it was, Do-jun replied, then continued. If Dae-young acquires it, they'll build apartments on Hanbo's land and flip them for quick cash, while the steel plant's machinery will be exported. That way, Hanbo Steel Group will completely vanish. In contrast, Sun Yang Group, having just entered the steel industry, will strive to restructure Hanbo to prove it to everyone. Chairman Jin smiles with pride. Well, it seems I gave a bit too much of a hint. Do-jun secretly calculates if this method will be effective. Dae-young's network is very powerful. Even if their ultimate goal is to liquidate Hanbo, many people will still support them. He pretends to ask, so, how much do you think we need to spend, Grandpa, to take over Hanbo? Chairman Jin is slightly surprised to be questioned by his grandson. On the contrary, he chuckles, 1 trillion won plus $1 billion. Not a penny more than that. The secretary immediately tries to stop him. A 500 billion won difference is too much, Chairman. Chairman Jin is firm. Just find some juicy bait. I'll cast the line myself. Do-jun deduces. The juicy bait is the media. The most effective tool to create bait is the press agencies. He immediately thinks about leaking information. The press and TV stations must publish articles emphasizing the salvation of the steel industry, the backbone of the country, to put public pressure on the evaluation committee. But then he questions, isn't this selfish old man's 500 billion won gap a gamble? That's way too dangerous. Right at that moment, the image of an old fox pops into his head, and he hears the chairman's words echoing back. Just watch closely. How I handle this? Watch how I make use of the very employees I've spent years grooming over the last few decades. How? Do-jun suddenly grasps his grandfather's entire ruthless plan. As the meeting concludes, the chairman called Do-jun over and asked kindly, tomorrow is the opening ceremony, right? I've already spoken with the president and the dean. You should drop by the school occasionally to treat them to a meal. Turn them into people who can back you up whenever you need it. Do-jun obediently took his grandfather's teachings to heart. The chairman continued, there will be someone waiting outside to help you with errands. Have chosen someone smart enough for you to trust. Do-jun pretended to be thrilled, thanked his grandfather profusely, and left the meeting room. As Do-jun stepped out, he was surprised to see a tall man, respectfully, bowing and waiting for him. The man introduced himself as Assistant Kim Yoon-seok from the Strategic Planning Department, expressing his hope for Do-jun's guidance. Do-jun took the business card, greeted him politely, and got into the luxury car that Assistant Kim had prepared to take him home. On the highway, the car glided smoothly, without any bumps in the road. Do-jun looked out the window thoughtfully, then softly called out to Assistant Kim. Yes, sir, I'm listening. Who arranged for you to assist me? Was it the vice chairman? Do-jun asked, and Assistant Kim replied, No, sir, it was manager Lee Hak-ju. Do-jun searched his memories for the name Lee Hak-ju. Then he realized that was his grandfather's right-hand man, the one who stayed by the chairman's side until the very end. If so, this person might be worth trusting. He continued to test him. So, do you report your work to the strategic manager, or to me? Assistant Kim was startled and looked flustered. I'm sorry, this is the first time I've ever been asked a question like that. Do-jun was more direct. Weren't you sent to monitor my every move? Why act surprised at such an obvious truth? Assistant Kim quickly composed himself. I don't report directly to him. Please let me know if there's anything I should keep in mind. Do-jun looked at his new assistant and thought, this guy is pretty sharp. Since he has to report everything anyway, he decided to be open. It's fine. Just report the truth. Tracking me is your job. But Manager Lee is your direct superior, and you need to follow his lead. Assistant Kim felt a bit itchy, not knowing how to react to this unexpected situation. Do-jun was certain that on the way home, Assistant Kim would figure out for himself which side he needed to choose. The next day at Do-jun's house, Oh Se-hyun expressed his concern. It's best if we stop before they acquire Hanbo. Hanbo isn't some toy for us to play around with. If you take it over, you have no intention of running the business, but just want to break it up and flip it, which is a total waste of time. Regarding the upcoming auction, it'll take nearly a year to find a buyer. And even then, it's not a guaranteed sale. Do-jun interrupted. I don't want to pass up the chance to acquire Hanbo. I just want to stir up some trouble in the bidding process. Oh Se-hyun frowned. What's the plan this time? You know this is a head-to-head battle between Sun-young and Dae-young. Hearing this, Do-jun smirked disdainfully. He told Oh Se-hyun, I want to give him a hand. Sun-young must win Hanbo at all costs. Every time he talks to this kid, Oh Se-hyun reaches a whole new level of shock. He let out a confused sigh and asked, since the major shareholder wants it, a salaryman like me has no choice but to follow. What do you want me to do? The next day, the news started reporting. Fantasy Investment, a US-backed investment firm, has officially jumped into the ring to seize control of Hanbo Group with a shocking bid of 2.5 trillion won. Let's hear from the CEO of Fantasy. On the screen, Oh Se-hyun began to speak. Many conglomerates are born and then disappear. Hanbo Group is no exception. We are under no obligation to keep it going forever. We see the value at the core of Hanbo, and we are fully confident in our ability to acquire it. A reporter cut in. If you take control of Hanbo, what's your next move? We are investors, not managers. The steel plant will be handed over to any business interested in it. As for Hanbo's land, it will be liquidated to construction firms. The reporter continued, so you're saying that money will be paid back in cash, right? At this, Oh Se-hyun looked annoyed. The bottom line is that Hanbo's creditor banks must choose the investor offering the top dollar to recover their bad debts. The banks could end up in hot water too. The TV was clicked off in a fit of rage. In another room, the chairman's secretary and Oh Se-hyun were sitting face to face. The secretary spoke first. It's not just about messing around for kicks. They're actually dragging the Hanbo acquisition into this? Mr. Oh Se-hyun replied to the secretary with a rather nonchalant tone. Did you drag a busy man like me here? First thing in the morning just for this? Hearing just for this, the secretary nearly lost it. He pointed right at Oh Se-hyun's face and shouted, Do you have any idea who you're pissing off with this casual attitude? He recalled the chairman's fury, how he had smashed the TV remote earlier and bellowed, Get that guy in here right now! How dare he try to snatch the meal I've already set on the table? Oh Se-hyun only responded with a polite corporate laugh, then stood up. He said, You should go back and rewatch that interview carefully. then you will understand just how his grandson has been supporting and helping his grandfather. The vice chairman heard this but was still clueless. Oh Se-hyun continued, I'm busy, so I'll take my leave. I still have a meeting with the lenders. Only then did the secretary begin to think deeply. The grandson, he means Do-jun? He said Do-jun is helping the chairman. It suddenly clicked for him. From Sun Yang's perspective, Fantasy Investment is an unexpected competitor that just popped up. But if the one interfering is Oh Se-hyun, who clearly understands the chairman's intentions, then at this early stage, Oh Se-hyun will play the role of stirring up public opinion in a way that benefits Sun Yang. The secretary breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, things were settled for now. He leaned back on the sofa, muttering, it's turned into another messy, complicated love triangle situation. Just then his phone rang. On the other end was Chairman Hak-ju. This isn't just about getting angry and moving on. This could be a very good spark. The secretary quickly reported, Chairman, I just spoke with Oh Se-hyun. His intention is to act as the bait for us. The chairman looked surprised. Did he say that himself? Yes, sir. He said this case is a joint effort between him and Do-jun to help you. The chairman burst out laughing, feeling completely refreshed. What? Do-jun is stepping up to help me? When the secretary confirmed it again, he laughed even harder. He was secretly overjoyed. My useless children only care about draining my money? Yet my grandson mobilized an American investor just to help me. The secretary continued to report the battle plan. Tomorrow, I will release a series of articles criticizing fantasy. We will use provocative terms, like vulture capital, money grubbers, speculative risks, or the drain of national assets. What's next? The chairman pressed further. I suggest sending our people to appear on programs and talk shows on every TV station. Let's invite 5 or 6 more economics professors to highlight this issue. The chairman added, should we mention Dae-young briefly? Yes, Dae-young already owns steel plants. Their move on Hanbo is just a land grab. Their real goal is to build apartments for sale. Just a small pebble thrown in will send ripples across the lake. The secretary reported smugly on the other end of the line. The chairman agreed that the timing was perfect. He concluded cheerfully, while calling out Dae-young from the start might not look good, Oh Se-hyun has opened up a golden opportunity for us. The next day at S University, place always swarming with students, the elite of the Golden Spoon Circle. Do-jun strolled along with his hands in his pockets, walking without carrying a single book. He calmly made his way toward the main hall. Inside, a crowd of students was gathering around steaming hot pots, vapor rising in the air, under the sweltering heat that felt like a furnace. The hall was a noisy mess of students and food. Suddenly, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Do-jun strutted in with the confidence of a model, walking with total ease and no hesitation. With the aura of a billionaire heir, a brilliant glow seemed to radiate from him, commanding everyone's attention. He went straight to the last remaining empty seat and sat down. The table was loaded with lobster hot pot, crayfish, and overflowing with beer. It was a scene hard to believe for a university setting. Do-jun thought to himself, if I only had the memories of a third-generation heir, of a chaebol family, how would I react to this place? I'd probably just sit here looking completely dazed. He will surely sit down with a blank look on his face. At that moment, an older man took the mic and stepped onto the podium. Hey everyone, I'm from the class of 95. After the introduction from the class of 53 and words from the professors, the freshmen began standing up to introduce themselves. The first one was a country bumpkin with a bowl cut. Hello, everyone. I'm from the village over there. Next was someone who looked like they'd seen a ghost, stating, I will uphold the future laws of this country. Then came students from Jeju Island, each introducing themselves in turn. Do-jun realized he was living in a rare, golden age. It was a time when the ticket to the gates of prestigious universities was still wide open to talents from all over the country. It hadn't yet been strangled by the absolute dominance of the Gangnam elite. An era where the phrase, the times create the hero, still held meaning. While he was lost in thought about the rare social fairness of that time, at that time, a microphone was suddenly shoved in his face by a female upperclassman with glasses sitting next to him. Do-jun reluctantly took it, preparing for his introduction. Every eye in the hall, from the rowdy students to the sharp observers, fixed on him. Sunbae, is it okay if I speak for a bit? Do-jun asked politely. Go right ahead, the upperclassman replied casually. Do-jun bowed and began his speech with a calculated humility. Many of you probably already know me. I'm Jin Do-jun. I'm the guy lucky enough to have a tycoon for a grandfather. It was purely that luck that put me in this position today. A few smirks flickered, but most remained neutral, because everyone knew that prestige in this lecture hall couldn't be bought with money alone. He continued, I really look forward to getting close with you all, even though it might seem difficult. So I'd like to prove my value. Sunbei, if I give gifts to my friends and seniors here, would that be considered a bribe? The upperclassman laughed and explained, not exactly. The crime of bribery requires a specific material value. In this case, the gift you intend to give is just the abstract value of friendship. Dojun blinked and shifted gears. Then, what if I give the professors expensive gifts? This time, a professor standing nearby burst out laughing. Unfortunately, that's a yes. Professors hold the weapon called grades, and grades are definitely not abstract. What a relief, Dojun exhaled. Just then, the focus of the hall was shattered by a chaotic scene. Men dressed in sharp black suits were pushing a series of large cardboard boxes inside. A wave of whispers spread through the room, the obvious excitement of people about to receive gifts. Jun seized that moment to wrap up his charm offensive. Actually, the skill I learned from my grandfather is to always give gifts that exceed all expectations in value. The staff members began distributing gifts to each student. They froze, their jaws dropping when they saw Sun Yang's unreleased laptop inside every box. This is the Pentium line, Dojun continued with an excited tone, equipped with a beastly Intel chip and insane hard drive capacity. However, as he was still passionately describing the detailed specs, he realized no one was listening. They were all hyper-focused on the hardware. Frustrated, Dojun dropped the mic and ended his speech. They only cared about the machine and didn't give a damn about the core value analysis. He thought to himself. A few days earlier in the chairman's study, the old man had been appalled by his grandson's request. Do you have any idea how much 200 laptops cost? Each one retails for about 3 million won. That's 600 million won in total. That is the cost to gain support and extra promotion. Dojun replied calmly. His grandfather frowned. Promotion? He didn't understand what promotion meant in this context. Dojun explained with a wisdom beyond his years, when students from S University, the hub of Korea's elite, carry our laptops everywhere, it will create an internal buzz. This sends a message that our product isn't just for white-collar offices, but also fits the younger generation. The chairman remained skeptical. If we only promote within the campus, the impact will be limited. Exactly, that's why we need a follow-up punch. Dojun replied, leaving his grandfather even more puzzled. Since we launched late and missed the start of the semester, we need special student discounts for a student, academic events, and ad shoots featuring S University as the backdrop. Grandfather still hesitated. Dojun immediately landed the finishing blow. If you're too worried about the cost, I'll use my own money. You know, 600 million won is just chump change to me. You little brat! The chairman snapped. Are you trying to make me look like a cheapskate in front of my own grandson? Dojun silently accepted the tantrum. The chairman asked again, his voice still tinged with doubt. But why only 200 units? According to my intel, the law department has nearly 400 students. Dojun spoke up graciously. Grandfather, I heard only half of the freshmen were invited to the welcome party. This implies that only those who showed up truly get the reward. Chairman Jin Young-chul seemed confused and asked his grandson directly about the logic behind this. Dojun chuckled softly and explained with cold composure, It's about the distinction, grandfather. Those who show up and those who don't cannot be treated the same. I need to show them clearly that only those who follow my path get the VIP treatment. Hearing this, Chairman Jin Young-chul slapped his thigh in pure excitement. Despite the slight sting, he remained stern. Exactly. If you want to win over talent, you have to use a carrot-and-stick strategy. Dojun realized he had hit the nail on the head with his grandfather, so he simply smiled back without saying another word. At the same time, at the university's freshman welcome party, the atmosphere was more electric than ever. Those brand-new laptops were the center of attention. People were gawking at the specs in awe. Someone even declared, with this machine, I'm sleeping with it in my arms tonight. They were over the moon about this godsend of a gift. Dojun watched the scene with satisfaction. This was exactly what he was after. Suddenly, Assistant Kim approached respectfully, placed a folder in front of him, and whispered, Young master. Dojun took the documents and quickly skimmed the contents. A thought flashed through his mind. So, there were people who refused the gift. These individuals would definitely need some special attention later. A few days later, the vibe on campus had noticeably shifted, and not just because of the April-spring weather. On the path from the gates to the lecture halls, Dojun was now greeted warmly by everyone, and many even volunteered to walk with him. He walked into class with the aura of a returning star. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making him pause. It was a friend saying, "This laptop is such a huge distraction. Lately, I just daydream about playing with it all day and can't get any studying done." Do-jun gave a polite smile and replied with a calculated joke. "Is that so? Actually, my real goal was to give these toys to my rivals to make them slacking off on their studies." "Neglecting studies," another friend immediately shot back. "Then you shouldn't have given them away," causing a few people nearby to throw shade. Do-jun's gaze swept over those standing outside the conversation, paying particular attention to a guy sitting alone in the front. The ones who didn't get a laptop are looking at me with total saltiness. Maybe I should organize another giveaway. During the May Festival, at the university hallway, Do-jun stops when he sees someone carefully brewing a fragrant cup of coffee from a vending machine, coffee with quality no less than premium packaged coffee. He quietly approaches, observing the man wearing glasses standing there. He is one of those who refused the laptop. Do-jun secretly wonders what motivation is strong enough to turn down 3,000 double the starting salary for fresh graduates at Day, Jang just to protect his ego. After brewing, Four Eyes drops a coin into the vending machine, seemingly feeling thirsty. Do-jun walks up and initiates a conversation. "I heard you refused to take the laptop. That honestly surprised me a bit." Four Eyes suddenly turns around and snaps, "Fine! You want me to just grab that thing and say thank you to your face?" Do-jun maintains a gentle look. "I didn't mean it that way." But inside his head, it's a different story. So the reason was just pride. Four Eyes flies into a rage. "You don't need to flex for me to know you're a third-generation heir of a chaebol family. But now, you're using money to bribe your own peers?" Do-jun calmly counters with logic. "If a senior bought you a bowl of rice for 1,500 at the cafeteria, would you refuse because you think it's showing off? This 101 coffee from the vending machine." Four Eyes loses his cool even more. "Damn it! How can you compare those to a laptop? They are exactly the same." Do-jun asserts firmly. The short answer leaves Four Eyes stunned and speechless. Do-jun thinks to himself, seeing your shocked face is actually quite entertaining. It's true that at this age, self-respect is something that needs protecting. But he will soon realize, when he enters society and sees everything crumble, pride is nothing but a cumbersome obstacle. The glasses frames seem to only emphasize the irritability on the face of the man opposite him. He snapped at Do-jun. "What the hell are you talking about?" Do-jun replied with a tone so nonchalant it bordered on arrogant. "To me, everything falls under one frame of reference. You might count every single cent, one by one, from ones to tens, hundreds, and thousands. As for me, I only care about milestones of 100 million, a billion, 10 billion, or 100 billion. Anything below 100 million is just chump change. That's why a laptop or a cup of coffee makes no difference to me." He intentionally doubled down on the flex because Do-jun understood that even if his words were harsh, this was the only way to put him in his place and establish dominance, to prevent any future resentment from this man. "When a senior treats you to lunch at the cafeteria, you wouldn't hesitate to take it, right? If you dropped a 100 yen coin on the street, you'd definitely bend over to pick it up. Your pride vanishes in those petty moments." Do-jun continued to twist the knife, but after finding 3,000 in the dorm, your pride suddenly acts up, doesn't it? Do-jun looked straight at the man with glasses, then concluded coldly, "If that's what you call self-respect, then it's truly worthless." Having said that, Do-jun put on a dramatic performance. He slammed the coffee cup he just finished into the trash with a perfect toss, leaving the man in glasses wide-eyed with shock. Do-jun turned and walked away, leaving him stranded in total disbelief. Outside the campus grounds, brilliant golden sunlight bathed the area. Students were frolicking and running around everywhere. A few groups hung out together, seemingly gossiping about some rich girl. Do-jun had just finished his conversation with a college friend, who stood up and left, leaving him alone amidst the noise. What a letdown, Do-jun thought to himself. Most reactions are the same. Nothing new or worth looking forward to. Right then a voice rang out. "Hey, Jin Do-jun?" A tall guy, dressed in hip-hop style, approached and said, "You said that wasn't a bribe." But honestly, it totally was. Do-jun remembered this kid had also refused the laptop he had given out earlier. He asked back, "Why is it a bribe?" The hip-hop guy sat down opposite him and explained, "Essentially, bribery is when you take something from others and accept their favors. It's seen as a thank you gift." Do-jun played dumb. "But I'm not a public official, and I never asked you for anything." The hip-hop guy laughed. "Does a bribe have to happen right before a favor? What if someone's just laying the groundwork for years down the road?" He confidently declared, "In a few years, I'll be an official at the prosecutor's office, So bribing me now is just keeping things clear. Dojun looked at this guy like he was observing some kind of alien, then instinctively let out a mysterious smile. Without saying a word, "Did you learn that smile from your grandfather?" the hip-hop guy asked. "No, I'm the youngest grandson in the family. I haven't been taught anything by him at all. He only teaches my cousins," Dojun replied. The hip-hop guy looked sympathetic. "So, basically you're an outsider in the Sunyang group?" Dojun replied with a tragic air. "You could say that." He continued, his voice full of bitterness. "I don't know if you knew, but my father, the chairman's youngest son, was pushed to the sidelines early on. That's why he had to go into filmmaking." Hearing Dojun humble himself like that, the hip-hop guy seemed to feel pity. "So you only have the third-generation chaebol title, and nothing else?" Dojun nodded. "That's pretty much it." The two sat there looking at each other. He looked so smitten it seemed like he was about to confess his feelings. Suddenly, the hip-hop guy scratched his head. "My bad, I was delusional for a second." Dojun found this guy a bit interesting, wanting to see what stunt he would pull next. Out of nowhere, the hip-hop guy asked, "Hey, can you give me that laptop now?" "Is it too late?" This greatly amused Dojun. Someone who has no intention of accepting gifts is unlikely to become an enemy. Looking at the guy who appeared older than his age, Dojun asked bluntly, "You've retaken the entrance exam 3 times, right?" Being questioned about his age, the hip-hop guy looked annoyed. "Are you implying I'm old? You just hit me where it hurts." At this, Dojun quickly tried to smooth things over with a gift. "Then let me give you the laptop as an apology, okay?" At that moment, the hip-hop guy stood up, dusted himself off, and said, "Maybe next time." As he turned to leave, he added, "Since this is the first time, I'll let it slide." Dojun realized the guy didn't actually want to take it, but was finding a way to dodge it. Before he could even give it, he called out hurriedly, "You still have to answer me!" "How old are you?" The hip-hop guy didn't look back, only raised his middle finger to signal Dojun to shut up. The next day in the lecture hall, crowds of students were rushing into class. A female student was chatting with her friend who wore glasses. Dojun asked the friend sitting next to him, "Is that girl Seo Min Young?" The friend replied, "Correct, Seo Min Young." At this time, Seo Min Young was stroking her hair and adjusting her outfit. It seemed like she knew she was being watched and was being extra. Dojun looked at the beautiful girl, speechless. His friend with glasses warned him, "But don't you dare go for her." Dojun was confused. "Go for who?" The friend with glasses frowned and said, "You have to give us a shot with Seo Min Young. Since you're a third-generation chaebol, dating celebrities should be the norm for you anyway." Dojun burst out laughing at that suggestion. "Stop talking nonsense. I don't think I saw him at the welcome party. I guess he just showed up to save face and left right away," Glasses replied. "When you gave out the laptops, the whole room went wild, but he had already pulled a disappearing act." Hearing that, Dojun flashed a smile again, the signature sly smirk of the ultra-rich. "Oh, I was just asking, why the big deal?" In the lecture hall, a professor announced, "I'm considering replacing the final assignment with a new method. The assignment will be an in-depth research paper on controversial social events, specifically issues with conflicting viewpoints regarding constitutional values. You need to dig deep and present a fresh perspective. The deadline is the end of this semester." After hearing this, Dojun thought to himself, "This method might be overkill for freshmen, even though it's perfect for seniors." The professor continued, "It will be tough for you freshmen to finish this alone, so form groups of 5 to work on it. The group list is printed on the last page. Please go ahead and find your teams." The class began. Dojun was a bit bewildered to find he had already been assigned a group. He looked at the list and froze for about 5 seconds. There was one name on that group list that really hit home. Just then, a girl was looking his way. So it was Seo Min Young. She must be the female lead of this story now. Dojun gulped, again upon realizing a beauty was keeping an eye on him. In the car, Dojun handed a slip of paper to Assistant Kim. "Kim, run a background check on these 2 people discreetly. Should I hand this task over to the group's intelligence unit? Or..." Assistant Kim hesitated. "Can you handle it personally?" Dojun interrupted. "If it's just gathering basic intel, I can totally take care of it myself," he replied. "That's good." Dojun nodded slightly. At the same time, the harsh sunlight streamed through the window of Oh Se-hyun's building. He pushed the door open and walked in, looking wiped out. Before he could even compose himself, a relaxed voice rang out. "Uncle, heard any rumors about the Hajin Motors situation?" Turning around, Oh Se-hyun saw Dojun nonchalantly holding a carton of milk. The kid asked with total chill, "Shouldn't you be in school? How are you already on the grind before me?" Oh Se-hyun wondered. "Don't you read the news, Uncle?" Dojun shot back with a loaded tone. "The country is going south. I don't have time to be stuck at school reading law books. Are you worried about the Southeast Asian financial crisis? Or are you planning to use this chance to scoop up all the US dollars that you've been hoarding in the States? No way. Why would I do that? Dojun played innocent. Oh, Sehyun began to deduce. So this foreign exchange crisis is bugging you too? A ruthless thought suddenly crossed Dojun's mind. Maybe I should drop him a hint and see how he reacts. He said Southeast Asia is like a hellscape right now. It's only April and 4 major Korean conglomerates have already tanked. Yet we still flex like we're one of the 4 Asian tigers. What's so bad about prepping for a rainy day? While Oh Se-hyun was still processing the info, Dojun added fuel to the fire. Even you're feeling on edge right now. Aren't you? Dojun observed. Oh Se-hyun was someone who always tracked the global financial flow like a hawk. There's no way he hadn't caught wind of the coming storm. Oh Se-hyun replied thoughtfully. Rumor has it Daeyoung is targeting Hajin, but they're strapped for cash right now. If a few big players team up to squeeze them, they'll be dead meat instantly. Dojun was secretly glad, because history didn't seem to have changed much. His grandfather blocking the Hajin Motors deal 6 years ago was a success. But now, 6 years have passed. The time to change history has arrived. Dojun looked straight at Oh Se-hyun, his voice cold and sharp. Uncle, should we just swallow Hajin ourselves then? Oh Se-hyun was stunned, completely caught off guard. By the kid's ruthlessness and calculation, Dojun had laid out a plan where history would be rewritten. It wouldn't be Daeyoung buying Hajin, but a foreign company named Fantasy International that would take over this deal. The meeting at Sunyang was drowning in a wave of fury. Chairman Jin slammed the table, his voice echoing. The strategy we spent 6 years carefully building, the chairman of Daeyoung is ripping it off exactly. What kind of game is he playing? The high-ranking executives kept their heads down, not daring to make a peep. The chairman's rage only intensified. We craved Hanbo steel, and we finally got our hands on it. But because of that, our funds are drained. We can't acquire Hajin Motors. Is it possible that all this wreckage is just a part of the chairman of Daeyoung's chess game? Fine, if that's how it is, there's no turning back. Tell me, what are the consequences? If Daeyoung actually swallows Hajin? The director of the auto division stammered in response. Our market share will plummet at a breakneck speed. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Jin looked up and shouted a name. Get Juho for me! The auto director turned pale and scrambled to obey, fawning like a little puppy. Map out an action plan immediately. Deadline is this time tomorrow. Even knowing he was powerless, he had to accept it. Everyone out! The chairman waved them off dismissively. The executives bolted out of the room instantly, not wanting to stay and face the wrath, the chief. Secretary felt the anger still lingering in the air, and cautiously asked the chairman, should we quickly liquidate the 7% stake in Hajin Motors that we gathered under proxy names? Chairman Jin glared at him with razor-sharp eyes. Did it not even cross your mind to fight until the bitter end? The secretary tried to explain. If Daeyoung manages to swallow Hajin, bankruptcy is inevitable. Why is that? The chairman growled. Because the plan that Daeyoung is using, the exact same blueprint that we created 6 years ago. If it weren't for that corruption scandal back then, Sunyang would have already owned Hajin. The chairman gritted his teeth, recalling the perfect plan from years ago. So can we make use of those shares? I can't just sit here and watch this happen. Those shares are scattered in too many places. To round them all up, we need a representative to step up, the secretary replied. Chairman Jin suddenly flashed a calculating smile. I know just the person, Oh Se-hyun. The secretary was stunned by this ruthlessness. The chairman continued, let him act as our front man in the Hajin deal, using the shares bought under those proxy names. Besides, we have that slush fund held in trust at Fantasy. This is our chance to get it back. The secretary was absolutely floored, trading billions of won from the Fantasy slush fund for a 7% stake in Hajin Motors. The chairman's instincts hadn't dulled one bit. The next morning at Oh Se-hyun's office, he was talking with Dojun. I just met with Chief Lee, your grandfather. Must be absolutely fuming right now. Dojun nodded. It's because of Daeyoung, isn't it? Spot on. The chairman wants to use that 7% stake in Hajin to flip the script, and he wants me to be the front man. He also brought up the 100 billion won slush fund in Fantasy that we're currently holding. He wants to use that cash to buy more shares and demand control. Dojun calmly replied, of course you turned him down, right? There's no reason to dive into buying stocks that are currently tanking. As he spoke, Dojun analyzed the situation in his head. He's not the type to bring up a rejection, just to fail again. But it seems like he still has something more to say. Dojun looked his uncle straight in the eye. Oh Se-hyun suddenly became dead serious. Regarding the Hajin Motors takeover, Is that your real goal? Dojin replied firmly. Yes, it's for real. Oh Se-hyun continued. This is a massive conglomerate with 14 trillion, won in revenue. If we buy the parent company, Hajin Motors, it means we're taking over the entire Hajin group. Even if it's just a what if. If we actually swallow Hajin. What's your move? Dojun countered, testing his uncle. How do you want me to act? Oh Se-hyun answered solemnly. Logically speaking, we'd need to restructure all 28 subsidiaries, trim the fat, balance the assets, sell off the scrap metal, and restore what's left to its true value. Dojin was slightly surprised at first. You plan to sell even the crown jewels? Oh Se-hyun looked Dojun in the eye, his voice determined. Even if it's only worth 10,000 won, I'll sell it. Dojun knew Oh Se-hyun's answer was just the justification of a gambler, playing a risky hand, so he asked directly, then if it's not logic, what's the gut feeling? Oh Se-hyun laughed, his voice laced with meaning. We've got to do it right, haven't we? Cut out the rotten parts. Apply the medicine and give it a boost. And after that? Dojun asked, a hint of a smile appearing. Oh Se-hyun began to stammer. That's as far as I go. I don't have the confidence to run a whole conglomerate with my own 2 hands. I'd love to, but it's way out of my league. Dojun replied calmly. If so, how do we even get that far? Once we reach that point, we can figure out the details later. Oh Se-hyun sighed. The first thing to consider is, even if we join the bidding war, our chances are slim to none. Actually, it's impossible to win. Dojun smirked. Then why are you suddenly so interested? You're not the type to sit at a table where the odds are that low. Being put on the spot, Oh Se-hyun looked a bit flustered. If the 7% stake in Hajin Motors that belongs to your grandfather was in our hands, we could use it to launch an internal investigation. Hajin Motors and what else? Dojun pressed him. Oh Se-hyun glanced toward the chairman's direction and said, Chairman Jin, your grandfather. Dojun immediately caught the drift. As expected, without hitching a ride on Sun Yang's power, this task would be incredibly difficult. Oh Se-hyun added, if it's just buying Hajin Motors shares, your money is enough, but you know, it takes more than just private funds. You need the muscle to sway the board of directors, the creditors, and even the politicians. Aside from Sun Yang, is there any other group that can go toe-to-toe with Daeyang? He looked at Dojun like a child begging to buy a toy he desperately craved, then asked softly, I get it. So do I have your green light? Oh Se-hyun smiled, but Dojun knew it was the smile of an elder, not of the one holding the cards. Dojun muttered to himself, 28 subsidiaries, over 50,000 employees, revenue of 14 trillion won. That was a massive fortune that the winner would swallow whole. He thought further, that money is the ammo. If you're a soldier entering a battle, that could rob 10,000 people of their livelihoods. Instead of getting hyped, shouldn't you stay chill while facing the casualties? Oh, Se-hyun hesitated. I'll go meet Chief Lee Hak-jae. As for you... Before he could finish the sentence, Dojun cut him off. I'll go meet Chairman Jin Yangchul of Sun Yang Group. Oh Se-hyun looked at Dojun with complete trust, and Dojun responded with absolute confidence. Sunlight continued to illuminate the room, as if signaling a future without any storms. At the chairman's mansion, he was interrogating his grandson. You brat! Why haven't you been going to school? The dean even called me to grill me about it. Dojun nonchalantly replied, my goal was to get in, not to graduate. Besides, I've been hitting the books so hard lately. Don't I deserve some time to just chill for a bit? The chairman lost his cool. Chill? You dare try to pull a fast one on this old man? Did you think I wouldn't find out that you've been heading to Yeouido at the crack of dawn instead of your lectures? Dojun secretly rejoiced. It seemed Assistant Kim's report had already reached his grandfather's ears. To me, that counts as playing, Grandpa. The chairman kept a smile, but his tone was stern. If you miss too many classes, you'll be suspended. They're even threatening to cut the funding for the Scholarship Foundation. Our Sun Yang Foundation, no less. Seriously, you little rascal. How is your attendance record worth more than the tuition fees? Dojun calmly replied, donating scholarships is a good cause, as he calculated in his head. I plan to stretch university out for 6 or 7 years, but grandfather is wrecking the plan. The end of this year and the start of the next will be insanely busy. Maybe it's better to just take a leave of absence right after this semester. The chairman continued the interrogation. What were you doing at that Yeouido office all day? Learning from that Oh Se-hyun guy? You could say that. Right now I'm studying Hajin Motors. At that, Chairman Jin Yangchul was totally taken aback. What, Hajin Motors? When he heard Dojun's analysis that Hajin Motors was almost certain to go bust, the chairman asked, for real? Why do you think so? Dojun replied, first off, since the financial sector is in flux, And because last year, Gwangsung Motors launched that massive promotion, Hajin Motors' sales have tanked. Their working capital must be bone dry by now. Daeyoung Group has already started squeezing their debt. The chairman asked, so what if they go belly up? Dojun answered bluntly, whoever's got the muscle will snatch them up in no time. Just like how you hooked Hanbo Steel. Hearing his grandson talk so straight up like that, the chairman was stunned for a second, then broke into a smile. The satisfaction of a top-tier tycoon. That answer gets an 8, he declared. Dojun felt a bit salty. Why didn't I get a perfect score? The chairman kept smiling. You have to predict exactly who will snatch it up. Only then is the answer worth a full 100 points. As of now, nobody knows that for sure. Didn't you say so yourself? Daeyoung is already going for the jugular. Dojun smiled as he replied to the chairman. Have you ever been so lost that you couldn't find your way back? Not yet. It's hard to guarantee that Daeyoung will actually take over Hajin Motors. Not until the deal is officially done. The chairman crossed his arms, his voice full of doubt. Then why is nobody buying Hajin Motors? Even when it's up for sale, don't you see it? To not see. The current business climate is totally out of whack. Dojun nodded. Why? Yes, you mean the financial crisis originating from Southeast Asia. Exactly, we need to protect the group. Many tycoons have already bitten the dust. Everyone is tightening their belts or hoarding cash. Hajin Motors needs purchasing power on par with Sunyang or Daeyoung. But we've already maxed out our capital, Dojun declared with total confidence. Aren't there still some resources lurking beneath the surface? For instance, me. The chairman burst out laughing. Let's see, maybe so. But as soon as the laughter stopped, it seemed he suddenly realized something, earth-shattering. Wait a second. The chairman almost screamed, looking absolutely terrified. Dojun, what did you just say? He stared at his handsome grandson with a look of pure shock. Dojun remained deadpan. It's me, Grandpa. The chairman looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He stammered over and over. What? In a cinematic slow-motion moment, grandfather and grandson locked eyes. Dojun spoke first to calm him down. It would be a disaster if you passed out right now. Are you okay? The chairman was still reeling, struggling to wrap his head around what he just heard. All right. Say that one more time. What did you just say? Dojun stood his ground and affirmed, I said I have the capability to acquire Hajin Group. Upon hearing this, the chairman looked as if he was about to have a heart attack. Dojun quickly acted panicked. Grandpa, are you okay? Should I get your sedative? You're making too much of a scene. You little rascal. The chairman cut him off. Do you think this old man is so weak he needs meds? Dojun hurriedly rubbed his head. It's just because I was so worried. The chairman changed the subject. Interrogating Dojun, you don't mean you want Hajin Motors as an admission gift instead of a car, do you? No, that's not it. I mean, I will use my personal funds to buy it out. Suddenly, Dojun asked back, you don't seem too surprised, do you? The chairman laughed loudly and replied, why should I be surprised? Surprised at how much money you have? Or do you want me to praise you for doing a good job? Dojun said calmly, let's save the rewards for later. Right now, with the amount of cash I'm holding, it's actually more than the entire Sunyang group. I thought you'd be shocked to see me surpass the #1 conglomerate. Hearing this, the chairman flashed a devious smile. He said, you brat, I know you want to flex. But if you want to buy Hajin, one must possess resources far greater than that. I was stunned enough just hearing you claim you'd buy Hajin. The chairman then continued, even though I'm dying to know where that money came from. Now is not the time to satisfy that itch. Curiosity isn't the top priority. Hajin Motors is what matters most. Dojun suddenly realized the core principle. Curiosity is a powerful temptation, but it's never the main thing. Why? Because at Sunyang, every day is the birth of something new. When you're at the peak of power, determining the hierarchy of priorities is absolutely vital. Curiosity must be set aside for urgent needs. Therefore, I only ask what is truly necessary. Dojun looked his grandfather straight in the eye regarding the Hajin acquisition. What do you estimate the remaining costs to be? The chairman crossed his arms and said firmly, I don't know. Dojun was almost speechless. How could a man running an entire empire claim he wasn't aware of such a core figure? Because I never even considered a takeover, the chairman explained. 6 years ago, I would have crunched every single number. But now things are totally different. Dojun immediately pivoted. Will you support me? I need time to think it over, he replied. I have to understand why you want to take over Hajin Motors, and exactly what's in it for Sunyang. Dojun was stunned. What was the old man hiding? Was this a grandfather's concern, or absolute protection for the Sunyang Empire that he had painstakingly built? After a tense silence, the chairman nodded. Fine, do it your way, just this once. Dojun went from being shocked to secretly thrilled, wondering if his grandfather would pull a 180 on him. His grandfather continued, his voice full of calculation. Suppose my grandson, Dojun, owns Hajin Motors outright, and I am the owner of Sunyang Motors. Would you merge these two companies? This curveball forced Dojun to recalculate. He was spooked. Could his grandfather have seen right through his plan? To use Hajin as a stepping stone to seize Sunyang Motors? So what merger ratio do you have in mind? The chairman asked, seemingly already set on the merger. Why are you assuming a merger is a given? Dojun countered. And what if there is no merger? Do you really think you can protect Hajin Motors from a Daeyang takeover within a year? Or do you think that your business will just be smooth sailing? You don't need to worry about the business side. I've got my own brand of confidence. This sheer confidence forced the chairman to take a much closer look at his grandson. Really? If you have that kind of leadership? Then would the merger actually lead to bankruptcy? Dojun realized his grandfather was setting another trap for him. He replied, therefore, I'd advise you not to get too cocky about that scenario. The chairman shook his head. No offer is non-negotiable. If the scales are tipped, we'll just adjust them until they're even. He looked straight at Dojun. Now tell me, what kind of merger ratio are we talking about here? Dojun blurted out the figure, 1 to 0.2. You absolute highway robber! The chairman was livid. Dojun quickly corrected himself. If we look strictly at market share, brand value, and the potential to develop new models, Sunyang Motors' technical capacity is only worth 20% of Hajin Motors. This is the assessment of automotive experts, not just my personal opinion. You know very well I'm not a tech guy. But that's only when you look at the car manufacturing division in isolation, the chairman countered. Well, what about the hidden value? Have you not considered the stock price? Sunyang Motors' stock price is double that of Hajin. The reason is the controlling stake held by Sunyang Group. And since Sunyang Motors holds control over Sunyang Motors, it essentially means controlling half of the entire Sunyang Group. I have to win Hajin Motors, Dojun told himself. Weren't you planning to bring that hidden value to the table? The chairman asked. Dojun, having just been baited by his grandfather, felt a bit flustered. The chairman continued, show me how you intend to factor that in. Right then, Dojun realized something. His secret was his ambition to take over Sunyang, while his grandfather's secret was his burning desire to find a worthy successor. Even though this wasn't the ultimate answer yet, Dojun gave a subtle, meaningful smile. For now, this is enough, Grandpa. Chairman Jin spoke slowly, his voice thick with scrutiny. Well, I really need to scratch this itch of mine. This massive fortune, which far exceeds even Sunyang's reserves. Where on earth did it come from? Dojun replied honestly, I invested the proceeds from the farm sale into high-tech companies overseas. I never would have guessed. The stock skyrocketed, bringing in unimaginable profits. Chairman Jin beamed with a bright smile, seeing the returns multiply 100-fold. That guy Oh Se-yeon must be feeling pretty damn satisfied, huh? Dojun quickly denied it. That was all thanks to my luck. So within the investment firm Power Shares, what exactly is your position? The chairman continued to probe. Dojun confidently declared, I am the majority shareholder. I hold 98% of the shares. Chairman Jin was practically speechless. 98%? Then what about Oh Se-yeon? He is just the CEO, Dojun said nonchalantly. You know how it is, Grandpa. Professional managers only hold a tiny slice of the pie. The more he heard his grandson brag about his achievements, the more astonished the chairman became. After a moment of pensive silence, both were lost in their own calculations regarding their interests. Chairman Jin broke the silence. Then you must be well aware that my money is currently sitting in your company, right? You mean the 100 billion one? That amount has already grown quite a bit, Dojun replied. If you hand over the 7% stake in Hajin Motors to me, I'll go ahead and pay you back both the principal and the interest. Chairman Jin let out a loud laugh. Of course! How could I dare to just swallow my own money whole? Dojun feigned innocence. I was kind of hoping you'd say it was my graduation gift. All of a sudden, Chairman Jin's demeanor turned serious. He dropped a bombshell with a booming voice. Dojun, if you wanted an island worth 100 billion won, I would buy it for you. If you wanted a private jet worth 100 billion won, I'd buy that too, but I will not give you cash. Dojun immediately asked, is it because with cash, I could achieve everything on my own? Chairman Jin's face turned dangerous. Exactly. He continued as if imparting a truth of survival. In the future, when your subordinates do a good job, you should only reward them with perks, never direct power. Take them to a bar and buy them a bottle worth a few million. One if you want, but whatever you do, never hand them the cash directly. If you give them money, They'll think they're getting paid just to drink. Hearing this, Dojun thought to himself, so it's the art of selling a pipe dream, making them believe that, if they grind harder, they'll get a reward, on par with the price of that expensive bottle. The chairman was immensely pleased to see his grandson catching on like this. Dojun briefly flashed back to his past life, when the man himself had showered him with praise and spent hundreds of millions on him, only to cover a bar tab. After an all-nighter at work, how calculated had he been? By substituting a bar bill for an actual bonus? Back then, he had once been given a black card with no limit. Chairman Jin called out again, Dojun. Yes, sir? Until Hajin Motors is safely in your hands. Keep playing dumb. Stay in the shadows and let Oh Se-hyun be the fall guy. Dojun smiled slyly. I thought so too. Turns out you, Grandpa, also... Of course. The chairman interrupted with a devious laugh. Even Lee Hak-jae doesn't have a clue about this yet. Dojun replied with a smile, serving as a silent pact between them. Grandfather and grandson locked eyes for a long time. A slow-motion scene straight out of a movie. The chairman called out to Dojun again. He pressed him, What's your total net worth right now? After buying Hajin Motors, how much will you have left? Dojun shook his head. His tone was surprisingly stern. Grandpa, you shouldn't just go around peeking into other people's wallets. If you're short on cash, just say so. I'll spot you a loan. The chairman could only sputter out a huh? They stared at each other in a long, stunned silence. Suddenly, Chairman Jin sprang up from the expensive sofa. His face turned purple with rage. Dojun's heart skipped a beat. Shit. Did I just cross the line? Chairman. Jin walked slowly toward his grandson. Then he suddenly placed his hand on Dojun's shoulder, giving him a slight start. His expression shifted completely. His voice turned warm again. Well done, kid. You've really grown up. Dojun hadn't even processed this sudden emotional shift, when the atmosphere at the chairman's estate became as tense as a wire about to snap. The old fox of the group was ordering his secretary to handpick the sharpest minds to dismantle the financial core of Hajin Motors as soon as the shareholder meeting ended. The secretary respectfully replied that everything was ready to go, but their longtime rival, Dae-hyun, had already planted moles in the upcoming meeting. The urgency forced them to devise a counter-strategy immediately. The chairman sat as still as a statue for the longest time, making everyone break into a cold sweat. Then, out of the blue, he unleashed his anger by slamming the folder onto the table. Crossing his arms, he declared that everyone had to roll up their sleeves and get to work, just like when they slaved away over the Hajin Motors reports 6 years ago. The staff went into a total panic like a disturbed beehive. One person asked in a daze, Sir, are you planning to acquire Hajin Motors? Another tried to talk him out of it, shaking, since the company's war chest was empty. They didn't have enough ammo to go to battle, and even if they could stretch out the payments, it still wouldn't cut it. The chairman coldly shut them down with a firm answer. We aren't buying the land. We're just blocking the way. We just won't let those Daehyun bastards swallow this prize. The entire group stood there dazed, failing to see the boss's master plan. One gutsy guy asked, If we stop Daehyun, then who's going to take the fall? Are you aiming for KuBI Motors? While another tried to kill the vibe, claiming that rival had U.S. capital behind them. So this deal is going to be a tough nut to crack. Witnessing his bird-brained subordinates rambling on, with conflicting opinions, the chairman gritted his teeth, so hard it sounded like he wanted to bite their heads off. He roared, Do you think I'm clueless about the things that even you people know? Shut your traps and just carry out your orders. The deadline is 1 week. If you fail, you're dead meat. Terrified out of their wits, the subordinates fell silent, bowing their heads in submission. As the meeting adjourned in a funeral-like atmosphere, everyone scrambled to get out of there to avoid the fallout. The chairman, still fuming, called his secretary over and gave a secret directive to arrange a private meeting with Chairman Song-hui Jang of Hajin Motors. He wanted to step up and negotiate with him face-to-face. The secretary complied, Yes, sir, but his mind was filled with questions. Why would a tyrant like the chairman, who never knew mercy, want to meet a defeated man now? What kind of game was this old fox playing? Scene cuts to Oh Se-hoon's office hideout. The next day, the puppet director was worried sick and asked Dojun if the deal between him and his grandfather was legit. Dojun calmly replied that everything was going according to plan. Grandpa will provide all the funding. We just need to finish the handover paperwork and meet with the relevant parties, then we're golden. Oh Se-hoon was still bothered by the fact that Dojun was staying low-key and refusing to step forward in this case. The kid leisurely sipped his milk and smirked, saying that if he got involved, it would look like a joke to everyone. Anyone looking would see he had zero street cred. Still not satisfied with the answer, Oh Se-hoon pressed for a deeper reason. Dojin then explained composedly that the successor's seat of this tycoon family was being eyed by too many people. Enemies inside and out are sharpening their knives, waiting for their chance. Hearing this, Oh Sehun fell into deep thought and then nodded in agreement. True enough. If Dojin showed his face now, those old foxes would use the excuse that he was using his grandfather's money to attack the board. He immediately urged that time was running out. Before Ajin Motors releases their final announcement, Beta must get a handle on the situation. Oh Sehun announced that the fifth accounting team, the company's money keepers, were reviewing all the documents that had been published. He then busily checked the files on the desk with an unusually cheerful expression. Dojun watched and thought to himself that this guy was really happy, but deep down his own mind was in turmoil. Even though he currently held a trillion-won fortune, enough to live like a king for 3 generations, the ghosts of the past and his tragic death still haunted him. Every night, memories of his previous life came back vividly, like just waking up from a nightmare. Dojun told himself he didn't embark on this thorny path just because of that fear. Compared to the hedonistic life of some rich brat, he craved the breathtaking thrill of fighting second by second, wanting to crush every single enemy, to build his own impenetrable empire. He wanted to see that glorious ending with his own eyes, even if he had to stand alone on a windswept peak. While he was lost in thought, Oh Sehun's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality, asking what he was plotting to be so quiet. Looking at the older man's clueless, puzzled face, Dojun feigned seriousness and replied he was thinking about how, after swallowing all the shares, he'd have to cough up 100 billion won in slush funds for Grandpa. Oh Sehun jumped like a cat on a hot tin roof, yelling that half the money was already spent. Where on earth would he get it to pay him back? Dojun stood up and coolly replied that those were the rules of the game. What's borrowed must be returned. Since he gave his full support, we have to be square. Oh Sehun scratched his head in disbelief and questioned him back. Didn't you tell him straight up that you're the big boss behind Fantasy Investment? Are you still keeping the fact that you own the company on the DL? Dojin calmly replied that he hadn't, because if he did, how could he use Grandpa to clear the path for him? This left Oh Sehun in total shock, realizing that even if he knew you were the major shareholder, he'd still make you cough up the cash. Meanwhile, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to pocket 50 billion won legally. Dojin gazed into the distance with deep meaning, dropping a truth bomb that if Grandpa were such an easy target to leave a slush fund behind, then Sunyang Group would have fallen into the oldest uncle's hands a long time ago. Hearing that, Oh Sehun could only exclaim in admiration, old habits die hard, but an old head is better than a young one. There are 10 ways to handle it after all. Dojin's eyes turned somber as he looked into the distance, then coldly stated that if Grandpa were the type to make a slip-up and leave such an obvious slush fund trail, then the Sunyang Empire would have been snatched by the oldest uncle ages ago. At this, Oh Sehun clicked his tongue in wonder. The older the ginger, the hotter the spice. That old fox is incredibly deep and calculating. The more talented, the more ruthless. Dojin nodded in agreement, saying that was true. I have to find a way to survive and weave through that pack of vicious wolves. Oh Sehun remained silent, stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this wet-behind-the-ears kid to be so sharp and street-smart. How brutal life is. Scene changes to the headquarters of Daehyun Group. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted, demanding to know why the police were still sitting on their hands like statues. The secretary, shaking like a leaf, replied that the cops said it was tough to make a move, based only on some vague and unclear evidence. Upon hearing this, the chairman's blood boiled and he got even angrier. The chairman's blood boils with even more rage after hearing that, shouting, "There's a living witness right there, isn't there? Is even a small thing like this so difficult?" The secretary, terrified, stammered out an explanation. If it were just some nobody, it would be a piece of cake. But these are all high-profile figures with real clout. So the Supreme Prosecutor's Office warned us to tread lightly and be way more cautious. When the chairman heard that, he lost it even more. He roared, "So what if they have clout? And where are those vulture journalists? Why is their response as weak as a sick kitten? I already ordered them to blast those celebrity drug scandals to distract the public, didn't I?" The entire group of subordinates was dead silent, not daring to utter a single word. It's truly the fate of being a sacrificial pawn in a movie, always getting chewed out so hard they can't even blink, having no choice but to suck it up. The secretary tremblingly continued his report. "Sir, it seems like Ajin is being backed by a terrifying underground power. The news agencies are reporting on it, but they are extremely hesitant, wary of something mysterious." Another person quickly jumped in to add fuel to the fire. "That's right, sir. especially the Hansung Daily. Even though they are the most powerful media outlet, they have been suspiciously quiet. The chairman angrily snapped back. So what? Don't you know how to throw ad money around to muzzle Hansung Daily? Didn't you tell them to hype up the company? The man lowered his head and muttered, I've tried everything. But they flat out refused to print a single line. The chairman was so furious that he slumped back into his sofa, exclaiming, What the hell is going on? Is it true they've made some backroom deal and teamed up with Sun Yang? Is it the truth or what? His lackeys replied, It seems that way, sir. Because if we acquire Ajin Motors, the one who would take the most painful blow is our rival Sun Yang. The chairman was livid that the stars, the land, and the people were all aligned against him at such a sensitive time. He snarled, selling out his own nephew just to kiss ass and butter them up over there. Exactly as scripted, Ajin Motors was bailed out by the government to prevent a domino effect of mass corporate bankruptcies. Ajin Motors officially became a subject of the Bankruptcy Extension Accord issued by the financial institutions on April 21st, 1997. To get on this relief list, Ajin Motors had to submit a commitment to relinquish management rights and the union's consent for belt-tightening measures, tightening their belts by slashing employee wages and accepting a fund management delegation takeover within 2 months. Merely delaying its clinical death, Ajin Motors has begun a campaign to liquidate its slush funds, which were previously carefully hidden. And the secret puppet master commanding this mission is none other than Chairman Song Hyung-ki of Ajin, along with the mastermind, Oh Se-hoon. On a beautiful day, at the chairman's magnificent mansion, the old fox spoke up to probe. I've caught wind of this already. Rumor has it you helped Dojun multiply that money 100-fold, didn't you? Oh Se-hoon broke into a cold sweat thinking, Damn it! This kid still hasn't properly reported this to his grandpa. I wasn't the one who made that money grow. And it didn't just increase 100-fold. It's a much more massive figure than that. Oh Se-hoon tried to keep his cool and replied, I just got blessed with some crazy luck. It's fortunate. I haven't lost the principal amount, so I've always felt at peace. The chairman smirked and said, You're being fake humble, my friend. It would be great if such top-tier talent were fully dedicated to me. Oh Se-hoon played along and replied, You flatter me too much. It might take years off my life. The chairman got straight to the point. I heard this is dirty money that we can just keep on the down low. Mr. Oh Se-hoon is holding $270 billion. Once the bankruptcy extension period ends, the government will obviously come sniffing around to manage it. By law, we're forced to make all that money disappear before that time. If we're exposed, Chairman Song of Ajin and the entire executive board will be hauled off to do time immediately. The chairman looked at the report with great satisfaction. He asked suggestively, Hey, so do you want to retire from this life or do you want to launder this cash? Oh, Se-hoon replied bashfully. It's a bit embarrassing, but I have to admit it's the latter, sir. The chairman began to play it cool, acting pensive as if calculating a high-level chess move. At this point, Dojun spoke up with a suggestion. Grandpa, shouldn't that massive amount of money be given to the board members at Ajin Motors as a retirement nest egg? The chairman burst out laughing. He said, Why are you borrowing trouble? For those guys' old age? They are a bunch of cunning old foxes. I'm sure they've already lined their pockets for their future. Then the tycoon turned to the director and asked, Oh, what do you think about moving all this cash to the Fantasy U.S. branch for safekeeping? Oh, Se-hoon widened his eyes in shock and asked back, You mean going all in with the whole thing? The chairman nodded with a smug grin. What if we reinvest this money back into Ajin Motors under the guise of foreign capital? I think if we stuff the mouths of those eyeing this money with salaries, rewards, and bonuses, everything will be smooth sailing. Nothing will go wrong. Naturally, Oh Se-hoon got an itchy palm hearing such an astronomical number. My hands are itching, he silently calculated. While it's the ultimate way to legalize cash flow, to pay out all $270 billion, you'd have to set the salaries and bonuses at an insane level. It's completely unrealistic and crazy. Dojun, sitting to one side, quietly observed every single expression of Oh Se-hoon. He thought to himself that despite saying all that, Grandpa had likely found the secret gold mine. To avoid touching even a single cent of this money, Oh Se-hoon spoke up anxiously, explaining that the problem lay in the fact that the employees over there were getting antsy and wanted to be paid out in cold, hard cash. Most of them have already submitted their resignations to pack up and leave, and everyone is being demanding, insisting on getting their slice of the pie before they go. Fat chance, the chairman replied coldly. In this game where everyone is nitpicking just to stiff their employees on pay, even when they know damn well it's a debt they owe, then why? Are you so naive that you want to serve them on a silver platter? This early? He slammed the file onto the table and growled, "The very moment the money leaves your pocket, they will turn into total strangers. Immediately, they might even turn around, join forces with your rivals and stab you right in the back. Because in the eyes of those who just lost everything at Ajin Motors, you are the most hated robber of all." Oh Sehun's head was spinning as he listened, his stomach tied in knots. He was just an employee, yet this old capitalist shark was pressuring him so hard that his brain was fried. Dojin had been silent this whole time, watching from the sidelines like a spectator. He assessed the situation privately. Oh Sehun could only see the dry figures on paper, but he didn't yet understand the devious nature of those who just follow the money. The chairman folded his arms and dropped a hard-earned lesson. Money in the hands of the powerful is both a whip for punishment and the carrot on a stick. You must hold on to it tight and only release it bit by bit to tame those wild horses. If the employees knew you planned to pour $270 billion back in to revive Ajin Motors, they might even bow down at your feet to beg for your mercy. Oh Sehun grew more and more distraught as he listened, his face turning pale as a ghost. Dojin calmly took a sip of hot tea, privately calculating that Oh Sehun needed to experience the ruthlessness of this old fox. After all, sooner or later, they would have to face each other in the brutal world of business for a long time. Then he spoke up to break the tension. "Grandpa, actually, you're planning to use a stalling tactic to dodge the debt, right?" The chairman froze for a few seconds at the naive question from his grandson. Then he burst into a hearty laugh, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Laughing out loud, he quipped back, "Is this boy trying to turn his grandfather into a shady merchant who skims off the blood, sweat, and tears of others?" Oh Sehun stood between the two Chaebol family members, looking completely clueless as they talked, not understanding a single thing. The chairman turned to press Oh Sehun on what he planned to do. Did he want to empty his pockets to pay it back, or just put on a little show for everyone to see? Oh Sehun panicked, shouting that if there was a way out, he obviously wouldn't be stupid enough to cough up the money. The chairman smirked. "The truth of life is that if there's a debt you don't have to pay, no one is foolish enough to settle it. Choose your words carefully to convince Chairman Song that this is the ultimate pro move." He declared he would smoothly handle the assets that Ajin was secretly liquidating. They had to act fast to sweep everything into Fantasy's treasury before the law could catch up. Oh Sehun immediately stood up and bowed deeply to thank the chairman for his grace. The chairman waved him off, saying there was no need for formalities. Everything he was doing was simply to pave the way for his precious grandson. At this point, Dojun also stood up to take his leave since the meeting was over, but the chairman motioned for him to stop, wanting him to stay a moment to discuss private matters. Oh Sehun sensed the family atmosphere was getting intense, so he quickly bowed and asked to bail. With that, he made a beeline for the door, not daring to linger and eavesdrop for even another second. Once they were alone, the chairman questioned the rumor that Dojun intended to take a leave of absence from school. Dojun was startled. He didn't expect news to fly to this old fox's ears so quickly. He had just signed the application this morning. And yet here I am, already hauled in for a lecture. Dojun gave a fake smile and replied, "Yes, it's true, I just submitted the application this morning, sir." The chairman, fuming with rage, demanded to know the reason why. Dojun politely justified, "As you know, Grandpa, the family drama has been non-stop lately, so I just can't focus on my studies anymore." The chairman brushed it off completely. "Who said you have to be a perfect student like everyone else? Just show your face for roll call once in a while to keep up appearances." He had already instructed the university to tear up that withdrawal form. Dojun let out a frustrated cry. "Grandpa!" full of helplessness. But the chairman stood firm in his bossy stance, forcing him to do as he was told. Then he lowered his voice, adding that he knew exactly what Dojun was worried about. Dojun let out a confused, "Sir?" wondering how this old man could read his mind like that. The chairman exposed his thoughts, saying, "Don't you want to hide behind the label of a harmless student to avoid the prying, jealous eyes of those vulture relatives of yours? But one day, you'll have to face those wolves eventually. You can't stay hidden in your shell forever." He lectured that when it's time for a life-or-death fight, you must pick up a weapon and go to war. And when it's time to save an ally, you must be the first to reach out decisively. Dojun continued to act confused while listening to the chairman's sermon. The old man added that when the time is right, the label of a wet-behind-the-ears student would become a fatal weakness for him. Only then did Dojun speak up in rebuttal. "So what, since you're the one holding all the cards anyway?" The chairman almost lost it hearing his grandson's blind faith in his power like that. He teased him, asking if he thought Sun Yang Group was just some corner convenience store. He reminded him that even his power had its limits. If the veteran directors of the subsidiaries teamed up to suck up to and back his oldest uncle, then the Sunyang Empire would be severely shaken. Now Dojin actually started to feel the heat. He thought to himself, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. When he officially steps onto the stage of fame to inherit the throne and its high ranks, the veterans of Sunyang will still look down on him as just a kid, still wet behind the ears with that student label. At that point, the real power will be concentrated in his eldest uncle's hands, not in those of a little punk like him. Understanding the situation perfectly, Dojun bowed submissively and said, I understand, and I will follow your arrangements. Chairman. Seeing his grandson being so obedient, the chairman softly praised him. Very good, but deep down, Dojun let out a smirk, knowing the scales of the old man's favor and intentions had certainly tipped completely in his favor. Now, sitting in the luxury car, that usually picked him up. Dojun ordered the assistant to drive him to Gangdong. As the high-end vehicle glided past the Seoul skyscrapers, Assistant Kim seemed to hesitate, as if he were hiding something, and then he spoke up. I have something I need to discuss with you. Dojun calmly replied. Go ahead, be blunt. Assistant Kim said timidly. I'm not sure if I'm just being paranoid, but lately, it feels like someone is tailing us. Hearing this, Dojun's expression darkened instantly. He immediately demanded, when did this start? Assistant Kim shook his head, his voice trembling slightly. I'm not even sure when it began. I only just noticed it a few days ago. Dojun frowned and lowered his voice. Speak up and tell me exactly what's going on. Assistant Kim stammered, even though I can't see who it is. There's always a car glued to our bumper, as if they're trying to track every single move we make. Dojun narrowed his eyes, his mind racing instantly, starting to wonder who that hidden figure could possibly be. Assistant Kim suddenly remembered and added, he works at the guest house, meaning he's never been trained in behavioral recognition or surveillance, so how on earth did he spot it? He turned his head and continued, Oh, Captain Shin was the one who warned me. He said, there's been an unusual number of creeps lurking around lately. Dojun was stunned when the name Captain Shin suddenly popped up. Oh, he's our head of strategy team 1, isn't he? When Dojun asked if the stalkers were just a bunch of reporters, Assistant Kim replied firmly, since this morning, there hasn't been a single paparazzi tailing us at all. Dojun began to do the math, a specific name flashing in his mind. Could it be the eldest uncle's people? Assistant Kim glanced back at Dojun again with a very hesitant look, yet he continued. Captain Shin is quietly tracking down the mastermind. And besides, it seems they're already starting to scope us out. If you're not too busy, would you like to go check it out for yourself? Dojun's eyes lit up at the suggestion as he happily replied, Sure thing. Just make sure you drive carefully. Assistant Kim's face suddenly turned dead serious. Fasten your seatbelt, I'm about to floor it. Without a second thought, he decisively slammed on the gas pedal. The luxury ride roared and bolted like a lightning bolt, speeding down the wide boulevard. Later, at a mysterious meeting, where modern projectors glowed like an underground club, a voice suddenly rang out. Don't sweat the third son too much. Jin Sang-ki, or the youngest Jin Jun-ki. Jin Sang-ki only knows how to brown-nose the eldest brother and act like his lapdog. As for Jin Jun-ki, he's already made a name for himself in the film industry. He couldn't care less about Sun Young. A man diligently reported to a powerful woman. Then he asked, So the key lies with the second son, Jin Dong-ki, right? Someone replied. Correct. Jin Dong-ki's talent far exceeds what he shows on the surface. He is the mastermind architect who pushed our nation's heavy chemical industry to its peak. He's even been getting non-stop praise from subsidiary directors and the board of management. Despite only being assigned to manage the hotel sector on the inheritance list, he has received countless accolades from his subordinates. Just as the report finished, another man chimed in, Yes, that's exactly right. At this rate, Jin Dong-ki is highly likely to steer the entire science and heavy industry sector. The man in glasses then asked, Then what about Jin Yang-chul's only daughter? The other replied, Her ambition is through the roof, but she lacks the actual chops for it. So she'll probably only handle the department store, golf courses, hotels, and cultural foundations. Suddenly, the daughter blurted out, Don't talk nonsense! The man in glasses snapped at her to stop. Seo-yoon shut up and listened carefully. He then ordered his subordinate to continue. The subordinate went on, Yes, but during the investigation, we discovered a wild card. It's the grandson, Jin Do-jun. The man in glasses was shocked. Jin Do-jun, the youngest grandson? Yes, the youngest son of Jin Yoon-ki. He pressed further. What's so special about that kid? Isn't he just some bookworm at Seoul National University's law school? The subordinate explained. His school attendance throughout the semester can be counted on one hand. Every day, he's consistently working at the Sunyang Group. He also frequently visits Chairman Jin Yong-chul's private residence. The man in glasses fell into deep thought as the name Sunyang Group came to mind. The subordinate continued. Yes, it seems he has a deep connection with the foreign investment firm Miracle. According to what we've tracked, he also possesses a significant amount of wealth. The man in glasses calmly rested his hand on his chin and asked nonchalantly, "How much exactly?" The subordinate replied, "It could be as much as 10 billion won. At most, it could even hit the 100 billion won mark." The man in glasses froze instantly, his eyes widening in shock. 100 billion won? Did Chairman Jin really get that generous and hand over that massive fortune to a mere kid? The subordinate reported further. It's true he gave the money, but the details are a bit different. 15 years ago, he gifted a farm to Jin Do-jun. By sheer coincidence, that farm is located exactly where the Bundang New City stands today. Everyone listening was left in absolute disbelief, completely floored. The man in glasses exclaimed, "Talk about a god-tier stroke of luck! From a piece of land worth a few dozen million won to a skyrocketing value of 10 billion won." The subordinate continued his briefing. That money was invested into Miracle. And the CEO of that firm is Oh Se-hyun, a former schoolmate of Jin Yoon-ki. The old man in glasses crossed his arms, mulling it over before pressing, "Is there anything else to go on? Because this report is pretty lame, just talking about the lucky break." Some wet behind the ears, little punk. The henchman quickly added a juicy detail. Specifically, he had exclusive access to the chairman's study throughout the entire summer break. It's got everyone on edge, as the bond between the grandfather and grandson seems way closer than normal. Hearing this, the old man began to squint, recalculating the board. The daughter, who had been sitting as quiet as a mouse, suddenly lost it when she heard her fiancé complaining that the study is the inner sanctum of the Sunyang Group, not some public playground. Even the vice chairman and all the other grandchildren have to wait their turn in the parlor. Yet that kid alone gets a free pass to have private chats with the patriarch. The henchman added fuel to the fire, noting that even vice chairman Jin Young-ki has never had that honor. And he's always being shadowed by section chief Lee Hak-cheon. He's the only one who gets one-on-one time with the chairman. Until now, the man in glasses coldly ordered the daughter to go scout for intel from her soon-to-be husband to see what kind of power Do-jun really holds within that snake pit of a family. He emphasized that they absolutely cannot blow this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they must all stay sharp and ready for battle, waiting for the day Chairman Jin's entire legacy falls into Jin Dong-jun's hands. The daughter listened, her gaze becoming sharp as a knife, filled with bitter resentment and jealousy. In a deserted public parking lot, Do-jun calmly asked Assistant Kim if he was sure that the tale was for real or just some fake threat. Assistant Kim nodded, confirming that the car had been blatantly following them since they left the chairman's villa. But the driver was being stubborn, staying put, and refusing to show his face. Do-jun took a sip of water while taking a break, letting out a smirk. He knew damn well that the only one with the power to deploy spies to watch family members was his eldest uncle, who was itching to seize the group's throne. He silently calculated his next move, then pulled something out of his pocket and shoved it into Assistant Kim's hand. He told him to use it whenever things got dicey. Assistant Kim held the thick envelope, staring at it in total shock. Before he could even process what was happening, Do-jun just dropped a cold line telling him to just make it work, leaving the assistant completely shook by the sudden over-the-top generosity from the young boss. Do-jun's expression suddenly shifted as he began a deep lecture on the business world, explaining that those who only know how to bow and take orders are a dime a dozen, while real talent is rare, even with people lined up, hoping for a crumb of favor from Sunyang. Assistant Kim broke into a cold sweat just listening to this kid's philosophy. He thought he was about to get axed, but Do-jun followed up with a psychological blow, telling him that once he enters that sanctuary, he must take charge of his own destiny. The first step is choosing what needs to be done, and more importantly, using this money to buy or win the loyalty of useful pawns. After speaking, he stood up and tossed his empty coffee cup into the trash. Then he turned back with a cryptic smile and urged, "Let's go." He left. Assistant Kim looking like a deer in headlights, stunned to realize he had just been sponsored by a big shot. He quickly tucked the money away and followed Do-jun's orders obediently. The next morning was beautiful and sunny, but inside Oh Se-hyun's office, a storm was brewing. The pretty receptionist came in, pale as a ghost, to break the bad news. While Oh Se-hyun and Do-jun were still scratching their heads, the name of the Daehyun Group chairman, Jo Young-il, was dropped like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through them both. Panicking, Oh Se-hyun told the receptionist to buy some time. Do-jun quickly used his wits, telling him to keep his phone on so he could eavesdrop, while he slipped into the next meeting room to plan his moves. Oh Se-hyun nodded frantically. He was terrified that if that old fox saw the face of the Sunyang grandson, who was all over the news, the whole operation would go south. Do-jun quickly pulled his hoodie up to hide his face and scurried out of the room. Meanwhile, Oh Se-hyun tried to regain his composure and smile for the guest. It's a small world indeed. Somehow, as Do-jun stepped out, he bumped right into Chairman Jo Young-il's massive entourage. The old fox seemed to recognize the young man's silhouette and squinted at him suspiciously several times. Do-jun had to keep his head down and speedwalk away to escape the danger zone. When the office door swung open, Oh Se-hyun bowed respectfully and invited the billionaire inside. The chairman put on a friendly face and reached out for a handshake. Thanks for hosting an uninvited guest like me. Oh Se-hyun quickly played along with the pleasantries. In this land of South Korea, who would ever dare to call you an uninvited guest? Once they were settled in, the old chairman revealed a deep, smug smile. He dropped a compliment that reeked of a hidden agenda. For a young company to swallow Ajin Motors whole, you definitely aren't some push.